Bracewell in. River End bowls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. It was again too wide. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary.
As Cook bowls to Finch. Drops it into the offside. He's stranded though. Run out. He is a direct hit, I think, in the end. And that, well, Finch got halfway down the pitch. Compton had turned him back.
Essex are beginning to make more use of his bowling.
This is lapped, it's the top edge, it's gone very fine. One bounce, two bounce, and then over the boundary rope.
And Leaning has flicked this ball away. He's got this ball down to long leg for 4.
Round the wicket comes Bracewell. Aerial goes Compton, not quite in control of the shot over point. Bracewell to Compton. That's a lovely shot. Much more orthodox cover drive. Beautiful timing. The left arm over the wicket then. Full length delivery. Driven back at him. That should be 4 from Leaning. Porter gives up the chase. And it is.
2 chances actually. This comes down the wicket and Hayes being caught and bowled.
Oh, and that's... Is he going to be given out? Yes, he is. He's walking. Comes in and bowls and it's hit back firmly for 4. That's a lovely shot. No need for anybody to chase that. Jordan Cox, the man on strike, need I say.
Bracewell is in. This is a leg stump half volley. It's been clipped and it's been missed by mid-on, who dived. Bracewell in and he bowls him. It's a ball that's nipped back, I believe.
Harmer bowls through. That's tossed up. He's driven this for 4. Lovely shot. Gap between extra cover and mid-off.
As this time he comes down the wicket. This is in the air. Will Water get it or will it go for 6?
6.
It's gone for 6.
This is a dangerous territory here. Stewart has launched this one from Harmer. It's going many a mile. Is that going to hit the scorers there? No, it's gone to their left.
Porter's on his way in. He bowls. He's bowled him. His hand goes in the air with the finger pointing. Jamie Porter is chuffed. He's made his mark.
Bowls to Stewart, and he has taken the bait here, and he's going to be caught by Matt Critchley in front of the scoreboard on the long leg boundary. Porter bowls to him again, and he's heaved this ball away into the onside. He's going to be caught, I think, and is.
Round the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, it's in the air. This is in the air. It's gone for 6. Critchley is in. Bit quicker, that's stumped, and that's good night Vienna. Kent have been bowled out for 207. Stewart on the way in, away from us. Bowls. This is cut beautifully by Cook, and he's got a big chase on there as Compton, and he won't stop it. Cook gets his first boundary of the day. In comes Stewart, and he's done it again. He's clipped it. He's clipped it and timed it. Squarer. It's gone just behind square.
Comes over the wicket now. The Hayes close end to Cook. Cuts that gloriously away. Will that be 4? It will indeed.
And that ball has turned Cook round, and he's got a rather fortunate edge for 4. Wasn't nearly a catch or anything like that.
This is clipped by Brown. He's got a couple, I believe. Will he get 4? It's racing away to the pavilion boundary, and in front of the gate it goes for 4. Grant Stewart bowls short and wide. It's cut, and Cook will collect a boundary. Brown clips Grant Stewart off his legs, and this goes for 4, square of the wicket towards the pavilion boundary.
They're hoping it won't pop up maybe. He's paddled that around the corner, and that will be 4 runs. And just losing his line there, Kadri, and that is the 50 for Sir Alistair Cook, his 123rd first-class half-century of his career. As Kadri bowls once more, it's cut away by Cook. That'll beat Everson this time. He chases it. It's a losing cause, I think. That's going to go for 4.
Everson is in. Bowls clipped off his legs. Cook will get 1. He may get 2, or will he get 4? It's gone for 4.
Nick Brown, and just a gentle nudge back past. He's checked it back past him, but it's well timed. They might even go for 4 runs. Deceptively, it has. So superb timing from Nick Brown.
Chelmsford, the Cloud County ground here in sunny Chelmsford for day 2 of the 4-day championship encounter between Essex and Kent. Well, Essex have had a great day 1, and they'll be looking to impose themselves on Kent today. And Kent having won the toss, a good toss to win, I might add, on a used surface yesterday. Well, Kent made 207, I think it was, all out, before Essex have replied with 106 for no wicket. An important bit just to mention is Dan Lawrence has returned from the Test match and will now take his place, which means he substitutes really Robin Das, and he will bat at 4. But last evening we had a concussion issue with Nick Brown, and Nick Brown, the opener, who is not out, 31 runs not out overnight, will not bat. He will take a break, and would you believe it, Robin Das comes back into the game. He probably won't bat straight away. Das will bat below Lawrence in my estimation, and it will bring Captain Tom Westley to the wicket, batting at 3 to replace the concussed Nick Brown. We hope he's well. We sincerely send our best wishes to him, but he won't take any further part in this game. Well, BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Kent are on duty today, and I'm delighted to say that we have Paul Newton, who will join us at 11:30. But imminently, I'd like to welcome Ben Watts to the commentary box from BBC Radio Kent. Good morning, sir.
Morning. How are you, Don?
How was your journey first?
Yeah, fine actually. Not too bad. A little bit of traffic getting over the crossing, but as to be expected on a weekday morning. So other than that, yeah, absolutely fine. Looking forward to seeing what is going to take place today. I've been thoroughly filled in terms of what's going on with the Essex batting, and we'll wait to see who might come out when they do. But yeah, certainly from a Kent point of view, as you mentioned, it was a poor day yesterday. My colleague Matt Cole, who was here, spoke to Ben Compton, and yeah, he seemed a little bit down in the mouth, really, a little bit down in the dumps about sort of the way things played out for Kent. Those couple of wickets before and after lunch with Compton and Leaning falling, having had a little bit of a partnership, certainly hurt them. And then a couple of players, obviously there was a Finch run out. Denley got a good nut first up. Sam Cook, of course, continuing what he produced with the hat-trick. He got at Canterbury against Kent. And then, yeah, it was a little bit of a similar feel, really, unfortunately, for Kent to a previous scorecard last week against Warwickshire, when they didn't get enough first innings runs and Grant Stewart had to come in and whack a few to try and bail them out a little bit. But yeah, unfortunately a familiar tale for Kent, so they're going to have to try and bounce back with the ball today.
They will do indeed. The umpires, Graham Lloyd and Rob Bailey, who are moving away from underneath us. They've been changing at the bottom floor of the River Stand here at Chelmsford. The gentle applause for them. And if you were able to hear it, I'm not sure we were actually on air, but the bell was rung by a distinguished gentleman today, Ashad Singh. Well, he and his colleagues from the Chelmsford Sikh Association is part of the Essex County Cricket Club and their partnership with the Essex Cultural and Diversity Project. Well, Ashraj Singh rang the bell, and and together with his colleagues, they were the guard of honour for the players to come out through, together with the Warren School, who were joining the guard of honour. They are the regional primary schools Dynamo winners from the local area, so congratulations to all of them making the trip to Chelmsford to act as the guard of honour. The regional winners, Warren School, are from Barking, and the Chelmsford Sikh Association were part of that guard of honour. Well, a little bit of change of news for us. Obviously Nick Brown, we send him very best wishes on his 31 not out overnight, but he will not be returning to the crease. And as Tony Choate, in his final season as the Essex scorer, has just announced, Sir Alistair Cook is walking out with no other than Robin Das.
I guess that is the more evidence that it is that straight concussion replacement, and obviously Nick Brown was not out on 31, so therefore Das does come out immediately to replace him to continue his innings essentially. Obviously he won't be on 31 not out, that 31 will still go on the score, but Das will be starting off his own innings. So yeah, I guess that's why he comes straight in ahead of Tom Westley and then Dan Lawrence, who's being subbed into the game. So
Yes, Dan Lawrence probably will come in at, I'm guessing, well, we can't really call Das a number 3. So I presume he's a straightforward replacement, as you suggested. So Wesley is still to come in at 3, Lawrence 4. So that's how we anticipate it will happen. But in the meantime, the first over of the day is going to be from Grant Stewart. And which end would you like to take, Ben?
oh, very easy. You take this one, Don.
Grant Stewart round the wicket to Alistair Cook, and he leaves it alone as it goes outside off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. Listen there, Ben, yesterday we expected a little bit of rain. We didn't lose anything. I drove down in a little bit of drizzle mizzle. We did have a few spots out here on the river stand. They did confirm yesterday there were a few spots, but we didn't have any loss of play, which is tremendous. Stewart in, Cook drives up to mid-off. There is no run. What was the weather like for you coming across? All good?
Yeah, I was actually in London yesterday.
Oh, were you?
So yeah, as I was leaving my house in the west of Kent, there was a bit of rain. So I took a jumper, took a raincoat, and in the end it was glorious sunshine in London and really warm and didn't need it all day. So yeah, I had a pleasant time apart from checking the scorecard, really.
I think we're okay here for most of the day. This time it's a Yorker. Cook digs it out into the offside. There is no run. You've got an update in a moment. I've got an update in a moment. You're welcome to.
Thank you. I'll let you carry on with the over.
Superb. We shall speak to Ben Wattin at the end of his update. He will bring him in, and Paul Newton will join us at 11:30. Grant Stewart turns, shining the ball. He's into his run, up the slope here at the river end. Cook comes forward, plays into the offside. Well, that was a very technically correct forward defensive. That would certainly impress his old coach, Gary Palmer, a gentleman I enjoyed a lovely phone call with this morning. Reacquainted ourselves in a social meeting at Lord's during the Test match. Does a lot of very good coaching, especially on batting, does Gary Palmer. Grant Stewart running away from us, right arm round the wicket to Cook. Cook plays particularly straight there. That bat came down straight and offered the full face of the bat for the ball, which returned to the bowler who did the fielding. No runs. Still remains 106, no runs added yet from the overnight score, despite having a new batsman at the crease. Robin Das has replaced the concussed Nick Brown and joins Sir Alistair Cook. Cook drives forcibly out to Ben Compton at cover, well fielded, no run. It has been a maiden for the first over of the morning. Bright sunshine. Fair bit of cloud either side, but we've certainly got a decent bit of blue sky immediately above us, which is good news. No play was lost yesterday, and we hope no play will be lost today. A long way in this game to go. Archdeep Singh to open from the Hayes Close end. It's going to be interesting because he did swing the ball a little bit, possibly bowled a little bit wide and wider yesterday to the two Essex opening batsmen, the left-handed Cook and Brown. Two slips and a gully are in place. Singh stretches his hamstring, touches his toes, and he's off and running into his run-up. He comes in to bowl. And this is cut by Das, first ball. It was just had a little bit of width, and it's just avoided the gully. It was played off the face of the bat. It was a very good shot indeed. First runs of the morning for Essex goes down to Tom Pearstand for 4. 110 for no wicket. Ashdeep Singh collects the ball. It's gone around the ring on the offside. He's into his run again. Left arm over the wicket. This time it's short. It's slightly pawed. I think it's come off a thigh pad actually. We look at Bailey and he signals leg by. One more run. Very good morning to you from Chelmsford, the Cloud County Ground. Beautiful sunshine, and I'm very pleased to say Essex have started scoring. They're 111 for no wicket, but there's a big but to this. The not-out batsman overnight, Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook. Well, Brown was hit on the helmet, the head last night, and he has been, well, technically he's been substituted, a concussion substitute, and the man coming in is Robin Das. Dan Lawrence has replaced Robin Das, and yes, Robin Das, who's been substituted, has now replaced Nick Brown. We hope Nick Brown is well, but it is a concussion replacement at the moment. And Essex have started, and they've just faced the one over, and they've moved to 111 for no wicket.
Last night, Nick Brown was hit in the head and is now out of the game as a concussion replacement. So Lawrence effectively came into the team.
Sings in and he bowls to Alistair Cook, who plays up to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, rather confusing, really, if you were new to cricket or listening to that bulletin at 11 o'clock and found out that in cricket you've got a substitute or a concussion substitute, and not only did we have a substitute with an England player returning, but we had an injury to a batsman that got hit on the head. Very much a modern day substitution or rule change, law change in the game of cricket, as Alistair Cook leaves a ball, goes through for Ashdeep Singh through to the keeper Cox, and there is no run. So we're into the second over. It's about 11:05. We hope you're going to enjoy the coverage and the company of Ben Watt, Don Topley and Paul Newton here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. Sings in, bowls. Cook gets an inside edge, but it's well fielded by Kadri at square leg, who prevents the single. He was very quick to the ball, and that concludes the second over of the morning, and Essex have moved from 106 for nothing overnight to 111. How's the parish of Kent, Ben?
It's very well, thank you. Just to update you on an observation I've just made, Harry Finch is keeping wicket for Kent, so that's not Jordan Cox out there, so he is not on the field.
Oh.
So I think the lad at fine leg is the 12th man. I don't know who it is. I'm trying to find out.
You had a couple of lads do 12th man yesterday evening. One was the Bangladeshi cricketer.
Arafat Bhuiyan.
Arafat.
Yes.
Yes.
It's not him down at fine leg, but he is in the squad.
Stewart in, bowls, and this is played nicely by Das into the offside. So Cox, the keeper, is in.
So Finch has got the gloves on,
Well,
so I'm not sure where
was,
Jordan Cox is.
I think in his time at Sussex, he was a bit of a part-time keeper.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
he is
really interesting.
I think he's going to keep wicket for Kent in the One Day Cup,
Is he?
because Cox and Billings are away at the 100.
At the 100, of course they are. Yes, both at Oval Invincibles, I think. Stewart on his way in passes umpire Lloyd. This slightly shorter, and Das goes back and stands upright and plays the ball off the splice of the bat, and there is no run. Right, well, we send our best wishes to not just Nick Brown but also Cox, because that's a bit of a worry, a surprise that he hasn't joined his teammates in the field. There must be something awry. We might pop along and just ask your scorer in a moment. As this is outside off stump, bowled by Stewart, going a little bit of swing maybe, just going wide and wider through to the keeper. There is no run. Hard day for Kent yesterday. It was good toss to win. They had to get over the new ball, but it was very much a day that was dominated by Essex. Essex did bowl quite well. Harmer didn't make a huge impact, but it was the bowling of Sam Cook earlier, and then Jamie Porter cleaned up the tail. Both boys got 3 wickets each as Stewart bowls, and Das plays into the offside leg side, where it's well fielded again by Kadri, looking quite agile in the field. Stewart walking back. Ball's returned to him from Quinn, formerly of this parish. Collars are up for Quinn, looking quite elegant. Stewart, swarthy, on his way in, bowls. This is outside off stump. Only just carries through to Finch, the temporary keeper or emergency keeper. Stewart just having a look at his follow-through marks, as is Graham Lloyd, the umpire. Now, it looks to me as if you're going to come to me with some interesting news.
Well, I asked the scorer and said, do you know why Jordan Cox is not out there? And he said, Jordan Cox isn't out there?
Oh, really?
So he didn't know either.
Really? Well, listen, eagled eye Watt, they call him. This time it's another cut shot, which produced Dass's first boundary of the morning, but it's been well fielded at backward point. He anticipated the short ball was coming his way, and he duly moved square to prevent any runs. End of the over from Stewart. So we've now had, well, Stewart's had 11 overs in this campaign, 5 of which have been maidens, and he's gone for 34 runs. Ashdeep has bowled 9 for 25. Neither have got a wicket. Alistair Cook to face, and it's going to be Ben. May I invite you to take Ashdeep's over? Oh, you're reading, you're researching. We might have some news. Ashdeep Singh on his way in from the Hayes close end. He's in. Cook pulls it, bottom edge into the floor, but alas, doesn't produce a run.
Sorry, say that again, Don. I was momentarily distracted by a tweet that I got, because there's some obviously some industrial action today, some BBC strikes. But yeah, I'm here at the cricket because there is a cricket game on, and that's what we do. We commentate on the cricket. So
well done.
Apologies to my tweeter who's disappointed that I'm working today, but I'm very glad to be here.
Oh, really?
So here comes Arshdeep Singh then, 111 without loss. Left alone outside the off stump, and it's, well, it started wide, it might have swung even wider, and then Harry Finch has dived beyond first slip to try and stop the ball, which he did do. He didn't take it cleanly, but a wide was indeed signalled by the umpire, and we don't see too many wides given in County Championship cricket, it must be said.
That was almost bordering on hitting first slip, wasn't it? He was in danger.
Yeah, he certainly was.
I'm not sure it would have hit the sight screen at the bottom end.
Harry Finch had to save to under Maye's shins in that instance, as Arshdeep bowls clipped away off his hit by Alistair Cook. Down towards long leg, where Grant Stewart does the fielding. Always a pleasure to get the chance to see Sir Alistair Cook bat. And of course, resuming his overnight innings, he's on to 65 now. And Das on 4, having flashed away that cut shot past Gully to get himself off the mark. Resuming effectively Nick Brown's innings after he was ruled out of the game through concussion, having made 31 yesterday. So the right-handed Das waiting for Arshdeep Singh. And again gets that cut shot out and plays the ball out towards backward point, where Hamid Kadri is on hand to do the fielding.
If you've not seen Robin Das bat, you've only seen him for the best part of 10 minutes this morning, the one shot he can play is
the cut shot. Absolutely,
the cut shot. Correct.
I've only seen him briefly
he's
in
a
the
small
T20s.
fella, okay, not a big wingspan. So he is able to cut a ball that's quite close to him, probably it's closer than, say, somebody like me, is taller and broader. But he likes to play the cut shot.
Arch deep to him. Oh, a full delivery that was swinging back into the pads, and he did well to block that out and play it into the onside. Yeah, the only time I've seen Robin Das so far is in T20 cricket. So he's clearly, in that format, a player that likes to get on with things, likes to play scoring shots.
Yeah, he's done very well for Essex since he arrived. I like him. He's got quick hands, very wristy, very happy to play square of the wicket, can drive, but obviously he's not got long legs, say somebody like Hick or Tony Gregg, somebody like that. He's much more sort of Sunil Gavaskar, loves to cut and pull.
Arshdeep Singh in and bowling. To Das, who lets it go outside the off stump, or even Paul Walter.
Paul Walter, absolutely.
Long limbs.
Yeah, very long limbs.
Long limbs.
Zach Chappell.
Zach Crawley, yeah, as well.
Yeah. Zach Chappell.
Well, Zach Chappell's tall as well, so they both work.
He's a bowler. Sorry, I got my words mixed up.
No,
there.
that's
Zach
okay.
Crawley. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, the cut shot that he plays is a little bit Bell Drummond-esque. You know, hands really tight to the back hip. It's a shot you see Daniel play quite a lot in one-day cricket, and yeah, we've seen that a couple of times from Das this morning. One beat the fielder, the other went straight to Hamid Kadri. So Arshdeep Singh again, full delivery, this time a drive out towards wide-ish mid-off, where Matt Quinn, formerly of this parish, now of Kent of course, does the fielding. End of the over. So am I right in thinking yesterday Matt Quinn faced 2 balls, hit 1 for 4 and then got out the next ball?
Yes.
It's always fun. One of my favourite things to do is watching Matt Quinn bat. It's just, there's always entertainment on offer.
Jimmy Anderson has at last got a wicket. He's dismissed Cummins.
Jimmy Anderson has got a wicket at Old Trafford. So the Aussies are 9 down?
301 for 9.
301 for 9. Good news, good start to the day.
I have a big mate who does a lot of photography up at Old Trafford. He's there for the test. He says they are all petrified about Saturday's forecast up there. Grant Stewart starts a new over. Decent ball, just coming back in on the angle from around the wicket. Cook leaves it alone. He's such a good watcher lever of the ball. It did come back. Keeper took it probably in front of the stumps. Good bit of bowling. But Cook is also a very watchful type of batsman. Great disciplines. Stewart turns, moves away from us, passing the umpire. Lloyd, he bowls. This is nicked, and it's been dropped at first slip, I think, and gone for, well, it's gone for 4 wide, so first slip has parried it from the first slip angle, and he's gone down to squarish third man. That was a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Miyeye that got hands on it.
Not your usual first slipper.
No.
Because I think it used to be
Compton normally does it. I don't.
Yes.
So I don't know why
Interesting.
Compton isn't in there because he's at cover. But yeah, I'm sure. Well, penny for the thoughts of Ben Compton, who's not in there, and Miyeye is, but seemed to rush him almost. Or I don't know if he was expecting leaning to dive across him because it was kind of waist high and he didn't.
Cook has had a chance, and now there's a play and a miss. This has been a good over from Grant Stewart of Kent. Well, he'll be desperately disappointed in that he's induced the edge against Sir Alistair Cook, and it's been dropped as a regulation catch. Went quickly. Cook was playing quite a powerful drive at it, nicked it to Miyeye. He spilled it, and not only did he drop it, it parried it for 4. Just played and missed 2, and this is a leave, and a watchful leave, as he shaped up to play and withdrew his bat at the last minute, did Alistair Cook, and there is no run.
Ball's getting the mascots out the back of the box. This is my favourite one, the one with the cricket jumper on.
Is it?
Fantastic knitwear. I'm being applauded for said comment.
Just describe Paul's shirt today. He's a flamboyant man.
Paul is a flamboyant man when it comes to.
What shirt has he got?
He's
today?
got
I didn't check it out
a
yet.
sort of Hawaiian tropical scene. It's a lovely green and blue colour.
Green and blue.
With some pink birds on it.
Yeah. Well, yesterday he had a Bayesian hibiscus plant.
Ooh.
Very smart. Very smart. Very smart. He certainly would challenge Dan Norcross for his shirts. as Grant Stewart is in. Bowls. This is left well by Cook. Been a good over this.
So while we were chatting there, I think Maye's gone off the field because Compton's gone in at first slip now.
Has he?
And Arafat Bhuyan is on at extra cover. So
Blimey, don't say you've got another little injury.
So Cox is off the field and then Maye is off the field. It just, I don't know, Maye didn't sort of almost seem to pick it up particularly quickly. He didn't move very quickly into position, and I think he's probably caught that on the end of the finger. Obviously it went for 4 afterwards. Alistair Cook's just waving at somebody who's moving behind the bowler's arm. I'm still trying to work out who the 12th man is down at long leg.
We weren't 100% sure. He had a numberless shirt and jumper. Stewart round the wicket to Cook. Cook gets across, shapes up to play, leaves it as it goes wide and wider over the left-handed bats off stump, and have to say that's probably the most impressive over I've seen yesterday and today so far. Very good from Grant Stewart as Essex, well, they've stayed on 117 for no wicket.
So I've been told that Jordan Cox has a tight calf, so he's not out there as a precaution. That's why Harry Finch is keeping wicket for Kent.
And the substitute fielder on the field to make up the numbers is Ellis Daly.
Ellis Daly. There used to be an Elliot Daly from Kent who played a bit of rugby back in his day.
This one defended away by Robin Das out towards mid off. That's not. Yeah, that's
Ellis
not.
Daly. Elliot Daly obviously was. He went to school somewhere close to Dulwich. Played representative cricket with people like bowler Ollie Robinson, Reece Topley, Jack Leaning, who's playing for your team. But he is the international rugby player, so it won't be him. But I think the name was Ellis Daly.
Yeah, not someone I'm familiar with. There's Arshdeep bowls, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. There's a few young guys that are part of the academy that have done a fair bit of 12-man duty, but he's not a name I'm familiar with. So yeah, he's out there, and Arafat Bhuyan at cover with Twanda Maye off the field for the moment, and presumably receiving a bit of treatment on that finger injury that he's picked up. And Alistair Cook was dropped on 65. So, well, that would have been the way that Kent wanted to start the day. If they could have well, they did nick off Cook, but didn't take the catch. So Arshdeep trying to get Robin Das out now, and he plays, and has he nicked that behind? He has, and the decision has been given. Harry Finch with the catch behind, and Arshdeep Singh does get the wicket. So Kent get their early breakthrough. It's not necessarily the man they wanted in Alistair Cook, but it is the concussion replacement, Robin Das, who, Don, I guess as we were saying, has played a lot of T20 cricket, and he was looking to try and get a move on with things and played a little bit of a loose drive there. So the first wicket goes down, 117 for 1.
Well, if you watch the 38 overs from yesterday, you'd have seen Nick Brown really, I'm not going to say he got stuck in a bunker, but he's been short of runs. He got a pair up at Blackpool only last week, but listen, he was fighting gallantly to keep his wicket, to keep battling, and you can't deny him his battle ability, and he really did. But this morning, different type of batsman, slightly more modern type of batsman, is happy to play a few shots, and with the ball 42 overs old, Robin Das fancied his chances, and just been announced. Robin Das was caught, Harry Finch bowled, Arshdeep Singh for 4, and Essex have lost their first wicket this morning in the best part of 25 minutes, and it's that of Robin Das, who came in as the concussion substitute for Nick Brown, who has retired, technically hurt, concussion substitute. 117 for 1. Kent will be delighted to have got a wicket, and which brings captain Tom Westley to the crease. 2 slips and a gully for Westley. Westley, who is the second top run scorer in the county championship. The leading run scorer is James Rue, and Tom Westley is behind him. Great season, scored runs against Kent at Canterbury. Had a good season all round. Not involved in the T20 campaign, really. Singh is in.
Bowling to Westley then, defended away into the onside. Yeah, had that confirmed that it's Ellis Daly out there as the 12th man, and then Arafat Bhuyan on as the 13th man effectively.
We chatted to former Essex and Kent player, current Kent head coach Matt Walker. It was a lovely chat on the first morning of the day, and he did confirm to both Matt and myself, your colleague, that all the players that he's got are here.
Left alone outside, the off stump by Walter. This next one, sorry, Westley. This next one from Arshdeep. Yeah, they've got a few injuries at the moment. The likes of Nathan Gilchrist, Michael Hogan, bowlers that are currently unavailable. Marcus O'Riordan as well, who would have been a batting option with the likes of Zach Crawley away on international duty. Daniel Bell-Drummond's got a hamstring injury. Yeah, O'Riordan, I think, picked up that injury in a second team game the other week, so he's unavailable as well.
Missing some big players.
Arshdeep in and bowling. Well, Westley drives on the up, but past Matt Quinn at mid-off and away for 4, so he's up and running. Takes the score onto 121 for 1. And yes, Wes Agar as well, who
done well for you.
Yeah,
Wes
did
Agar.
brilliantly well. The Australian, who's gone back home due to a back injury.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, I think it might have even been sort of nerve related. So I think whoever looks after him back home down under was keen for him to come home and be reassessed, etc.
South Australia.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
So his coach could be Gillespie. Gilchrist injured. He spent most of last season out injured.
No, so he was good last season, and then it's this season we've barely seen him. He played 1 game so far this season, and even then he was undercooked. Just didn't have the load of overs behind him to really make an impact. And then since then he's sort of had a few setbacks.
In comes Stewart to commence another over, and that is a gorgeous delivery in which Cook was played and missed. Maybe Cook looked as if he hung back in that delivery, where perhaps he would have been better coming forward. Wasn't really short, as Cook does. He walks away a couple of paces to his leg side, comes back, takes his guard, and he's already in his stance. As he waits, being watchful, he bowls. Stewart, and Cook leaves alone. Good disciplines there from the former England opening batsman, and there is no run.
Yeah, so far this morning he has just struggled a little bit, Alistair Cook, with Grant Stewart coming around the wicket to him. Obviously that edge that was put down by Mayeye. So yeah, a couple of times he's almost been tempted to play, and has just at the last minute made that good decision to leave.
In comes Stewart round the wicket to Cook. Cook cuts, and that's 4. That's 4. Bowled beautifully all morning from this river end. Done very well has Grant Stewart, but Cook has invested in his customary cut shot. Yesterday, Ben, when Cook batted, and he was the leader really in terms of achieving the runs rather than Brown, Cook, well, they fed him a few balls very straight, on which he clipped off his legs, was quite productive there. He was productive on cutting, and there was one gorgeous push drive, a check drive, just a gentle push drive down back past the bowler for 4, which was his shot of the day. Stewart bowls this, well, squares him up a little bit. He gets a bit of an outside edge, leading edge into the offside, but it goes to backward point. It's safe, played with soft hands, did Alistair Cook, and there is no run.
Sorry, Don, so you're saying Sir Alistair Cook's best shots yesterday were the flick off of the pads, the cut shot, the little push drive. I feel like I've seen that Sir Alistair Cook innings before.
Exactly, and you know, I mentioned I was speaking to his old coach Gary Palmer this morning, and we were talking about it. It's so simple for anyone who wanted to learn the art of batting. This is played off the back foot, but up to mid off where there is no run. And it was really interesting that the Cook's so simple, and he did look good yesterday, but anything that was just a little too straight, he clipped it for the odd boundary, but many singles down to fine leg. And then he played a number of cut shots. He made batting look quite simple, efficient, as Stewart is in. Round the wicket, another goodish ball, nice and straight. He's just played with a face out to Matt Quinn at mid-on, and that concludes another good over. He's bowled well, Grant Stewart, this morning. Probably has been the pick of the bowlers throughout yesterday and today. But Essex, although they've lost the 1 wicket, they've moved to 125 for 1.
Yeah, it's just the perfect example of knowing your own strengths, knowing your own game, and utilising what works well for you, and actually just putting certain shots away. You know, I think as when you're youngsters, you're taught how to play all the different shots, but actually you don't need to be able to play all of them. And to be honest, you know, there's sometimes you see players like Cook, he might even put the drive away until he's sort of comfortable to play it once again, because that's the way you can find yourself getting out. Here's Arshdeep bowling down the leg side to Westley. It's a good take by Finch, moving to his left. No bat on the ball, so he was looking to clip the ball off his hip. It would have gone all the way for 4 if he had, because the long leg is round by the covers and the electronic scoreboard, and the straight boundaries are quite short here at Chelmsford. 125 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent.
If we get the chance, we'd like to answer any emails.
Oh, that's a big shout for LBW, and given Tom Westley is out, LBW to Arshdeep Singh, and he's going to walk off having scored 4 like Robin Das before him. I thought there was an inside edge there, I must admit, and I think, as Paul is saying from the back of the box, Tom Westley thought the same. But he's been given out by the umpire and he's on his way. I must admit, I thought there was 2 noises there and it looked like he was inside edge onto the pad, but we're about to see the replay now, I think. I mean, hard to tell at full speed. I'm just going to get a front-on view now.
If it hasn't hit the bat, it is quite adjacent, but only Tom Westley will know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still minded to think that he has got an inside edge on that, just from the reaction that we saw from him. We're seeing all the different views on the stream. Right, this will be the one, because they've slowed it down for us.
Tom Westley was LBW.
Even then, it was hard to tell. But yeah, I think he might have even hit the back leg. So yeah, as you say, if there's no bat involved, it's very, very straight. Well, potentially a slice of luck there for Kent, and they'll take that, having put down Alistair Cook. So Arshdeep has a couple now this morning. And Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence, who drove down the M6 from Manchester yesterday, last evening.
Yeah, so out of the England squad and into this game. Arshdeep Singh to bowl to him. Oh, nice short ball to welcome him to the crease. And of course, Dan Lawrence, one of those that on finals day was trying to biff the ball out the ground, and here he is now trying to construct an innings.
He is.
And I mean, he's probably, in a way, slightly unlucky not to have found himself with an Ashes gig after the injury to Ollie Pope. And just the way that England have balanced the side out, he hasn't sort of been utilised, because he was the replacement batter, the spare batter in the squad, wasn't he? So
he was, but this probably comes back to the fitness of Ben Stokes, how important he is to the way that the side forms.
Arshdeep Singh to Dan Lawrence then, down the leg side. Makes no contact on the ball. Good spell of bowling this from Singh though. He's run in. He's hit good areas, good pace so far on this second morning.
Played in the IPL with Sam Curran, Liam Livingstone for the team that was in red. Well, who were the team in red?
Is it Gujarat Titans?
No.
Who am I thinking of?
Punjab. Kings 11 Punjab. Nice scarlet cherry red outfit with gold numbers, and Livingston and Sam Curran played for them.
Thank you. Yes, you're right. Yeah. Here he comes again. Clipped away down towards long leg by Dan Lawrence. He's off the mark. Then Grant Stewart will do the fielding because it's square enough that it's gone straight to the fielder. Yeah, fantastic T20 cricketer, Arshdeep, but
yes. Shows the value of a left-handed bowler.
Yeah, and
I was due to go out to the IPL for a month until a certain individual got injured. Unfortunately, I was due to go and watch 6 or 7 games at Bangalore. Looking forward to. Never been to that part of India.
Yeah, Kent were very keen to get a left-arm seamer in for the championship. They tried earlier on in the season, I think, with Joel Paris, Australian bowler.
Western Australian.
So here's Arshdeep in, left alone by Sir Alistair Cook outside the off stump. End of the over, 126 for 2. And then in terms of Arshdeep, the BCCI wanted to sorry, I wanted to get him playing some red ball cricket.
You're off to do an update, and we will continue. We'll bring Paul Newton in, BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, talking about left-armers. Here's a couple of, obviously we talked briefly about John Lever and Mark Eilert, but I'll mention a couple of left-armers from Kent. Here we go about these ones. Reminisce a little bit with John Dye, went off to Northamptonshire, and Richard Elms, there's another Kent left-arm seamer who ended up playing, I think he went down to Hampshire. John Dye, Richard Elms. I wonder if any Kent listeners have got their memories of those two. Grant Stewart, who's bowled really well this morning, and he bowls outside Lawrence's off stump, and Lawrence is happy to leave it alone. Not sure how much Grant Stewart's bowled to a right-hander this morning, whether it's Das or in fact Lawrence. I think he's predominantly bowled at Sir Alistair Cook, and he bowled damn well at the former England left-hander. So Grant Stewart turns on his way in. Nice sunshine here at Chelmsford as he bowls. This is on a length, and Lawrence comes forward, respects it, plays it down to mid-on where there is no run.
Morning, Don. Morning, all.
Good morning, Paul. Nice shirt, sir. Very colourful indeed.
Thank you very much.
And Grant Stewart's bowled well.
He's bowled terrifically well. He'd be very, very sore about not having
cool, yes.
got rid of Essex's celebrated number 26. And it's a very palpable slip catch to Muyeye.
Regulation catch, to be honest. Went quick, but regulation. This time Lawrence comes in and comes forward and just push drives him out to Quinn at mid-off.
I think it's always going to be the case, Don. We made the point yesterday that Kent, having batted first, faced much the most difficult conditions on the day, and then the sun came out when Essex batted, and hardly a ball was moving. There's clearly been some movement this morning. There seldom isn't here at Chelmsford, and it's a good time to bowl, and Essex have 2 down already, could have been 3.
As Stewart comes in, bowls outside off stump, good foot movement. There was conviction in that foot movement, which he ended up shouldering arms, did Lawrence, but that was good play from Lawrence against a good ball from Grant Stewart.
And in the Test match, Australia dismissed for 317. Jimmy Anderson at last got a wicket, having Cummins caught by Stokes for 1. And Chris Wilkes, I think he got a 5 at Headingley. He certainly got one here. Caught Duckett, bowled Wilkes 4, was Hazelwood, leaving Stark on a very useful 36 not out.
Stewart in short. This is forced into the offside powerfully by Lawrence, but well fielded by Kadri at backward point.
Wilkes 22.2 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 62, and his performances here beg the question, why is he only joined in at the 3rd test? I know it's easy to be wise after the event, but his whole record absolutely screams out, don't whatever you do take him abroad, but at home stick him in there.
Yeah, well, you can't argue with that, Paul.
No, I mean,
Newton
guided England over the line with the bat, remember, as well at Headingley, not just his bowling.
Stewart moving away from us. 2 slips and a gully awaiting. Driven powerfully. Well fielded by Ben Compton in the covers. Good shot from Lawrence.
It was lovely shot.
End of the over. 46th over. So the ball is it's not new, but it's not really old. Halfway through its life. And Essex have scored 126 for 2. Alistair Cook to face on 73. Dan Lawrence has the solitary one.
Don't know if you noticed yesterday, we were talking about how the other contenders for the county championship title this year were faring, and Lancashire collapsed to 150 for 7 at Edgbaston, whereupon followed overnight an unbroken partnership of 145 for the 8th wicket between Balderson, who was 95 not out, and Bailey, 75 not out. Well, as so often happens with those partnerships, they didn't add another run today, as Bailey departed immediately for 75. Here's Arch deep in and bowls, and that ball goes down leg side. Finch has made a good job after taking over the gloves from Jordan Cox today, and dives a long way to his right, or otherwise that was en route to the boundary, not having touched the bat at all. 126 for 2 is on the board here, and in the end another wicket went down, but Lancashire are currently 301 for 9, and that even so is a great recovery from 150 for 7.
That is.
And Balderson has got all the runs, I think, added this morning, except one, all but one. He's 103 not out. What an effort. As Archdeep is in. Hayes close then, bowls to Cook. Again, Cook just flicks at the ball down leg side. Always a slight risk he could be strangled. I've seen it happen with Sir Alistair. But again, nice work from Finch with the gloves, and Finch is certainly fit enough for the job.
Yeah, he kept a bit of kept a wicket occasionally at Sussex in an emergency situation. Was a wicket keeper in his youth in the Sussex pathway.
Elsewhere, Hampshire 166 all out, Nottinghamshire an even more dismal 100 for 9 at Trent Bridge.
You think there's a bit going on at Trent Bridge?
Well, yeah, and yet Surrey couldn't bowl them out at the Oval the other day. Extraordinary. Arch deep in, sun disappears for the moment. Cook plays this, not his best shot into the leg side I've ever seen. He wasn't totally over that, but it very soon goes to ground after about a couple of yards, goes to square leg where he can pick up a single, there being a fieldsman at backward square leg. 127 for 2, and Cook on to 74.
Yeah, I just looking at those scores, Paul, at Trent Bridge, it's obviously just doing a little bit up.
Yeah.
You know?
And yet, so often at Trent Bridge, I remember when Nick Brown got his 168 there, you know, the tracks are usually quite flat, but this one evidently not. Nobody getting anywhere close to a total of 200 so far.
Surrey lost any wickets at Lord's?
Yes, they have, just the one. 346 for 6 is the score at Lord's.
So they've got who batting at the moment and who to come?
I will check it out after this ball. Your every wish is my command.
Thank you, sir.
Archdeep is in and bowls to Dan Lawrence, fresh from departing. Oh, goodness me, nearly departed altogether from here. He drove at this and it took an under edge and rolled unstoppably, but just past his off stump, missed it by 6 inches.
Yesterday we saw Cook and Brown get stuck in. They didn't blunt it or block it, they just respected good bowling and fought hard to save their wicket. This morning we're seeing a different type of batsman in first Robin Das play a couple of shots, and obviously Dan Lawrence is a middle order batter, he's not an opening batter, and he's prepared to play the odd shot.
Archdeep in bowls, and Lawrence thoroughly uncomfortable out there, I have to say, for a man who's been in great form, hundreds in each of last 2 Essex Championship matches, to go with one in the first game of the season, and this is the first year in about 5 years he's got more than 100 in the county championship. Fair play, he's often been away with the England team, but there he just got the bat down on a good Yorker, and he was very uncomfortable.
Archdeep Singh, for me, is bowling well.
He
Grant
is.
Stewart is bowling well. These two are bowling a lot better than Kent did last night.
Yeah.
But I would also like to say, I think the ball's just shaping a little.
Oh, it is.
So that's causing a little bit of an inconvenience to the batsman.
Well, yeah, by the way, who disappeared for 20 minutes or so after dropping Alistair Cook, is now back at first slip. Archdeep is in, bowls to Lawrence, a leave outside off stump. Another decent ball, because some players would have played at that and been caught in the slips. So Surrey Jamie Smith has gone, bowled by Helm, who has 4 wickets for Middlesex. He went for a brilliant 138 off 194 deliveries. What great form he's in. He got 100 in that game where Surrey got 500 to beat Kent at Canterbury a couple of weeks ago. So the not-out batsman at the Oval, Jordan Clark with 49 not out, and how useful a cricketer he is. And ditto Sean Abbott, who is 5 not out. The man can bat, the man can bowl.
And still to bat, Gus Atkinson, is he playing?
Not sure he is actually.
Okay, who's to come after?
Hang on, I'll be able to tell you. No, Atkinson isn't playing.
They do bat very long, Surrey.
Yeah, those that haven't batted are Tom Laws, Dan Worrell and Jamie Overton.
Tom Laws or Overton can bat as...
Oh, he can.
As Grant Stewart bowls, it's played in by Cook into the offside. We're fielded by Ben Compton at cover. No run. Yeah, Surrey lack a bit of batting power in the middle order, but especially with no Pope, and clearly Dan Lawrence in due course will help.
Yeah, very much
to
so.
Block that hole, but they just bat deep. As this time it's driven, and it's the same. 3 cricketers are involved. That is Grant Stewart bowls, Alistair Cook bats, and plays on the front foot, and the fielder in the covers is no other than Ben Compton.
And for anyone who's just logging on, welcome to all, and the news overnight is that Nick Brown won't take any further part in this game, or we believe the next, after being struck on the head yesterday. And Robin Dass still plays in the game he was meant to drop out after one day.
Stewart in, playing a miss. Cook just outside off stump where he commits into playing that delivery, plays and misses. No edge, no runs, 127 for 2.
And Essex have subsequently lost 2 wickets, with Dan Lawrence coming in as intended, and he effectively now looks as if he's replaced Nick Brown, because Robin Dass, who was meant to drop out, now plays because you're allowed a concussion substitute in modern rules.
Stewart away from us, up the slope, he bowls. Cook leaves alone, being watchful. It is a great art to watch Sir Alistair Cook bat.
It is, but we shouldn't have that privilege, because he should have been caught at slip when he'd added only 1 to his own.
You're sounding like a grumpy bowler, Paul.
Yeah, well,
you would be, wouldn't you, if you had that catch dropped?
I'm merely grumpy. Doesn't matter about the rest. You know, if you're a grump, you're a grump.
You were telling me you were a slow scoring opening batsman.
I was.
Yesterday.
My most productive shot, I'll put it that way, was the leave.
Like Alistair Cook. As Stewart is in, Cook drives straight out to mid-off where there is no run. Good looking shot, good delivery, giving it a chance to swing. There wasn't much then.
So Brown is retired hurt, 31, and will take no further part in the game. Dass caught Finch, bowled Arshdeep, who's bowled very well for 4, and Westley LBW to Arshdeep for 4, but bowling even better, I think, than Arshdeep, the man who hasn't got a wicket, the very unlucky Grant Stewart.
He's in. Bowls, this is played into the leg side, possibly an inside edge, which goes all the way down to fine leg, where Cook will keep the strike, I think, because I think that was the end of the over. As Grant Stewart collects his cap, it is 128 for 2. Lawrence has 1. Cook to face again. He's on 75.
Well, Arshdeep, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. Has bowled well today without a doubt, has got both the wickets to fall. But poor old Grant Stewart, 15 overs, 6 maidens, none for 43. And it shows you the glorious injustice of cricket at times, because he should have had Sir Alistair out when he'd added only 1 to his overnight 64. He's now 75 not out. Can he convert it into 100, or is Arshdeep about to take his 3rd wicket? Bowls now, Cook leaves, and score remaining at 128 for 2. That would be 79 behind Kent's 207. Just checking all the time on updating you what's going on elsewhere. Northants bottom of the table, 26 for 2 of interest to Kent listeners, because Kent must finish above Middlesex and Northants. Well, I'll tell you what, you needn't be worried about how those two key rivals are getting on. Surrey well in charge at 351 for 6 at Lords, and Northants replying to Somerset's 351, 26 for 2. Archedeep switching to round the wicket. Cook pulls, single out to deep square leg, and that takes the score to 129 for 2, and his lordship to 76 not out.
Interesting for me, Paul. After bowling a decent ball, one ball at Dan Lawrence, which swung, and he nearly fell over, which Dan Lawrence does do occasionally.
Yes,
as a batsman.
good point.
I am surprised that he went round the wicket. Well, he's going to come back over the wicket, I think, now. But he went around the wicket to Lawrence, and I was quite surprised with that.
But it was to Cook, though, that last ball.
Yeah, no, but earlier.
Oh, right, yeah.
Earlier,
yeah,
after he bowled a decent ball, he then went round the wicket to Lawrence. But he's coming back over the wicket now. Like it.
Bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence has clipped it off the pads. Just got his line wrong there, Archedeep. Single to long leg, and the score going along to 130 for 2, and Lawrence doubles his score to 2. Hasn't looked at all comfortable out there, and with some reason, because these two key bowlers for Kent have bowled very, very well indeed this morning. They've got 2 wickets. They should have had at least one more. Cook's had, I think, 2 reprieves. I think there was another occasion where he might have been caught. So these two have really transformed Kent's fortunes. They need a lot more transforming, mind, but here is Archedeep around the wicket to Cook, and that goes a long way outside off stump. He's a little bit wayward, Archedeep, but he can bowl a really good ball, so he's requires playing with considerable skill.
Left armers are so different to right armers.
Yes.
They really are.
Used to hate facing them.
He's coming over the wicket now again. And I quite like this for a left armer to a left-hander. Look, the reason they bowl so differently is, firstly, and this is going to sound rather strange from a coach, you find left armers aim at the timbers from the word go.
Yes.
Because they want to swing in and try and get you bowled or LB. Right armers, we often bowl not necessarily at the stumps, you often bowl off stump, swinging away to get the nick. Very different sort of philosophies.
Absolutely
very
right.
different assets, but they're vital in a game of cricket, left armers.
Archedeep to Cook. Defensively, down to mid-on. And one other bit of news is that the Kent wicketkeeper this morning is not the expected Jordan Cox, and I didn't totally catch what reason was given, but it sounded like the thigh was strained.
Yeah, something to do with his leg.
Yeah,
He's got
thigh
a
strain,
and he didn't want to make it worse.
No, that's right. So Harry Finch has done a super job taking over the gloves. He's had plenty of practice at diving right and diving left, because Archedeep, you're never quite sure where the ball's going, but fair play to the man, he's got the 2 wickets, and I quite like the way he appears to be thinking all the time. I'm going to try something different here. Here he is in bowls to Cook, and Cook gets squared up here, and although he plays it safely enough out to point Kadri, it was another good delivery that turned Cook square, and it didn't go exactly where he was intending to hit it, which would have been much straighter. So replying to Kent's 207, Essex have moved along far more of a struggle this morning. In 50 minutes, they have only added a further 23 runs. They've lost 2 wickets. Das and Westley both out for 4, both to Archedeep. Cook, there, by the grace of God only, dropped on 65, is 76 not out, and Lawrence is 2 not out.
Well, Stuart's going to have a little rest. It's going to be Joey Everson to replace him after a terrific spell. Not much to cheer about yesterday for Kent followers, but may I compliment the 2 chaps bowling for Kent this morning. Archedeep Singh, Grant Stewart have bowled very well with a lot of endeavour, a lot of effort. They've bowled nicely. But now it's going to be the opportunity for Joey Everson, formerly of Nottinghamshire, the Lincolnshire pathway. He's going to have a little trundle from the River End.
Yes, he's had a decent season actually. Joey Everson got runs against Essex in the match at Canterbury. Australia all out for 317, 1 wicket for Jimmy Anderson and another for Chris Wokes, who has a 5-wicket haul.
Everson, right arm over the wicket. This time Lawrence comes forward, plays it into the offside, into Arafat, who's fielding as a 12th man out there. He comes and nicks the ball in front of mid-off. He's come from cover.
Yes, England so far so good. A 6 for no wicket in reply.
All Kent to be rooting for Zach Crawley to
Yeah.
do well, weren't they? Everson's in. This is driven in powerfully up to Matt Quinn at mid-off, where he throws the ball to Harry Finch and just reminds Dan Lawrence that he's a most able fielder, because he would have played with him when he played for Essex those years ago.
That was a lovely shot from Dan Lawrence, off drive with a flourish, but straight to the fieldsman.
In comes Everson, medium pace, and Dan Lawrence aborts really, and Everson just marches on through, because listen, they're not a seagull as Matt Quinn jumps to try and catch one at mid-off. They're heron gulls, I learnt yesterday from our esteemed colleague Matt Cole.
Yes, I'm too old to change old habits, so there'll always be seagulls for me.
Everson on his way in, right arm over the wicket, driven, slightly mistimed by Lawrence, but it goes back to the bowler on his follow through. No run, good delivery from Everson, building on the pressure that Kent have exerted this morning with the two fine opening spells from Grant Stewart and Ashdeep Singh.
Well, it's hard to know what to believe in terms of the weather. I'll come back to that after this ball.
Everson away from us past umpire Lloyd, and this is played into the offside square of the wicket. There's a man back, Kadri at deep point, so Essex will only get one for that shot. Lawrence gets one, he moves to 3, and Cook to face on 76, score 131 for 2.
Now, yesterday they were forecasting, or at least early yesterday, they were forecasting a fine day here at Chelmsford. Then when I saw the evening television weather forecast, it was going to cloud over and rain heavily in the afternoon. Now looking at the current one, mainly sunny, with just the one period where it might rain, according to the forecast I'm looking at from the BBC, being between 3 and 4 o'clock. They say the 12% chance of rain. They don't reckon there's any chance elsewhere, so this would be good news if that's so.
Cool. 12?
Yep.
That means it's 88% chance of no rain.
Exactly.
Brilliant. As Everson is in, this time it's driven by Cook, just a little push drive out to mid-off where there is no run. Nice and straight from the bowler and nice and straight from Cook.
Yes, it was a little bit tentative from Cook, and I think that's because it's not easy batting out there. The ball's doing a bit, which it wasn't doing yesterday evening, and when Alistair Cook himself has played several shots that haven't come out of the middle of the bat, it's an indication that the ball's doing something.
Everson in, driven up to mid-on, little straighter, and he just plays sensibly to mid-on. And it may be the fact that Quinn is going to come on to bowl now. He's jogging through. He's the natural replacement for the second change or fourth bowler of the morning. Or is it going to be Ashdeep? No, it's going to be Matt Quinn. There we go. We got that one right as he's presented the umpire, Rob Bailey, with his cap.
He and not Ashdeep actually had the new ball at the start of this innings. Great, very, very nice man indeed, Matt Quinn. Great to see him having such a good second career with Kent. Has even got some useful tail-end runs on a couple of occasions this season. 131 for 2 from 106 for no wicket indicates, bearing in mind we've had 55 minutes play, but whereas a wicket very seldom looked like falling yesterday evening, 2 have gone down with both Das and Westley out for 4, and another one should have done with Cook dropped from a palpable slip catch on, not only palpable but pouchable, on 65, a point at which he'd only added 1. Very fortunate to survive that, he'd be the first to acknowledge. Dan Lawrence with just the 1 slip and a gully now. Joe Denley in the gully as Quinn to bowl his first ball of the morning. Lawrence has played it cautiously to short mid-wicket, and there is no run there. Muyeye fields, and score remaining 131 for 2.
Good fielding position on this very slow championship wicket, which I think would just get a little harder to bat on with each innings. Millet is at short mid-wicket. On this slow wicket, that's a very good fielding position, probably slightly better than second or third slip. Paul, we get like emails. The email address, if you'd like to write in, is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com.
And Lawrence almost repeats his previous shot, except this time it goes just a little bit straighter and down to mid-on, rather than to that short mid-wicket position. And on the subject of emails, Jeff Austin has come in. Morning, Jeff. He says, I know concussion subs are now in the laws of the game. However, do you think it's right or in the spirit of the game that Das is allowed to bat in the first innings? It seems we Essex have had a bit of luck by being allowed to bring in Lawrence on day 2. Then Das gets a bat after Brown had a reasonable knock. Although the next ball, Lawrence plays down to mid-on, there's no run. Although I'd have dropped Brown for Das on recent form, says Jeff. Thanks very much for that, and certainly food for thought. I suppose the other thing that has to be asked on is, was the check thorough enough yesterday to allow him to continue?
Well, it's interesting. The physio stroke medical staff came out and inspected him, and somebody gave him permission, whether it was the umpires or indeed the medical staff.
Bit of both, I think.
They gave him the approve to face the last ball of the day.
And Lawrence has hit this for 4, and it could even be 6. We're just waiting for the signal. It's all the way over the mid-wicket boundary. And Lawrence has been in great form. He hasn't looked at it previously this morning, but he got a ball from Quinn that was sufficiently sort of middle and leg, and just at the nice length where he could get underneath it and deposit it in the stands away to our left, one of them which has recognition of Felsted School. And Jordan Cox, sadly not on the field at the moment, went to Felsted. And although not playing in this game, Essex's Will Buttleman did, and we all know people like John Stevenson, Derek Pringle.
Nick Knight.
Nick Knight, indeed, a great fan of Nick Knight, all went to Felsted. Gordon Barker coached there. Here's the next ball. That's a leave from Lawrence, and score remaining at 137 for 2.
It was a fantastic smack as he came down the wicket. He advanced down the wicket to Quinn and then sort of picked him up into the leg side. That really was a gorgeous shot. But again, just very different to the batting we saw yesterday with the watchful, disciplined batting of Cook and Brown. And Das and Lawrence are slightly different. They're not out of that kind of a mould.
As Quinn is in and bowls to Lawrence, leaves outside off stump, and that's the end of Quinn's first over of the morning. 137 for 2 with 9 to Lawrence and 76 to Cook. The 2 men out, Das and Westley, both to Arshdeep, both scoring 4. And Gary Kane, reasonably enough, says, good morning to you. I missed what happened to Nick Brown. Could you go over it again, please? Certainly, Gary. One of our regular emailers to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. And what happened was Nick Brown was struck on the helmet, Gary, by a short delivery from Arshdeep Singh, and although after the suitable delay while he was inspected, he seemed to be all right and carried on, but then suddenly, with only 1 ball of the day left, this would by now be a quarter of an hour and 3 overs later, he suddenly walked away from the wicket, bent over double, and although he eventually recovered sufficiently to face the last ball, he clearly had been far worse affected by that blow on the head than was immediately apparent. And there is an argument that would say perhaps it would have been wiser to take him off at the time. Anyway, here's Everton.
He's in, bowls. This played off the back foot by Cook. He opens the face, runs it down to wide third man. Cook takes 2. Calculated and sensible shot as he finds a gap. 139 for 2.
And one of the things I like about Cook, whose mentor was Graham Gooch, or one of his mentors anyway, is that he's very similar in his running to Gooch. If there's no need to hurry, he doesn't. You know, he's a very relaxed man.
Cook awaiting. In comes Everson. Bit of an effort ball played into the offside where there is a fielder specifically placed at it's silly mid-off, but he's particularly close. He's particularly close to Lawrence in terms of his running line. I would say he's in the middle, maybe just 1 metre inside the next strip, so he's placed very or extremely straight. In comes Everson. One slip in place, outside off stump, barely carried through to Finch, the temporary wicket keeper, in place of Jordan Cox, and he stops it well. Done well this morning has Harry Finch.
He has indeed, yes. I've been impressed with his wicket keeping.
Beautiful day, Chelmsford. Plenty of blue sky as Everson is in. This is leg stump. This has been clipped. There's a boundary man at deep square leg. It's Kadri. He fields, throws it in, so Cook will get 140 for 2.
Yes, not where to bowl to Sir Alistair, that's for sure. Anything on his pads, and he'll have you. And it's okay. It's only a single, but just needs to adjust his line somewhat. Oh dear, England have lost a wicket.
That of
10 for 1. I'm just about to find out. At the moment I can't tell you, but I will do in a moment.
There'll be half of our listeners saying, please not be Crawley.
And their wish is fulfilled.
As it's not Crawley, as Everson bowls. This is very full, dug out by Lawrence into the offside, where there is a fielder at silly mid-off on the offside.
Duckett caught behind off Stark for 1.
Oh, left armour.
Yes, he was doing very well earlier in the series, but didn't have a good match at Headingley, and again out very early. Stark's had a good morning because he was 36 not out with the bat, and how precious those runs were. 3-1-7 all out, England 10 for 1.
Everson in. This always smashed that through the offside as Dan Lawrence. I think he did move a little bit. He may have advanced against Everson, and that really was a super shot. Went like a tracer bullet to the long off boundary. 144 for 2. Lawrence has 13 and Cook has 79. Beautiful day here at Chelmsford, and soon as Ben has done his update in BBC Radio Kent, we'll invite him across to join Paul here on BBC Essex.
And I'll tell you what, that was an exotic shot from Dan Lawrence. The man can play. It's whether he can last long enough that's going to determine whether he might yet have a good England career. And I'll tell you what, I think Alex Stewart might be quite an asset to him next year. I think I would predict that he will yet have a career for England, because he's a classy player without a doubt.
Different technique to some.
Yeah, to most.
Different technique to somebody like Ollie Pope.
Yeah. But I like that about a player, you know. I just think he needs to be more careful with his wicket. So often when he has been out, you think you didn't need to do that. It's early in your innings.
And that's not technique, that's in the head, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. No, couldn't agree more. So here comes Matt Quinn, once of this parish. Lovely sunshine, bowls to Cook, plays it back via the bowler to mid-on as Quinn stuck a hand out and deflected into the path of the latter. And the score, 144 for 2, a gross on the board in old arithmetical terms, and 63 behind now. Essex, who found it far harder work this morning than it was yesterday evening. Brown, having to retire hurt on 31, wasn't able to continue his, at that point, unbroken 106-run partnership for the first wicket. Quinn is in. And that's another fine bit of wicket keeping from Harry Finch. It was a wayward delivery, well outside leg stump, and he dived to his right, where a leg slip would have been, thanks to Don Topley. And great to be joined by Ben Watts, who's taken over from Matt Cole. Wonderful broadcasters from Kent. Always thoroughly enjoy commentating with the Kent boys. And I had a new one join me in the match at Canterbury in April, and very fondly remembered because it was David Fulton, very distinguished opener for Kent. As here is the next ball turned away by Cook, and again wrong place to bowl to Sir Alistair. Single, it takes him to 80, 145 for 2. And I have to say, I found David Fulton a magnificent man to work with, a terrifically nice man.
Oh, he's fantastic, isn't he? He's a super broadcaster in his own right these days,
Well,
having retired from cricket.
As you know, Ben, the ISDN point at Chelmsford is right down under a desk at floor level, and if I get down that low nowadays I can't get back up again. And I said to David, I'm terribly sorry, could I ask you to get down and fit that in for me? And no grumbles at all. He's a top man and absolute delight to broadcast with, as all the Kent commentators are. Of course I'm bound to say that, but it's true nonetheless.
Very kind of you, Paul.
Not at all. As Quinn's in, bowls, and this is outside Dan Lawrence's off stump. He leaves it to Harry Finch. 13 to Lawrence and 80 to Sir Alister.
Thanks very much to Kester, who's been in touch on the emails today. kentcricket@gmail.com. Says he fears Essex are going to bat all day long. Could be a deficit of 200 odd runs by stumps. Well, the way Dan Lawrence has begun his innings, he's certainly playing with a lot of intent.
Well, you could be right about what you say, but Kent have not only performed very well this morning, but they should have had Sir Alister out, and it doesn't pay to drop him. Oh, goodness me, a very rash shot here from Lawrence. It was well outside off stump. He should have just been doing what he's been doing earlier in the over and left it, but he went at it with everything he got, and fortunately for him, missed it, and the score remaining at 145 for 2.
Yeah, that certainly could be a real miss for Kent. The drop catch from Mayeye when Alistair Cook was on 65. Actually, there was a couple of other deliveries that Grant Stewart troubled him as well.
Bowled superbly, Grant Stewart, this morning, with no luck at all. Oh, and that's 4 runs, but not of the batsman's volition. It was a bit of a nebulous, slight push at the ball, outside off stump by Dan Lawrence, and it nibbled the edge of his bat and went between wicketkeeper and slip. The lone slip is rather wide, Jack leaning. Wasn't a chance and wouldn't have been. It soon went to ground, but nevertheless he's picked up 4 runs, Dan Lawrence, moves to 17, score 149 for 2. He's picked up 4 runs that wasn't where he was intending the ball to go.
Yeah, no second slip for Kent. Like you say, whether it would have carried or not, I'm not quite sure, but I personally would like to see one in there. The way that Dan Lawrence is going about his innings, he's trying to score boundaries, and it does appear that there could be a full shot or 2 in there, and a chance or 2.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Kent have got to take wickets. So, for me, it makes no sense to have just the 1 slip.
Here comes Joey Everson then, from the City end of the ground. You can hear, just as I said that, I heard somebody toot their horn behind us on the road going into the middle of Chelmsford. Just to update you with the other Division 1 scores in the Championship. Surrey going well against Middlesex, whom Kent don't want to do well, so good news. Surrey 363 for 6. Jordan Clark going well there. Northants 56 for 2, replying to Somerset's 351. The back foot defended away by Alistair Cook. Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge skittled for exactly 100 in reply to Hampshire's not very impressive 166, and Hampshire in their second innings 6 for no wicket, now leading by 72 runs. And Lancashire have just been bowled out for 327 at Edgbaston, but Lancashire were 150 for 7 yesterday, so it's a great recovery. Joey Everson bowling just as the sun dips behind some cloud cover. Played away back up the pitch by Sir Alister Cook. Partnership 145 unbroken overnight for the 8th wicket for Lancashire between Balderson and Bailey was broken immediately. Bailey out for 75, Williams for 1, but then the last wicket put on 28 and Balderson was left on 116 not out. Everson in and bowling. Again, just a little bit of a feel outside the off stump by Sir Alister Cook. Joe Denley's in a very short, silly mid-off position, almost for the push drive in the hope that it gets played in the air, but they've just got leaning at a sort of second slip. He's slightly wider than he would normally be at first, and then no gully for Everson as well, so it's quite a defensive field at the moment for Kent as it's cut away by Cook out towards point. Yes,
straight to Grant Stewart, or otherwise there'd have been runs there. Though Cook didn't time that perfectly. Good news for Zach Crawley fans, he's still there. In fact, he's just moved into double figures, 10 not out off 9 deliveries. Duckett is out, caught Kerry Bod start 1. This in reply to Australia's 317 all out. England's 17 for 1 with Moeen Ali 6 not out.
Everson bowls here for Kent, clipped away off his legs by Sir Alistair Cook down towards long leg where Matt Quinn is fielding for a single, so he'll be on strike for the next over. 150 comes up for Essex with that stroke. So 1 wicket down already, England then having finished the job this morning, with Wokes taking 5 and 1 for Jimmy Anderson. Did you see as well that Alex Hartley, BBC TMS commentator, previously made a joke about she wanted a floodlight to be named after her at Old Trafford, and they've actually gone and done it. There's a almost sort of a full length sort of image or stuck onto the floodlight of Alex Hartley, and with a quote or something. And yeah, there is now an Alex Hartley floodlight.
Wonder what she'll ask for next. Start of a new over from Quinn, coming round the wicket and bowls, and Cook leaves to the replacement wicket-keeper Harry Finch. I think Jordan Cox has a thigh strain problem, so he's not on the field at the moment. 150 for 2 is the score on the board. Emails BBC essexcricket@gmail.com, to which David Phipps has sent us an email. He says, all this discussion on the subject above, i.e. seagulls, reminds me that up here they're all seagulls and they all have the first name of Stephen. The reason? Think about it, and if still bemused, remember an actor of the same name. Very good indeed. Quinn is in bowls, and this ball is played down to mid-off. He says, by the way, Duckett has gone for 1, and Moeen doesn't look as though he will last long. Great commentary, by the way. David Phipps. Well, thank you very much, David. I actually, in my ignorance, have a very personalised reason for refusing to take Matt's suggestion of herring gull rather than seagull, and that is, as a lifelong enthusiast and remaining just as keen as I ever was on the Sir Nigel Gresley A4 Mallard class.
Okay.
Mallard was 60022, and number 60033 is named, or was named, Seagull, and I refuse to drop the name as Cook plays the ball nicely fielded on the dive by Muyeye in the covers, preventing what might actually have even been a boundary, because it was well timed from Alistair Cook, and nobody particularly in the extra cover region on the boundary. There's quite a gap there, and so it was a good stop. 150 for 2. And we've heard from Richard Martin. We'll come to Richard's email after this next ball, as Quinn is in. Still just the 1 slip, and Cook plays it to Muyeye in the covers, and there's no run there. Richard says, hello commentators, would you happen to know if Essex and Kent are still playing for the Mike Dennis Shield over the course of the season? I think it works using a point system similar to that used in the Women's Ashes, ? Kind regards.
Yeah, I believe that's still the case, isn't it, Don? The Mike Dinesh Shield.
Right, I didn't know myself, but yeah, thanks, Ben. So,
the Battle of the Bridge.
Indeed.
Yeah, the Battle of the Bridge, I hear from behind me.
Is there a one-day cup fixture this season? I think there is, isn't there?
Right. Jolly good. Here's the next delivery, and Cook was a little bit discomforted, but just adjusts his shot at the last moment, plays it to a man just in front of square leg, one of the substitute fielders. We think it may be Ellis Daly on, because Jordan Cox is not, and 150 for 2 remains the score.
The T20s were 1 each.
Yes, that's right.
Essex won at Canterbury, Kent won here.
Yes, and funnily enough, although Essex won at Canterbury, they lost 4 wickets in the power play and were only redeemed by a superb knock from Matt Critchley, as Quinn is in, over the wicket, bowls to Cook, and Cook plays it straight to square leg. There'll be no run there as Daly fields. 150 for 2. Because
in the return fixture in the Championship, it was drawn at Canterbury?
Yeah, it was, yeah. It rained very heavily on the final day. Not a ball was bowled.
So, yeah, all to play for then in terms of the Battle of the Bridge.
Yeah.
With this game and then the One Day Cup game to come.
For anyone,
Which is at Canterbury on the 20th, I think. I just looked it up, 20th of August. So yeah, Sunday.
for anyone young enough not to remember Mike Denness, he played for both counties, and hence a very apt person's name to be on the shield or whatever. And he was principally Kent, had a great campaign opening the batting for, or great career opening the batting for Kent, but eventually came down to Essex just in time to see them start winning things. And he was given a lot of credit, and rightly so, for being a steadying influence on Essex, who tended to lose their heads in run chases. And Denness was nice and calm, very nice man, and came down and had several good seasons down here with his second county. So fondly remembered, and good that he is still honoured with the competition. So hopefully that answers your question, Richard. Thank you very much for your email to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com.
Because I think I'm right in saying his son Craig actually he coached me a bit when I was growing up, and he's been playing a little bit of cricket for Tunbridge Wells, third or fourth team so far this season.
I imagine he probably didn't inherit his father's Scottish accent.
Probably not. No, not that I remember particularly.
Well, we're going to see Hamadullah Kadri into the attack, off-break bowler from the River End.
Yes, of course, yesterday Simon Harmer bowling plenty of overs for Essex, and Kadri, there was a flash of yellow on his shoes, pulled away out towards the sweeper on the onside, Matt Quinn, for a single. Well, from Kent's point of view, hopefully be able to have his say in this game.
That's the first run, actually, Ben, for quite a few minutes. The score had been on 150, and Essex certainly have only added 45, I should say, 45, and we've had an hour and a quarter, and it's a measure of both how much the conditions have been more helpful. Weather fine, but it's always better bowling in the morning here at Chelmsford, and the Kent opening bowlers in particular bowled really well this morning.
Yeah, Grant Stewart was unlucky not to get Sir Alistair Cook out. Kadri is trying to do so now as it's cut away in front of square and should be for 4, although Matt Quinn is chasing it round and has used a big boot to stop it from going all the way. So he actually made up some decent ground in the end and shoved out a foot to stop it from going to the rope. So they come back for 2.
Yeah, good work from Quinn. England 20 for 1, Crawley 12 not out.
Kadri continuing, 153 for 2. Essex, as back goes Cook to this next delivery from Kadri.
Australia 317 all out. Jimmy Anderson got the first of 2 wickets left to fall this morning, and Chris Wokes 5 for, bowled very, very well indeed, picked up the last wicket.
Kadri, little tiptoes into the crease and then left alone outside the off stump. Slight fumble by Finch, who's got the gloves on, helmet, shin pads. Jordan Cox off the field with a tight calf.
And that's the first time he hasn't caught cleanly all morning.
Caught one to dismiss Robin Das. This one's cut away by Cook through point, where one of our 2 umpires is actually standing at the moment, because the right hand left hand combination is just staying at square leg for the right hander effectively. So Cook to 83 now, 18 for Lawrence, who you would assume would try and be aggressive against the spin. It's happy to just play this one straight out to the onside where Everson fields.
Surrey continue to grind Middlesex into the Lord's dust. They're now 376 for 6. Northants, though, have recovered from 2 early losses. They're 67 for 2 at Northampton, replying to Somerset's 351 all out. Hampshire, first innings lead of 66, a 12 for no wicket in their second innings, having bowled knots out for exactly 100. And the other game is at Edgbaston. Lancashire 327 all out, recovering from 150 for 7, and Warwickshire 8 for no wicket.
Pretty much bowling attacks on top then at Trent Bridge, where Kent go next week. So yeah, the way that they've struggled with the bat of late doesn't bode too well if the Trent Bridge wicket is going to favour the bowlers in quite such fashion.
Yeah, no, it's possible, but it also could be possible that Kent might be suited by a low-scoring game, because the two who've opened the bowling this morning really did bowl beautifully. Quinn is in bowls, and Cook just laconically leans across to his left and flicks it to his right down to long leg for the agreed single, as it were. 85 to the maestro and 155 for 2 on the board.
Yeah, Stuart was unlucky not to get a wicket.
Very much.
Arguably Arshdeep was fortunate to get the one of Westley, which from where I was sat was an inside edge onto the front pad.
Well, he's an undemonstrative bloke, Tom Westley, very nice man, and wasn't going to make a big scene about it, but looked miffed just enough to suggest he'd probably agree with your analysis. As here we see Lawrence play the ball carefully towards mid-on. It's intercepted by mid-wicket. Muyeye running round in front of Ben Compton, and the score remaining at 155 for 2. We're in the 57th over here, so in terms of bonus points, Essex are just past halfway. They'd be very disappointed if they couldn't manage a second bonus point, which means they'd have to get 300, and hopeful that with a bit of acceleration they could get 3 and reach 350, provided they're not bowled out. As Quinn's in and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence leaves the ball outside off stump.
Yeah, positive start so far from Lawrence, although the last couple of overs just been a little bit more watchful.
Hit a 6 over off Quinn over mid-wicket a little earlier. England 25 for 1 now.
Yeah, the 6, he very much used his feet to move across his stumps and flick into the leg side, and then the over after that gave himself a bit of room again and smashed a drive away for 4.
Quinn comes in to bowl to him again from the Hayes close end. Lawrence again leaves. England, yes, Crawley is 17 not out. Moeen Ali 8 not out. And 26 for 1 in 7.5 overs, replying to Australia's 317 all out.
Yeah, because of course Zach Crawley got some runs, didn't he, in that drawn fixture at the start of the season.
Yeah, lovely 100 actually. It was a superb knock. And he got a big 100, but it was actually the first 100 of his big 100. I think he got about 160 odd in the end. That was very, very quick, very impressive, as Lawrence takes 3 full strides down the pitch as Quinn bowls, and plays the ball safely enough to the substitute fielder at mid-wicket, Ellis Daly, and Essex remain 155 for 2, now 52 runs behind.
Yeah, 170 he made, and I think it was when David Fulton was with you on commentary.
It was, that was the day. It was a wonderful day's cricket, and as I say, a great privilege to spend the day with David Fulton, who was very unlucky, superb batsman, but he had an eye affliction, didn't he, eventually, that rather curtailed his career as this next one goes through outside off stump.
Certainly prevented him from playing for England.
Yeah.
I think he was certainly on the fringes.
He was prolific.
A test call up, which then didn't happen as a result.
No, it's awful when your career depends on something which then is taken from you. Man I had the privilege of commentating with back in the day, Colin Milburn would be the classic case where he had a car accident which left him with only one eye, and although he very, very bravely played on, but in the end he was never quite the same. Wonderfully flamboyant batsman who would have fitted in very well with the current regime. They'd have loved him at Bazball. He and Zach Crawley would have been going hammer and tongs at the Australian attack.
So Kadri continuing the off spinner, defended away into the offside.
Emails bbcsexcricket@gmail.com.
Yeah, KentCricket@gmail.com as well for Kent listeners, as Kadri tosses this one up, edged, fumbled, and then taken by Leaning. In fact, it's actually just spun out the rough.
It did.
Spun off the pitch. No edge, no bat involved.
I thought when Jack Leaning caught the ball off the gloves of Harry Finch that there might just have been a bit of bat somewhere there, but there wasn't.
In fact, it's not turned as much as I thought it had, but it hasn't gone from middle stump to first slip. Would you see the replay of it as Cook drives this next ball? There was a little hint of turn which beat the outside edge, and then it flicked off Harry Finch's glove to Jack Leaning at slip. So that was the deflection off the wicket-keeper's glove rather than off the outside edge of the bat. As Kadri bowls again, that one a little bit shorter and easy for Cook to just work it away into the onside. So he's still there, and on to 86.
Yeah, his scoring rate has come down from in the 70s overnight when he was 64 not out to barely a run every 2 balls now, 50 there, and it's been much harder work, and of course he should have been dismissed at a point where he'd only added 1 to his overnight score.
I'll complete this over and then I'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent. This one's just guided by Dan Lawrence out towards a deep point fielder. Kent seemingly happy to allow singles in certain areas in order to make sure they don't concede boundaries, knowing how strong these 2 players are square of the wicket. So Cook back on strike, Lawrence to 19, 157 for 2 Essex. This one's just nurdled around the corner by Cook into the onside. We'll get another single, move on to 87, so 3 runs from the over. And Essex 158 for 2. I'll leave you, Paul Newton.
Thanks, Ben. You'll be back very shortly to join Don. And Essex, 106 for no wicket overnight. The first thing we learnt was that Nick Brown, after being struck on the helmet by Arshdeep Singh late yesterday evening, and tried to continue, but he has subsequently been found to be suffering from the result of that, and will now have to sit out for a week. He'll miss the match at Southampton, presumably. So Robin Das, who would have dropped out to be replaced by Dan Lawrence this morning, didn't have to drop out. May have wished he had now, because he's out for only 4. And then so too was Tom Westley, both to Arshdeep. And Essex have found the going a lot tougher this morning. Appeal for LBW, he's out. He won't be scoring 100, and inadvertently his former colleague Matt Quinn collides with him as he started to move down the track, and Rob Bailey had to think about it, and up went the finger. I have to say, from here it did look pretty plumb, and Cook will depart LBW for a fine 87. But an innings of 2 parts, really, because he was a little bit fortunate to get to be on 65 when he was dropped by Muyeye at first slip off the luckless Grant Stewart. And now Essex are reduced further to 158 for 3. And Quinn just bowled the ball, waiting to see a replay. Here it comes. We're masked by the batsman, actually, so suppose height might have been a factor there, but in the opinion of Rob Bailey, he's in a far better position than I am. Here we are, we're seeing it from the front now. Yeah, if it wasn't out, there's no doubt it was going straight for middle stump. If it wasn't out, it could only be for height, and I think Rob Bailey probably considered, Dom, that it would have clipped the bails.
Yeah, I think so. There was no bat on it. I'm trying to think of all the various reasons why I couldn't give it out, and I'm afraid it looked fairly adjacent, and I'd probably agree with Rob Bailey. Disappointing for Alistair Cook. He's battled hard this morning because Kent have bowled well. We must make sure we say that. Kent have bowled well this morning. Cook, well, unfortunately, half an hour, so he's been batting for the best part of an hour and a half an hour before lunch. He's fought valiantly for his 87, but he's not going to get 100. We were all rooting for that, and it was a day for Alistair Cook today, but alas, it's not going to be on 158 for 3.
Yeah,
we welcome Matt Critchley to the wicket.
We have an appositely timed email from Nick Hutton, who says, we've been talking about David Fulton, whose career was hampered by a damaged eyesight, and Nick says these cricketers who had their careers ended through eye injuries, presumably they went on to become umpires. Oh, he says, harsh, but too good an opportunity to revisit an old joke. Cheers, Nick in Stowmarket. Yes, possibly when you sent that email, you hadn't just realised Cook was just about to be given LBW, but I have to say it wasn't an outrageous decision, in my opinion, by Rob Bailey, but height would have been fairly tight. It was going to hit the top part of the stumps, if at all.
It doesn't have to hit all three.
No, exactly. I think it would have just clipped the bails, so I have to support the umpire in that one, as here is the first delivery Matt Critchley has faced, having a cracking good season for Essex, and it was his brilliant 62 not out at Canterbury in the T20 that rescued Essex from suicidal batting in the power play, 31 for 4. Sadly, the lesson wasn't learnt when the same thing happened in the very final of the competition at Edgbaston. My point is not that players shouldn't go after the bowling at the start of the power play, but if you've lost 2 wickets, then you should batten down the hatches for a few overs, even if it's power play overs, to make sure you don't lose more.
Quite possibly.
Quinn in. Bowls to Critchley. Plays it carefully to Ellis Daly at backward point.
Did you mean that?
Sorry, what did
you mean that? You didn't know you did it, did you?
No.
Brilliant bit of commentary.
Oh.
You went, ready?
Yep.
Quinn in. You almost went from one word to the other.
Yep.
And of course, quinine is used to, try and prevent cramp, isn't it?
It is. You're quite right.
In Africa and hot countries.
That's something I suffer from greatly, and that my surgery will not let anybody have quinine. Here is Critchley playing the ball to Ben Compton at mid-wicket, and there's no run there.
Sorry, it was just a play with words.
No need to be sorry at all. As you say, my commentary was brilliant.
The sun is shining, we're all happy, and can I just compliment you on your shirt again?
You can indeed. Do it all day long.
I know you do have a vast array of nice coloured shirts.
15 of them. I kid you not. As here is Quinn in. And bowls, and it's driven straight. A good bit of fielding by Grant Stewart at mid-off, and there is no run. The score remaining 158 for 3.
I jest, but did you buy them in a job lot?
No, I'm not a job lot person, actually. In fact, I'm not really a job person at all. Ben Watts will join us again very shortly. And as soon as this over's over, I just wanted to check on, give you one latest score from the Test match. England are 34 for 1. Zach Crawley still going well as this ball is played into the offside. The end of that over, I will make way for Ben, who will join Don Topley.
Thank you, Paul. In the sunshine here at Chelmsford. And it's nice and warm. Good crowd. I've just tweeted out there a picture of the crowds. Good crowd here, quite a few of our traditional and weekly and seasonal Essex supporters, but there's been quite a few that have travelled, be it by train, or they've gone over the bridge on the QE2, or you go under the bridge when you come from Kent on the QE2 bridge down at Dartford. The train, welcome all from the Garden of England. Incidentally, where I was born. Mohammad Kadri is bowling. This is a little short, of which Lawrence picks up very quickly and forces it into the leg side for 2 runs, fielded down at deep square leg. Welcome back, Ben. I presume you have mentioned to your parish on your 12:30 update that the boys have bowled well this morning.
They have, and just 3 wickets what they needed really. Start the day off.
In comes Kadrick, bowls a little shorter, played down the leg side, but there's a man at 45 which will prevent the single.
I think it's actually deflected off the knee or the shin guards of Compton at short leg. He was just shaking it off there. I think he might have been hitting the padding before it did indeed deflect to the man on the 45.
Kadri moving away from us, past umpire Lloyd, which this is lapped by Lawrence. It's going to go away for 4, hit powerfully to the longest part of the boundary. Good sweep shot. It wasn't a paddle, it was a full-blooded sweep. Good shot from Lawrence, 164 for 3.
Yeah, and what he did really well is, although like you say it wasn't a paddle, he managed to get that angle. It wasn't a sweep shot in front of square where the fielder is. He managed to get it behind square and fine enough that the man out there in the deep wasn't able to cut it off. So that's the 12th man in fact out there. So yeah, very nicely played indeed.
He played it well because he got his front pad almost outside outside off stump to allow him to get it behind square. This time it's played with an upright bat straight back down to Ben Compton, fielding with the pads on at the moment, but the shin pads underneath his whites. He's at short mid wicket. Kadri bowls. This just, well, he's come down the wicket as Lawrence, and it's been sort of bowled sort of leg stumpish, but he's ended up playing it rather awkwardly into the offside. There is no run. Looking to move his feet is Lawrence. Doesn't want Kadri to settle. He bowls. This is given a bit of a loop where it's clipped with the spin into the leg side to complete the end of the over. It's another dot ball, 164 for 3, and we really have gorgeous bright sunshine here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, beautiful day if you're a spectator in one of the stands just in front of our commentary position, or out in front of the where the changing rooms are and the Essex players up on the balcony.
Well, we are the river stand. Because we're playing just to our left, they've allowed spectators up here for this 4-day, and there's a good amount of people here. And the Tom Pearce to our right does look fairly full. That's good to see. And the members' enclosure at the pavilion, which is square to the wicket. The Boundary Club has a few out on the balcony. Not too many in the committee room today.
So Matt Quinn continuing from the far end as we look on. This one's driven away square by Critchley and nicely timed, and subfielder setting off after it out towards deep point. They come back for 2. So Critchley moves on to a couple of runs, gets off the mark.
Ellis Daly is your 12th man who hasn't got a number on his shirt or jumper.
Yeah, that's the man out of there at point.
An amateur at club cricket.
I think he's part of the pathway, sort of academy pathway.
Right, so which is
Kent.
great. I mean, to think that he's going to spend the day in the field here at Chelmsford. Great experience watching first-class cricketers play, and indeed Sir Alistair Cook, some former England players, Tom Westley, Dan Lawrence. I mean, it's a great opportunity. What an opportunity it is for him. He'll be able to tell his children in the future, his mates down the pub on a Saturday evening.
This one defended away by Critchley. I'd assume right now his schoolmates. He'll be.
Oh, is he a school?
Do
you know how old?
I don't know, but I would assume he is still of that age. So
he may have just completed his A levels. He'll, wanting to be a professional cricketer. You can just casually mention, well, when I was in the field the other day and I appealed for Alistair Cook's LBW. And just wonderful. I just remember how exciting, how chatting about the game, chatting about the pros game, trying to believe that one day it will be you. He's off again as he's going to go and field down to 3rd man, but this time it's going to beat the 12th man fielder Ellis Daly, and that is 4 runs to, well, a fortuitous 4 runs to Critchley. But both Critchley, Critchley and Lawrence are attacking batsmen, are positive batsmen. They're modern type cricketers today.
I think Matt Critchley is a fantastic cricketer, isn't he? Just
since he came down from Derbyshire, did well at Derby. He got 100 on his debut here in first class cricket for Essex, but he's made an impact in both white ball and red ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
But both as a batsman and a bowler.
Yeah, good control with the ball and his leg spin. And as you say, positive player with the bat, just pushing this one out towards mid-off. And actually it was his sensibility really and his temperament for a half century at Canterbury, which got Essex over the line in that group game with a T20 blast after both teams amazingly lost 4 wickets in the power play that day.
I don't know about Kent's T20 campaign. Obviously it was very similar to Essex's, because you only just failed to make it at the last moment into the quarterfinals. But Essex's power play cricket this year has been either fantastic, brutal, or a little challenging.
Quinn Bowles defended away by Critchley, and I think that's just a little bit comes with the territory, with the way that Essex have gone about those power plays. Because of the depth of batting that they had in that T20 lineup, it was almost like, right, they've decided that the top order are going to go hard at every single ball of the power play. We're going to try and hit every ball of the power play for 4. If it doesn't come off and I get out, the next guy's going to try and do the same. And then if we all get out, well, we got Dan Sams and Simon Harmer and people to come. As Quinn Bowles, this one's pushed back towards him by Critchley. A little bit slow off the wicket there, and it'll be a dot ball. 170 for 3. Essex 61 overs into their innings, and yeah, it was fantastic to watch in that final against Somerset, where, you know, guys were, Rossington was going hard at the Somerset seamers, wasn't he? And I couldn't believe that the shot he eventually got out, the ball he got out to, I was looking to the boundary. He absolutely smoked it, but straight at cover point.
Was it Casey Aldridge?
Yeah, and then Lawrence hit a couple of boundaries, didn't he? Pepper and Das didn't get going on that final, but in the end it was the Somerset bowling which won it for them, and that's been their strength all year round, hasn't it? The seam bowling.
Yeah, they were the best fielding side I saw, and I saw them quite a lot either through Surrey or Essex. They were not just the best fielding side as Kadri comes in to bowl, right arm off spin over the wicket. This is a lap, he goes up for an LBW, and he's been given out, and Dan Lawrence of Essex and England has to go. He's been LBW to Kadri for 25. He looked a little bit displeased, but he's got to go.
Well, we didn't sort of get to it in the previous over, but I wanted to mention that when it comes to playing the sweep shot to a spinner, and we were talking about, you know, getting across your stumps, often you play it almost on length and not on line, but actually you can almost try and play it to a ball that is outside off stump, and, you know, rather than trying to play the shot when it is on the stumps itself. And actually he's not got across quite as far as I thought he had there, and the debate would be whether it was going to hit sort of middle and leg stump. I don't think he's sufficiently got out the line of off stump there to try and play that sweep shot, and by missing the ball he is in jeopardy of being given out LBW by the umpire. That's often what you want to do, sort of, if it's on off stump from the off spinner, get across your stumps and then play with the spin and utilise a lap or a sweep shot. But sometimes it can just be a little bit premeditated in your mind. You're right, I'm going to sweep this next ball, and if it's on the stumps and you miss it, like Lawrence has done there, that's what can happen. So a bit of a bonus wicket for Kadri, and a fourth one for Kent this morning.
Well, the fourth one for Kent this morning, of which 3 of them have been LBW.
Yeah, and well, that one and certainly the Westley one, where we think he got an inside edge. The batter's a little bit unfortunate.
Well, it brings Paul Water to the wicket, left-handed, so they've got the left-hand, right-hand combination. The left-hander will be a little bit of aware of Kadri bowling around the wicket off spinny bowls. This ball comes forward. Well, it's a huge stride really in many respects, because it's tall Paul Water as he comes forward and plays into the offside with the spin, no run. 170 for 4. Kadri again brings up square leg into the ring. This is played into the leg side. There is no run.
I think it was it Kumar Sangakkara on the commentary of finals day kept calling him Tall Paul as well.
Yes, a lot of people do. He is tall. I mean, Crawley is tall, but Walter is even taller. This is whipped into the leg side, and it's just fallen short, I think, of your... Is that the 12th man? No, it's not. It's
Yeah.
At short mid wicket. Yeah, he's about... I think he has to be about 6'9". As Kadri bowls, this is given a bit of air. It's driven into the offside. They take a quick single. The 12th man does well. Ellis Daly at cover, but Walter gets off the mark with a simple single. 171 for 4.
I'd probably say 6'7", 6'8", if I was going to guess.
Believe me, I mean, I've got one at 6'8". at home.
That's true, you do.
And he's taller than Reese. He is. He is enormous. As Kadri bowls has played into the leg side, no run, end of the over, successful over for Kadri, the off spinner from Kent, as Essex now are on 171 for 4, and we've had 62 overs of this ball. In pathway, Jack Leaning would have been of the same age as Paul Walter and Reece Topley. Topley and Walter were the opening bowlers at age group, and they were quite well known on the circuit as the two tall fellas at Essex. And you know, when you play at 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, they play together. And against regularly people like Jack Leaning, who was playing for Yorkshire, Fabian Cowdrey perhaps, and people like that. Daniel Bell Drummond was in that Kent age groups against them. Would have opened the batting a lot against Walter and Topley. So, you know, I don't want to say it was intimidating, but I know the batsmen used to look up at those two, and they were just beasts at that age group. Didn't always get it right, and the little fellas would cut and pull them.
Joey Everson back into the attack for Kent, left alone by Walter outside the off stump. Was he always a bat? Did he always bat as well, Paul Walter, when he was younger?
Yeah, he would bat in the lower middle order, sort of 6, 7, 8.
So he's kind of still batting where he always has then.
Yeah, but he's worked a lot harder on his batting, I think, than his bowling. I think bowling for him was quite a tough ordeal with a body that size.
Yeah.
So he didn't
Everson
work
to
as much.
him, defended away into the offside.
But he bowls a bit. He bowls a spell, or the safety valve, number 6 bowler in the white ball attack, fills in, and he does well. Did very well for Manchester Originals. He's done quite well at Essex T20, but he fills in rather than they pat him on the back and say, give us a formal allocation or a spell.
He's facing here and clipping this one away out towards long leg, where Quinn does the fielding. Good running, they're coming back for a second.
Playing cricket on a Saturday at Bexley or whatever. Listen, bowling on a Saturday is quite nice. When these lads have to bowl and they're tired, and they have to bowl again, and you've got a unit the size of Paul Walter, it is hugely draining and it is very challenging. And you know, we do play an immense amount of cricket in county cricket in this country. We still do.
Bowls edge dropped.
Yes.
I think it was low to Finch's left. Maybe just about carried. I'd like to see a replay of it. They come back for 2 as Leaning set off to help out his mate.
It would have been similar to Bairstow's catch, which everyone was surprised at yesterday in the Test match.
Yeah, everyone was
that
raving about.
diving one-handed. That Finch miss was similar to that, and it was to the left. So it was a left-handed hitter, so it was to the left, and it was particularly low.
Yeah, so his weaker side of the two. Full delivery, gets a bit of bat on it. Goes down towards long leg. I was hoping we'd see a replay, but we haven't as yet, of the attempted take from Finch. Of course, has got the gloves on with Jordan Cox off the field. Precautionary, I'm told, due to a tight calf. Critchley just marking out his guard again.
Interesting, Cox is in the 100 with his captain, so he sort of plays second fiddle or understudy to Sam Billings again in the Oval Invincibles, is that right?
I mean, effectively, yes, although, of course, in this format, he's taken the gloves off Sam Billings,
Yes.
with Sam currently not playing red ball cricket and effectively dropping himself from this format earlier on in the season as Everson bowls, and it's taken by Finch.
It's worth a mention. I like Sam a lot. I think he's a very good leader, but it's interesting, he decided to take time out. Well, first of all, he decided to not go to the IPL,
Correct.
to concentrate on red ball cricket with England, because I'm sure he's still got aspirations of even playing test match cricket for England. It wasn't that long ago. Do you remember he did that fateful journey from he drove across Australia to go and keep in a test match? That wasn't that long ago, but still harbours ambitions. Yet here we are now, halfway through this season. He's going to take a bit of time out, having refused and turned down the offer at the IPL. You know, hope he's well. Kadri bowls, plays back, does Walter, back to the bowler on his follow-through no run.
He seems to be doing plenty of other things, according to his social media.
Yeah, that's always a good way of checking up on people, isn't it? Fortunately, we didn't have it in the 80s. Thank goodness. Kadri bowls, left alone by Walter, outside off stump through to the keeper. The offside bat pad moves to the leg side quickly, because Walter does have a habit of playing in front of his pad, and a lot of youngsters do today, as there is played into the offside no run.
It's a weird one, obviously, the club captain not being involved when there's a couple of injuries, and obviously Zach Crawley away with England.
Kadri, he's missed a stumping. No, he hasn't. I think he's out stumping.
No,
Or
not been
did he
given.
get back? Listen, he's run down the wicket. He's missed the ball. Finch is waiting. He did bobble the ball, but he did get this ball eventually back to the stumps, and I thought he was still out. It's bobbled, he's missed it, he's taken the stumps. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought that looked a little tighter against the batsman, but he's still there. He's been given not out by Rob Bailey. Thoughts, Ben?
Yeah, I thought, well,
This ball's a little straighter. He stays in his crease, and there is no run. That was my initial impact.
well, I think we just had the benefit of a slow-mo replay, and it looked out. It looked like the bails were taken off before he managed to get home.
Well, Kadri bowls. This time he doesn't leave the crease again. It's the end of the over. Interesting, and I'm looking at that from so far away. He looked to me as if I sensed that Walter only panicked when he realised that the keeper had bobbled the ball.
Yeah, I think he probably almost gave it up, thinking, I've missed that, keeper's up to the stumps, I'm out. As it was fumbled, and then Finch had to sort of wait for the ball to come back down into his gloves before he could take the bails off. But then Walter stretched out that big long limb. Finch took the bails off and then almost acted as if he was sort of, phew, I've got him out, job done. Went to sort of go and celebrate, and then looked to the umpire, and the finger hadn't gone up, and he was running in to come and replace the bails and put them back on. So here comes Everson, start of the next over. Critchley pushes this out towards cover point. Untidy keeping from Harry Finch, but with the benefit of the replay, it looked as if it should have been out.
Right.
And Walter gets a life, but
Just in my naked eye, looking out there, he just looked as if he was still short, but we're not square. We are some 70, 80 yards away, and you know, Paul Walter is a big figure. He just felt as if he was further down the wicket than we thought.
Everson bowls, Critchley coming down the wicket and then just angling this out into the point region. I mean, the argument would be that if Finch had taken it cleanly and taken the bails off, then there would have been absolutely no doubt at all, and you wouldn't have even let given the umpire a decision to make. It would have been so obvious that it was stumped. So by fumbling it, he's missed the opportunity, even if perhaps it should have been given. So, well, we've had a couple of decisions go either way that might have been wrong so far today. It's Everson bowls, and this one's driven away by Critchley. A couple of tight LBWs. One maybe an inside edge, and then that stumping.
I saw rather a disappointing tweet on Twitter. It's not always a great thing to go and look at it. Some people suggest it can be a bit of a cesspit. But I saw somebody give a lot of stick to English umpires. The problem we've got in English umpires now is the replay system. Every game has screening. I'll come back.
Here comes Everson, driven away, wide of mid-off. I think it'll be worth pointing out that it's not just one person who's kind of raised that issue of standard of county umpiring, but I think, you know, the point you're making is valid here, that
It's still very good.
It's just so easy to criticise, yes, on Twitter, absolutely, but it's also so easy to kind of, for us to all look at the replays and slow it down and take screenshots and say that shouldn't have been given. And yeah, it's a hard job, isn't it, as Everson bowls. This one's defended away.
I firmly believe our English umpires are still the best in the world. We play an enormous amount, and these umpires have played and stand in an enormous amount of cricket. And yes, they do make a mistake because they're human. But actually, as I often used to say when I refereed, and people would have a go at me for making a wrong decision in rugby or football. I'll come back to this after this ball.
Everson bowls. Oh, attempted cut shot from Walter, plays and misses. Through it goes to Finch.
Yes, I'm human and I might make a mistake, but believe me, in my role as a referee, I probably won't make as many mistakes as you will as a player. You know, that's the harsh reality.
A question though, if you're an umpire that's doing it professionally,
yes,
what sort of accountability is there if you do make mistakes, if you do get decisions wrong? Does it get analysed? Does it get looked back at? Say, look, you probably made this one wrong, and yeah, there is that sort of going on.
Next to us, in between us today and the umpires, is a match referee. I think the official name is a liaison officer, and Kent have had quite a number of those. Richard Ellison is one.
Yep.
Simon Hinks is another. Graham Cowdrey was one prior to his passing. And this is Cowdrey bowls and played into the mid-wicket area, no run. And today we've got, and I've forgotten his name, if you take over this over, I'll just confirm it's an Australian.
No worries.
If you continue this over, I'll
defended away. Cowdrey continuing. And Critchley just pushing this into the offside.
Steve Davis, thank you, Paul. The Australian.
Yes.
He was an umpire.
Was an umpire, yes.
Out in Australia, did the Ashes, did many cricket all over the world, much respected. He is the cricket liaison officer.
Cowdrey, back goes Critchley and defends.
And they were here, he was here with the umpires this morning, firstly discussing the concussion substitute and the fact that Lawrence was returning. And then last night he would have been in the dressing room with the umpires' dressing room, going through some of those controversial decisions.
Okay, cool. That's good to know. Cowdrey around the wicket, changing his line of attack. Critchley clips it up towards mid-on, where Denley does the fielding. And then, of course, at test level, at international level, there's the benefit of the review system where, you know, if the umpire makes a wrong call, it can be overturned, which we don't have in county cricket, of course, as it's pushed back towards Cowdrey. And I think if we did, it may well be that Tom Westley would have got a reprieve today if there was a nice edge on the bat, on the snickometer or whatever it's called these days, hot spot.
10-15 years, I bet you we have that in county cricket. Yeah, I'm sure they will.
And then there's the ball tracking.
They could pay me to sit next door watching every ball, couldn't they? And I have
keen
a red
for that
light
job.
on a green light.
Back goes. Critchley turns it away into the onside. They get a single, and that will be lunch.
Shall I give you a little secret?
Yeah.
If we played Somerset, I'd put a red light on everything. They'd be out every time. No, but only joking if you're a Somerset supporter. Right, that is lunch. It's 177 for 4. We hope you've enjoyed this morning's play. We've got Walter on 5, Critchley on 8, and we would like to join you again 40 minutes time when we have the afternoon session in this day 2 encounter between Essex and Kent. We shall see you then.
After another man was admitted to hospital in Chelmsford with a stab wound. The victim has been in hospital since Monday and is in a critical condition. Detectives are linking the incident with an earlier accident in Margaret and where a van crashed into a switch. The 19-year-old woman is being held on suspicion of assisting an offender. Our 4 finalists of the fundraiser category of the BBC Essex Make a Difference Awards 2023 have been announced this afternoon. Critchley and South End has raised more than £100,000 for mental health charities through a variety of fundraising endeavours, mostly in sport.
You could say that
And Moore is another of the finalists. He's the founder of Musketeers Choir, which aims to raise £1 million for charity. And as Andy said, they're on 10% of the way there already. The winners of the BBC Essex Make a Difference Awards will be announced in September. And in cricket, Essex and Kent are in action on top of the Forest. Here's the live update.
Yes, good afternoon. It's sunny here. It's been a great morning's play. We've got to remember that we had a concussion substitute in Nick Brown that wasn't able to bat. Robin Das came out instead of him, he made 4 before he was caught behind, and then Tom Westley came out. He was the second go. He only made 4. He was LBW to Arship. There have been 3 LBWs. Alistair Cook made 87, played well before he was LBW to his former colleague here at Essex, Matt Quinn, and the last to go was Lawrence. He was LBW to Kadri for 25. Critchley and Water have gone to lunch on 8 and 5 respectively, and the total therefore is 178 for 4. But I have to say, Kent have bowled well this morning.
Thank you very much. And the weather for Essex, cloudy with a few scattered showers this afternoon.
And a good afternoon and welcome back to Chelmsford. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch. It's 20 to 2 and we're about to commence the post-lunch session here at Chelmsford. Day 2, Essex versus Kent. And to be honest, it's been Kent's morning. They've bowled nicely. They've taken 4 Essex wickets and basically I think I worked it out in a lunchtime report. Essex have mustered the best part of 62 runs, I think it is, 72 runs in the morning session for the loss of 4 wickets. So well done to Kent. Essex are still in the hunt for a lead. We've had 66 overs with this ball, so we're 14 overs off a new ball for Kent. That's quite crucial in many respects because I think they could certainly make more of a dent in Essex's batting with that new ball. 178 for 4 and opening the bowling from the Hayes close end. Looks to me like it's going to be Joey Everson and Critchley to face here, number 20 on the back, he has 8, and at the other end number 22 is Paul Walter, who I think survived a stumping prior to lunch off the bowling of off-spinning Hamidullah Qadri, and we will probably hear more about that later. But your commentary team this afternoon, Paul Newton, Ben Watts will join us at 2 o'clock and Don Topley, so welcome to you all. Hope you are enjoying your day wherever you are, in the car, in the garden, maybe quietly, sneakily listening to us at work, but good afternoon to you all. Paul, would you like the commentary?
Thank you very much, Don. Joey Everson in from the Hayes close end. First ball after lunch is sufficiently wide of off stump for Critchley to wave it on its way through to the man who's still the replacement wicket-keeper for Kent, Harry Finch, and Essex 29 behind, 178 for 4. Emphatically Kent's morning, without a shadow of a doubt, just as it was emphatically Essex's day yesterday. So far, it's gone completely Kent's way because from 106 for no wicket, Essex are lurching at 178 for 4. Everson in. Bowls to Critchley, who plays this slightly strange shot, which goes to mid-off, but played with a slightly crossed bat, for all the fact it went into the offside. And he remains on 8. And at the other end, Paul Walter has 5, and Paul Walter may be fortunate still to be out there. And we had that, what looked like, he hadn't quite got back in his ground, but was given not out from a stumping chance, as Everson is in again. Bowls, and very elegant cover drive here from Matt Critchley. It's stopped in the covers. The fieldsman is still lying prone there. And it's Matt Quinn, I think, all 6'5" of him. Yeah, he's writhing around. He hurt himself.
Took a bit of pain with the ball,
yeah,
didn't
he may have landed on top of the ball in one of the more delicate parts. So he's a bit winded by the look of it. Failing that, he might have been hit on the knee with it, but he's going to be all right. Nicer man as you could wish to meet. Spent the first part of his time in England with Essex, and delighted to see that he's getting plenty of chances with Kent, and he's now back on his feet, gets a sympathetic hand from somebody in the distance, and Everson's in and bowls to Critchley. And Critchley, oh dear me, didn't know much about that, went on the cover drive, thick inside edge, some way wide of leg stump, admittedly. It didn't nearly hit them, but for all he knew, it might have done. And they get a single while Harry Finch has to run round to his left by about 20 yards at an angle of 45 degrees to retrieve the ball. So 179 for 4. But it's just been like watching a different game today in terms of the Essex innings, Don.
It has, yeah. I mean, no more probably than Alistair Cook.
Yeah.
Who, listen, he was composed. He didn't get stuck in a bunker really yesterday, but he batted sensibly, productively, but he was a very stuttering knot this morning.
It was, as Everson bowls to Walter. Walter, nice shot to mid on, no run. Yes, Alistair, well, I think It wasn't that he wasn't as good as yesterday. I think that the conditions were very different. The quality of the bowling was better because there was more to encourage the bowlers. In typical Chelmsford morning conditions, it is the most difficult time to bat at Chelmsford, to be sure. And I remember not so long ago in 2018, Essex skittled Yorkshire for 50 by 12 on the first morning and went on to lose the game. Here's the next ball. Walter plays it to backward square leg for a single, and he moves up to 6, 180 for 4, 27 behind. And what had happened there was, it was almost impossible to bat in the conditions on that first morning, but typically things improved as the game went on.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. I do vaguely remember it.
I'll tell you what was particularly worth remembering about it. In the second innings, Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow, Yorkshire had the full batting line-up in there, said, right, we're not going to die wondering, we'll go out in the second innings and attack the Essex bowling, not let them dictate to us. And Bairstow got a 50 very quickly, and his replacement at number 3 was a Mr. H. Brooke. And this was Harry Brooke in his first season. And he made an absolutely brilliant 100. And in the over where Harmer with the first ball had removed Bairstow, at the end of that over, Brooke was already 11 not out. And he looked a genius at the time. He's had a few down years since, but boy, has he come good in the last 12 months, winning England that game at Headingley.
Kadri is in bowls, and this is played sensibly. Back to the bowler by Walter. Yeah, you remember Harry Brooke on that early stage of his career. As Kadri round the wicket to the left-handed Walter. Walter plays with slightly open face, sensibly into the offside, no run.
Tell you another man I remember from 100 against Essex. It was at Ilford, and it was Michael Vaughan. He made either 149 or 150. It was one of the best innings I've seen in county cricket. Of course, that was before he became an England player.
As Kadri bowls, hardly follows through there. He just stands at the crease, and Walter respects the delivery on a length, plays it back to the bowler. We were talking off air about festival cricket for Essex, and that you miss it, and maybe during the next couple of overs as Kadri comes in, Walter drives, it goes, squeezes it out into the offside. He looks for a single, but it was well fielded, a backward point by Matt Quinn. Paul, perhaps you could sort of, over the next couple of overs, if we take an over each time from your perspective, and we have I'm going to use 3 festival grounds to start with. As Kadri comes in, slip and a bat pad on the offside. Walter plays that nicely into the offside, no run. But you could, not just your memories, but your favourite memories of the 3 festival grounds that Essex have used in recent years, and that is South Church Park in Southend. You've got Castle Park at Colchester as Kadri bowls, and he hangs back, does Walter, but he gets away with it. It's the end of a decent over, 180 for 4, and the last over was bowled by Kadri, who has figures of 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31, and that's pretty respectable. But perhaps we could start with the first out ground or festival ground that Essex used to use, which was Valentine's Park, which is in the borough of Ilford.
Well, that's right, but funnily enough, the very first ground I ever saw Essex play on of any sort wasn't at any of the ones people would readily come up with. It was at the Garrison Ground in Colchester, because the Castle Park was flooded in 1958. Been a sensational amount of rain, and Dickie Dodds and Gordon Barker were opening the batting for Essex, and Dickie hit the first ball of the match for 4. And this ball is a single to Matt Critchley as Everson comes in, and Critchley plays it into the covers, 181 for 4 as he moves into double figures. Essex are 26 behind. Just wanted to, before we come on to more outgrounds, tell you the latest score from Old Trafford. Rather a good one. England 72 for 1, early loss of Duckett for 1, but Crawley is 29 not out, and Moeen Ali 38 not out. So Moeen Ali, I know he didn't have much of a match with the bat at Headingley, but he's beginning to look like an inspired choice to come in at number 3. And of course,
he volunteered for 3, didn't he?
And the great advantage he has is he doesn't have to feel pressure at number 3 because he's not meant to be there. Here is Everson bowling to the left-handed Walter. Oh, poor shot from Walter there. Not a great deal of foot movement until after he'd swished at the ball and then lurched forward and goes through to Harry Finch. But yes, coming on to grounds, I loved all of Ilford, Southend. Both those pitches produced some wonderful cricket where there was a splendid balance between runs and wickets. So you saw some great batting but also some great bowling at both those grounds. And my own local, the Castle Park in Colchester, here's the next ball driven without timing by Paul Walter, and goes almost apologetically down to Arshdeep at mid-off. Score remaining 181 for 4. But yeah, so many great memories. I was saying to Don off air at lunchtime that Essex's overseas batsmen in the shape of Kenny McEwen, Mark Waugh, my personal favourite, and others as well, they tended to do particularly well at the outgrounds. Here Paul Walter has got this ball past the short fine leg, who's on the edge of the circle in inverted commas, brackets there isn't one, and they've taken 2 runs. Out of my sight, the ball has been fielded on the long leg boundary.
Quinn?
Matt Quinn, yeah, 183 for 4. And as a betting man at the time, Norman Backhouse used to drive his van to all the grounds, and he was a bookmaker. And he used to have a handicap up where if you were a Mark Waugh, you'd be top of the handicap, as here comes Everson in, bowls to Walter, who drive it down to mid-off, no run there, and Mark Waugh himself not a stranger to the bookmakers, got to know him pretty well for that reason. And he was worth backing blind, really. He had to make 130 or so to win you the money for the top man on the handicap, but he repeatedly did it and had some nice pickups.
Mark Waugh would bet on you as you drop your trousers on what colour underpants you were wearing.
Here's the next ball hit back past the bowler.
He would.
Yeah.
Or he'd put a quiet bet on his neighbour on how many potatoes Toppers would eat at lunchtime.
We will occasionally distract you with a bit of cricket description, and Walter placed that ball for a single back past the bowler, and the over ends with 183 for 4 on the board. Walter has 8 and Critchley 10 as Essex try to rebuild the ruins of their innings, really. 106 for none to 170, what would it be, 178 for 4 at the luncheon interval. Yeah, there was a lovely occasion after the 1993 Australian tour. The tour had ended and Mark Waugh turned up at the Castle Park to say hello to his old mates, and we just happened to meet in the Corals tent at the Castle Park that year, and he won £1,350.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Kadri starting a new over from the River End this time. Little bit quicker, flatter. It's driven off the back foot into the offside. Maye doesn't actually stop it. He dives on the hardened netting area, square of the wicket, and Walter takes a single. That was a well-placed shot, not a chance, but 184 becomes 185. Walter takes the single.
He won that money.
Yes.
Having done no research beforehand at all, just looking up at the boards, and sort of saying, let's have a bet on that at 5 to 1. And he won £1,350, yeah.
Kadri bowls, little quicker. This has gone down into the leg side. Well fielded. I think it is Compton under the lid.
Yeah, and he said to me as we walked away, I'm running out of pockets to put the money in. And I said to him, well, I've got a couple of empty ones, if I may be of assistance. But sadly, he didn't entrust me with any of his money.
As Kadri bowls played into the legs. I sincerely hope I never lost you any money.
No.
No, you wouldn't. Oh, you're sensible, very sensible.
I do have a cricket story that includes betting, which will show you how my luck tended to go.
As Kadri, round the wicket to the right-handed Critchley, who plays with an open-faced bat, safely against the spin as it was bowled really on off-stump, no run.
It was a Benson and Hedges final, obviously at Lord's.
So, not 79.
No, featuring Northamptonshire, and one of my favourite players, David Capel.
As Kadri bowls, clips into the leg side, safe, it beats the inner field, goes out to the boundary fielder, which is the Ellis Daly, their young pathway cricketer with no name or number on his shirt. 2 runs to Critchley, moves to 187 for 4.
And in those big finals, there would be betting on the top scorer for each side.
Yes.
And I got 8-1 about David Capel and shoved 100 quid on him at that. Come back to this after this delivery.
Kadri with a conventional slip and a bat pad on the leg side, and Critchley plays forward, and that concludes the end of the over. No more runs, 187 for 4.
And as often happens in those Lords finals, a lot of wickets fell in the morning, which pleased me because Capel was coming in at number 5, and the top scorer at this stage had got 20, and Capel had moved serenely on to 19. And what happens? The man who was on strike hit the ball firmly back to whoever was bowling, deflected it into the stumps at the bowler's end, and David Capel was out of his ground.
For 90.
And I saw 900 quid disappear out of the window.
Oh dear.
That still hurts to this day.
Does it? Now, let's think about the year and the opposition and the bowler that flicked the ball onto the stumps. As Everson comes in.
And bowls, and this ball is played to mid-on. Yeah, I'm afraid my memory is not good for that. It was sometime back in, it would have been the fairly early 80s.
I'm going to say Northants did
Oh,
play
it was
Derbyshire.
Oh,
in
could
a
have been,
final,
yes. I think that's a good call.
Which I think Derbyshire won.
Yeah. Yes, because Northants, you know, it was a bad toss to lose because whoever won it was going to insert on a cloudy morning. As Everson's in and bowls to Paul Walter, and Walter drives into the offside without timing. And note that expression, without timing. Batting's not looking anything like as easy today as it did yesterday. Compton Fields has no run.
Mr. Topley reckons this wicket will just deteriorate and get a little worse day after day after day. I really do.
But yeah, just on the subject there, he was a favourite of mine, David Capel. I thought he was a terrific cricketer.
Terrific trier.
And of course he died, didn't he, not that long ago, very sadly. Lovely man.
Do you think it was mid-season or late season? Late season?
No, because Benson Hedges, you know, that used to be played in sort of July,
June.
I think. Yeah, sort of mid-season. Here's a much better shot from Walter. That's going to the boundary and no two ways about it. It was a cover drive. Previously couldn't time it. This one he got straight out of the meat and moves into double figures onto 10, 187 for 4. Essex now 20 behind, and if Essex are to get even half as good a lead as we all thought they might when play started today, then I think this partnership has to thrive.
Well, your research assistant is doing some work.
Yep.
I'm going to ask you a question, only to put you under a little bit of pressure.
Oh, I love pressure.
No.
Do please.
What year did the Benson and Hedges start, do you think?
Well, Essex won it in 1979, and it had already been going for quite a while. Come back to that, but here's Everson interrupting this train of thought and bowls to Walter, and Walter plays it to Kadri at sort of 45 degrees gullyish but deeper, 25 yards from the bat, and there's no run. Now, I think the JPL, the John Player League, which I loved, I think that began in 69. The Gillette Cup certainly began in 1963, much earlier still. And I have a feeling the Benson and Hedges might have been...
Putting you under pressure here, aren't you?
Yes, I mean, I don't know.
I like it when you're under pressure.
Around about 1970, as Walter plays the ball back past the bowler.
Very good. I'm going to say 72.
Right, yeah.
72.
They've got the right area.
The first winner was Leicestershire, and they beat Yorkshire.
Yeah, indeed. Now you come to mention, I have a vague memory of that.
Just going back, obviously you mentioned Essex won it in 79. They beat Surrey. Surrey didn't have Sylvester Clarke. But Northants won it in 80, where they did beat Essex.
They did. Didn't like that day at all. As Everson's in, bowls to Walter. Walter, again, is back to the first type of cover drive here. One he doesn't time, and Compton can nip in and prevent any run whatsoever. So it's 191 for 4, with 14 to Walter, who's narrowly now taken over from Critchley, who has 12. There are 16 runs deficit still, and 81 for 1 is the latest score I have for you from Old Trafford, and a score draw between Crawley and Moeen Ali, who both have 38.
Yorkshire beat Northamptonshire in the final in 87, and Lancashire beat Northamptonshire in the final in '96. So I reckon 87 and 96 Capel may have played.
Yep.
Kadri's in, bowls, has played into the leg side with the spin, bowled quite straight, sensible shot, but it's found Joey Everson at short mid wicket. No run.
Yes, I think the one I'm referring to was more sort of, I was in my flat in Leeds and I didn't stay there very long because I moved south to get a job in broadcasting, and so it must have been round about the mid-80s.
As Kadri bowls, played sensibly with soft hands into the leg side, bowling over the wicket, bowling probably a line of just outside off stump, trying to hit off stump, trying to encourage Critchley to play into the offside, maybe get bowled through the gate. That's an ideal off spinner's dismissal. Good bit of cricket there from Critchley. He saw the veteran Joe Denley at mid-on, probably not so much on his heels, but just a little older, and Critchley took him on and got in. Good shot, good cricket, good fielding, but alas, one run to Critchley.
I can no longer do a little older. It's much, much older for me.
As Kadri bowls, gives it a bit of loop, but this time Walter waits for it to pitch. He comes forward, responds by just opening the face and playing in to the offside safely, no run.
Surrey went on to make 433 all out against Middlesex at Lords.
Clark get many in the end?
I'll have a look.
As Kadri bowls, plays into the hands, but it bounces first to Compton, who's probably almost, he's almost on the drive rather than a bat pad on the offside. Kadri again bowls, little quicker, clipped off his legs, and Walter will collect 4, I reckon he does. It goes over the boundary rope at deep square leg. Man is up on the single, just a little leg stump half volley, which Walter clips for 4. 196 for 4.
Clark made 78 before falling.
He gets runs regularly.
He does, a very good cricketer. He's eventually caught Robson bowled Murtagh. Incredible how Murtagh goes on and on. He's another favourite of mine. I like players who just keep going. Jamie Overton, we mentioned earlier, was 35 not out, and Helm had a 5-wicket haul.
Did he? Oh,
good bowler, Tom Helm.
He is. He's had a challenging season.
Yep.
He's had a few injuries as well.
6 for 110. He got a 6 for.
Did he? Well done. 110 off how many overs?
27.
Right. Okay. Good effort that.
Everson begins afresh from the Hayes close end in, and bowls, and Critchley leaves, and Essex remain on 196 for 4, now just 11 behind. Walter beginning to play well. He's I know I keep saying that such and such a player is a bit of a favourite of mine, and both these are actually two good cricketers, but it's not just Essex players that I like. I was saying how much I like David Capel. Jack Leaning is someone I've always liked.
Great man.
First time I saw him, he got 100 for Yorkshire at Scarborough in a one-day game as this ball is played. And we've got a very interesting field placing here because we've got one slip, one gully, but we've got a sort of fly gully about 35 yards from the back edge of the circle stuff. You don't see that position tenanted terribly often in the county game.
It's not a conventional backward point. He's deeper.
Yeah, I think it's Ellis Daly.
And he's there really for Critchley that drives, that comes off the thick outside edge, something like that.
Everson to Critchley, and was an appeal for LBW here as the batsman tried to clip the ball away through mid-wicket. It hits him on the pads, but I'm pretty certain A, there may have been a bit of bat in that. We are masked by the batsman's body as he plays the shot, but B, I think it would have gone down leg. 7
overs to the new ball. Gosh, Kent could do with that right now.
Yeah.
And I just wonder how that ball might react on this surface. Look, Kent got 207, Essex are 196 for 4. They're probably going to get a lead, but it's not easy on this wicket.
And it's just become a bit easier because that's a lovely straight drive from Matt Critchley. He just got to the pitch of a ball, just ever so slightly over pitch from Everson. Not a bad ball at all, but Critchley is a lovely driver of a cricket ball, and he hit that one back between the stumps and mid-on for 4. and there was no stopping it. It brings up the Essex 200, and it's not been quick. They slowed down today to under 3 and over, and by some way, but they are now 200 for 4, 7 behind. And Everson's on his way again to Critchley, who leaves the ball well outside off stump.
He does, yeah. The new ball can't come quick enough, but it's been Kent's morning. Essex have battled. Alistair Cook battled. These two are battling. Look, any lead, but a decent lead will be significant in this game, because I think tomorrow's okay weather-wise. It's only Saturday.
You're right.
So from Essex's point of view, they want this game to move on in due course.
Everson bowls to Critchley, plays it down to mid-on. There's no run. Elsewhere in Division 1, Northants 117 for 5, replying to Somerset's 351 all out. Kent interested in how Northants get on, and it doesn't look as if they're going to win that match. Hampshire 166, Notts 100 all out. Hampshire second dig 49 for 2. A game that interests me considerably, Lancashire 327 all out, having been 150 for 7 at tea time yesterday. Balderson, a brilliant 116 not out. Bailey 75, put on 145 for the 8th wicket. Warwickshire lost 2 early wickets, trying to recover, are 34 for 2.
The interesting one did you mention Northants Somerset?
Yes, I did.
Because they're 5 down.
That's right, 117 for 5.
There is a chance that Somerset could make them follow on in due course.
Oh yeah, I think they will.
As Kadri starts a new over, this time bowls it quite slowly, the off spinner. Walter comes forward, just pats it into the leg side. I can only best describe that as a very soft forward defence.
Shortly, we'll welcome Ben back to replace Don.
As Kadri is in again, bowls. This is cut, and it's a bottom edge onto his pad that doesn't go towards the stumps, but instead Jack leaning at first slip, but there is no danger.
Still going well for England, 97 for 1, 49 to Zach Crawley, 43 to Moeen Ali. They've put on 88 for the second wicket.
Kadri, just the slip now in place. Whips this, does Walter, out to mid-on, there is no run. 200 for 4. Bonus points would be really important. They want 110 overs, so they've got just under 40 overs to bat. They would certainly want at least another 100 or 150 if possible. That may be a little bit greedy, but Walter defends that. The most important thing is to get a first innings score, get a substantial lead. Those points are important, but it's not the be-all and end-all. Be-all and end-all would be a victory. As Kadri comes in, gives it a bit of air, Walter respects it. Plays out to Crompton on the drive on the offside, no run. Sun's just gone behind a cloud, no chance of serious rain. Looking to the west, it's some blue sky and some nice white clouds. Walter goes big, he gets away with it. He was looking to go straight over mid-on or mid-off, but he's got a thick outside edge which just falls short of backward point. They come through for the single. Walter will keep strike. He'll be on the score is 201. Walter is on 19, and Critchley, who's not on strike, is on 17. And I shall leave you with Paul Newton and invite Ben Watt to come back in to the chair.
A couple of emails to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Cole emails us on the subject of Ellis Daly, the substitute fielder for Kent, saying that he played for Kent under-15s in 2021 and so may have moved up to well, I'm not quite sure what he means by when he says so, maybe 16/17. Yeah, the ages of 16, 17. Yeah, thanks very much for that, Cole. Going to be Joe Denley into the attack for the first time from the Hayes close end. Sort of a point of the fact the new ball's not far away now. Why not see if you can get Joe to sneak a wicket before the new ball is taken? First ball of the over played by Walter out into the covers where Everson fields. Score remaining at 201 for 4. Essex are 6 behind. Denley bowls to Walter. Walter very studiously plays it back down the pitch. Welcome back to Ben.
Thank you, yes. Good start to the session so far from Essex.
Yes, it has been, with Walter picking up a little bit of tempo, as this one, again, he plays carefully out to Everson in the covers. John Broughton has also emailed us. Listening to you from inside the ground today. My girlfriend and I are making our first visit to the Cloud County ground. Come back to that in a moment, but here's Denley already. Bowls, leg spinner Joe Denley, and this ball's been pulled away to deep mid-wicket for 4. And Essex are now only 2 behind with a score at 205 for 4. Yes, he continues. When we met nearly 7 years ago, we discovered not only that we both enjoyed cricket, but also that we both supported Essex. Quite coincidental, given that we are both Lincolnshire born and bred. Come back to your point in just a moment. There's a little bit more, but Denley already on his way, bowling to Paul Walter. And Walter has a go at this one, doesn't time it, picks up a single to mid-arm, moves up to 24, 206 for 4, 1 behind. And just to finish off John's email, he says, my support dates from the late 70s and the Graham Gooch era, whilst my girlfriend is a big Nasser Hussain fan, as well as Sir Alistair. She spent a fretful afternoon yesterday, hoping he would not be out so that she would see him this morning. Well, pleased that she was able to do that. He wasn't in the form he was yesterday evening. But that's because conditions were much more in favour of the bowlers, and Kent bowled really well as Denley bowls, and Critchley, the only ball he's faced of the over, steers it down to mid-off where there is no run. 206 for 4, and that is the end of Denley's over.
24 for Walter, 17 for Critchley. And Kadri to continue, so spin from both ends for Kent. Trying to hurry through to the new ball. Felt like they were having a good mini period in the game actually prior to lunch. And it's turned out that actually that break has been good for the Essex batters.
I think you're right, because the way things were going, you could see Walter in particular being out fairly soon.
Kent haven't looked as threatening since the break. And Kadri offering up a full delivery here, which has been driven square out towards point. I thought it might have been on its way to the boundary for a moment, but I don't think he quite got it right there, Paul Walter. It came off a bit of a thick outside edge. Jack Leaning's warming up. He might even fancy a little bowl himself before the new ball is available. Kadri cut away out towards the subfielder, the sweeper. Throws in left-handed from the boundary.
You remind me of a conundrum regarding the return fixture in the T20 between these two sides. Jack Leaning bowled 1 over and had the Essex batsman absolutely tied up in knots, and we never saw him again. I imagine Sam Billings was probably captain at the time. We just couldn't understand it. Didn't matter because Kent won anyway.
Yeah.
But my word, I've seen him as a batsman many a time. Not really seen him bowl before, and he was certainly the Essex batsman found him very difficult.
Kadri. Oh, smashed away by Critchley towards us, all the way for 6. And signalled by the umpire. A few shouts of heads in front of us. Spectators, the ball was en route towards, I think, some of the Kent supporters away to our left, actually.
Yeah, beautiful pick up by Critchley. Hadn't really given much of a hint previously as Essex take the lead with that blow. They're now 5 in front, having been 1 behind before it. Hadn't really looked as if he was going to open his shoulders previously, but picked the right ball to do it too.
Yeah, moves to 23. Fantastic stroke. As I mentioned earlier, straight boundaries are quite short here at Chelmsford, so come back yourself. This one's pushed away to Denley, who's at deep mid-off. He's almost positioned there as much as anything to tempt a shot over his head. But there for the miscue, and therefore the single is available if you just push and run it to him, as Critchley has done there. So sensible cricket, goes 6-1, gets himself off strike. Lovely job. Kadri then to continue. Yeah, Leaning Very good economy rate in T20 cricket.
And delighted to report a 100 partnership at Old Trafford between Crawley and Moeen Ali.
Kadri smashed away by Walter. That's coming down the ground as well. That might have gone for 6-2. Flat from Paul Walter.
Tell you what, that reached us, because we're fairly near to where it goes, fairly straight. That reached us a lot quicker than the Critchley 6. That's not a criticism of the Critchley 6, but Walter absolutely middled that one.
Yeah, Critchley's was hit up, whereas Walter's just flat batted it low and hard back past the bowler. So Kadri has taken some tap in this over. Appeal for a catch behind. I think it just turned and beat the outside edge. Leading wanted the wicket. Not given, so what's our man Zach Crawley on?
61 not out of 70 deliveries, 7 fours, 1 6. And Moeen Ali, 43 not out of 67 deliveries with 6 fours. And if there'd been a sort of, I'm sorry to keep talking about what the betting would have been, but it's a habit, I'm afraid, that having worked for 25 years in racing broadcasting, that I've no intention of losing, even though I no longer bet. But you get fairly long odds before a ball was bowled. That particular partnership would have put on 100, because Ali is not even meant to be at number 3.
Yeah, quite so.
Well done to both of them. And Australia were all out for 317. So all of a sudden, despite the early loss of Duckett for 1 when the score was 9, all of a sudden England, I won't quite say are sitting pretty, but they've got an opportunity where you say if they can build on the good work of Mrs. Crawley and Ali, surely they've got a good chance of a lead.
So Jack Leaning replacing Joe Denley after just 1 over, interestingly.
Yeah, as Leaning concedes a single from the first ball. It wasn't that it was a bad ball, but Critchley was easily able to turn it to mid-wicket, and Everson has a bit of ground to make, and they get a single. 220 for 4. Good partnership developing now with 31 to Walter and 25 to Critchley.
I wonder if Denley might bowl from this end after Kadri's taken some punishment in the previous over.
51 now this partnership's worth. Essex's 5th wicket, and well, Leaning clasped his head in his hands there because Walter came down on it very late, just got the bat in the way, because in Leaning's opinion, I think he was probably right, it was arrowing for the stumps. Here he is, bowls again, and this ball is driven expansively but without timing by Walter, and more to the point, straight to cover, and there is again no run. 221 for 4. As Everson does the fielding, and Leaning bowls again, is whipped off the pads for a single. This next delivery, 222, and then in fact coming back for 2 runs, 223 for 4. As Ellis Daly, the 12th man, still no sign of Jordan Cox having recovered from his thigh strain. Good job Harry Finch has done with the gloves in his place. 223 for 4. Walter on to 33. Leaning bowls to him again. He steps back and hits this one for a single out to Kadri on the cover boundary, and 224 for 4.
Just seeing a couple of Crawley shots. He went to 50 with a reverse sweep off Travis Head, and then next ball slog swept him for 6 over mid-wicket. So
you'd have to say Crawley's presence there as Leaning is in. And bowls, it is a very nice late cut, but it wasn't that far from being a chance to slip. A second slip would have been bang in line for it. It's Critchley, the man on strike, and he deliberately cut it late. It wasn't in itself a case of an edge, but having said that, it did come off a little bit of an edge. And anyway, he picks up 4 runs, and he moves to 29 and scored to 228 for 4. And all of a sudden, Essex have gone from only 1 behind to in the space of 2 overs to now being 21 in front, which would have to annoy Kent a little bit because they're just waiting for the new ball to arrive and wouldn't have wanted the runs to accumulate that way. I just wanted to say Crawley, owing his presence in the England team to the patient approach of Bazball. They're not renowned for patience, but they are very patient if a player has got a few low scores. They don't just ship them out, and they give them a chance to come back and show what they can do, and Crawley is benefiting from that.
Yeah, I think that goes back to Brendan McCullum's New Zealand when he was the captain there, and at that time they had a smaller pool of players to pick from than say England do. But I think McCullum found that if you keep faith with guys you believe have got talent, they will eventually come good. As Kadri tosses this one up, Walter drives it for 4 through the covers, and Les Denley can cut this off. He's chasing after it, moving away quickly to his right, and I believe he's not got there, so it is 4 after all of that. Got a hand
you were
on
right,
it, but carried it over.
Yeah. It is very difficult. There's a bit of a slope down towards the pavilion there, and if the ball gets a lead on you, you can run for all you like. You'll have to be very quick to stop it. Just in the brief time since I was telling you that there was a 100 partnership in the Test match, England have scored another 10, 119 for one, and now Moeen Ali has reached his 50, 51 off 75 balls, 7 fours.
Kadri, defended by Walter here, but these two Essex players aggressive against him at the moment, the Kent spinner.
Very valuable partnership for Essex because they've been losing wickets all too frequently in a morning that was totally Kent's.
Yeah, could have even had Walter stumped Kadri. This one's pushed away into the covers, but there was the fumble from Finch, and then took the bails off at the second attempt, and perhaps the benefit of the doubt going to Walter. Kadri again, back goes Walter this time, pushing into the covers where Compton does the fielding off the back foot. The tall batter, tall pull. I can believe even Kumar Sangakkara on the T20 finals day was calling him tall pull. This one's driven away up towards mid-off.
A lovely memory of the great Sri Lankan.
Don't know if he's ever worked with him in some sort of capacity.
He's a great guy and a fantastic player. One of, genuine world-class player. With an unbelievable number of Ks in his name.
Yeah, talks really well about the game as well. It's fantastic to listen to.
And there was someone who can even beat him for Ks, and that was a one-time Derbyshire wicketkeeper, Carl Cricken.
Kadri bowls back to him from Critchley. End of the over, so a better one from Kadri. But not long to go into the new ball now for Kent. Interesting that Denley bowled just the one over. I'm surprised, for whatever reason, that was the case.
So, 106 for no wicket overnight. We already knew there were changes afoot because Nick Brown had been ruled out of the rest of the game, and I would think the next championship game as well, you have to take at least a week out if you've turned out to be concussed, which subsequently was, as Leaning is in around the wicket from the Hayes close end. Walter dabs the ball into the onside, remains on 39, 29 to Critchley. Walter's one of those players who, if you don't get him out, will score quite quickly once he gets going, and he's out. Oh, sorry, he's taken. Denley, just as I did, thought he'd taken a catch there, but umpire Rob Bailey will have none of it. He wafted at it. Denley immediately, I don't see Joe Denley as someone who appeals lightly, I think he genuinely believed that was hit. Well, it was a great catch actually, because it was going above Denley's head. Lovely reaction. Well, I wonder what that is reckoned to have come off.
Yeah, I think it might have. I think it's flicked off the keeper's gloves to Denley. So whether the umpire thinks it's only clipped off the gloves rather than the bat as well.
Denley, Leaney bowls again, and this ball is played into covers for no run.
But presumably you'd have heard sort of a double noise, really.
Yes.
But
well, apologies to Kent supporters for leading you to believe that Walter was out, but
Finch, Denley, and Leaning certainly did.
Yeah, no, that's right, and This next ball is pushed into the offside for a single by Walter, but it looked to all the world as if he had edged it as well.
They all looked around in just sort of complete befuddlement that it wasn't given, but it definitely flicked off the wicket-keeper's gloves to the keeper, so I don't know whether it took a double deflection.
234 for 4 at any rate is the score, with Walter surviving that scary moment. He's moved to 40 from 67 balls and leaning over the wicket to the right-hander, Critchley. Off-break bowler bowls, and this ball's dabbed down to Matt Quinn at short third. And I was saying how Leaning had tied the Essex batsman up in knots in a mysteriously only over he was allowed to bowl in the T20 game here. And, well, a lot of us felt that he'd picked up the wicket of Walter in this brief spell he's having before the new ball. I say brief spell, we wait to see if Kent take the new ball. They might even decide if Leaning could dislodge a wicket. We all thought he'd already done that a moment or two ago. They might decide to let him have a couple more, perhaps keep going with the old ball. It's a very well taken catch by Denley as well. This ball is just run down and comes off an under edge to be fielded by the wicket-keeper. It wasn't close to hitting the stumps or anything. So at the end of that over, this partnership's now put on 64 at 234 for 4. Essex, all of a sudden and very quickly, are now building up a useful lead of 27, and there are 40 to Walter and 29 to Critchley.
Yeah, third 50 of the series for Crawley, but obviously hasn't got 100 in the series, so...
It'd be nice if he could repeat his heroics of 2 or 3 summers ago with that massive 267. That would put Aussie in his place.
I'd take a big 100 like he scored against Essex at Canterbury.
Yeah, oh, that was a terrific knock, yeah.
Kadri around the wicket. 2 overs to go until the new ball is available. Walter's flicking this round the corner. There's no one down there, so they're going to come back for 2. Jogged the second run. So Essex continuing to build their lead then.
79th over being bowled.
What is the lead now? 29 runs. Last wicket came when the score was on 170, so a very good partnership either side of lunch. Could have been brought to an end a couple of times possibly. Oh, another one that's gone off the wicket-keeper's gloves and then dropped to the ground.
It's good and bad news for Kent. The good news is it was a good delivery from Kadri and there was something in the pitch there for sure. The bad news is they've got to face Simon Harmer second time round.
I wasn't sure if he edged that or not, to be honest. The reaction from some of the Kent fielders suggested that maybe there was a bit of an edge. Defended away by Walter. Finch has had a difficult time behind the stumps today.
Yes, I felt he was all right up to lunch, but, well, not quite, because there's the stumping incident.
Yeah, prior to that piece of play. Seems like it's a bit in the wicket, making it difficult for the keepers.
Well, it just mirrors the misfortunes of Kent, particularly vis-a-vis injuries at the moment, because you don't want to be losing Jordan Cox, and we haven't seen him today, sadly.
A bit of calf tightness. Not out there. He's been defended away by Walter.
Is that the official description? No.
That was what I've been.
Right, calf tightness. I thought I heard it said that he got a thigh strain, but anyway, that sounds. The calf is not to be underestimated. If you get a calf injury, it's not good news.
Driven away by Walter. Yeah, tight calf, so he's not in the field. That's a bit of a precaution.
I remember.
End of the over single takes Walter to 42. The lead on to 30. 3-7 for 4.
Just giving an example from football, I remember. I can't remember which of my favourite players it was, but he was out with a calf strain, and I thought, well, that's not going to take him long to recover from. It was 3 months before he had properly recovered to be able to play again. It was a Premier League player, and you know, these things, as I say,
it depends.
It doesn't sound as if it'll be serious, but it can be.
Obviously, Nathan Lyon's one that's keeping him out of the current Ashes series was quite a bad one. 128 for 1 England. Continue to prosper.
69 Crawley, 53 Moeen, and they've so far put on 119. And England will be thoroughly thrilled because they've scored them at a high tempo as well. They're in the 27th over only, and it's sort of not that far short of 5 and over.
So Arshdeep Singh is coming back on to bowl one ball with the old ball because the new one's not available just yet.
So probably not a bad idea. He probably needs an over just to get his bearings. Here you are. Having said that, there's an appeal for LBW to his first ball. Again, Rob Bailey not finding in favour of the bowler there, and it goes down to third man, and they get a leg by and scores 238 for 4.
Kent are trying to find a different way of getting Paul Walter out every time almost. LBW shout for a catch at slip. There was the stumping one earlier. He's still there.
Crawley now 70 not out, 129 for 1.
I think it's gone down as a run, hasn't it? So
I think he signalled the leg by.
oh,
actually.
okay. The single run that's gone on to his score was in the previous over, wasn't it? 43 for Walter. I'm going to nip next door.
Yep.
I'm going to nip about 3 yards to our right to go do an update for BBC
When you
Radio
come back, you'll be joined by Don Topley. Thanks very much to Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent. I'm Paul Newton, and about to be joined by Don Topley, both of us from BBC Essex. Arshdeep bowls and Critchley. It's hard to know whether he was playing that or not. He kind of dangled the bat, not particularly close to the ball, but not particularly advisable, I would suggest. Anyway, he lives to fight another day. And Arshdeep, who got the first 2 wickets to fall this morning, is bowling here and presumably will take the new ball. He can't take it this over because this is the 80th. Oh no, in fact, this is the 81st. So it may be in the course of this over he can take it. Didn't think he has so far. Bowls now. That keeps a little bit low and played very uncomfortably, one-handedly by Matt Critchley, who takes the right hand away almost as if there was an unseen venom in the delivery. He's a character, is Arshdeep. Always chattering away and a smile on his face. And I enjoy watching him bowl, because he's one of those bowlers you never quite know what he's going to bowl next. And although it can at times cost a few runs, but it helps if the batsman doesn't know what to anticipate. Someone said the other day, I think it was during that magnificent Wimbledon men's final on Sunday, I don't think I've ever seen a better tennis game as Arshdeep is in and bowls, and without timing Critchley tries to back cut it, but straight to Ben Compton in a sort of gully position. There are now 2 slips put in. Jack Leading has joined Muyeye, but it was in that final at Wimbledon that someone came out with the expression, you cannot afford to be predictable in a high level of sport, and that is so true. They were talking about how wonderfully inventive Alcaraz is as a tennis player and how he's got all the shots, and that's what's got him to be men's champion at Wimbledon. As here is Critchley playing the ball into the covers. There's no run there, and score remaining at 238 before. And I listened to Stuart Broad. Congratulations to him, 600th wicket yesterday. And they asked him what was his secret, and he said, it may not be a secret, but I've just never stopped trying to invent new ways to try and get people out. And he made this point, you know, that you can't just settle for where you are and leave it at that. You have to continually look to reinvent yourself. Don, welcome back.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I agree. What an admiration for Stuart Broad.
Here, here.
James Anderson too, but I do worry what England are going to do when these two go.
As this ball Critchley plays to mid-off, there's no run there. And like you, I do, although I would suggest that the likes of Sam Cooke, and there are plenty of others, are certainly going to be worth a go. But I think we're going to find out sooner rather than later, because although I can see Broad, who's 5 years younger than Jimmy, going for a few years yet, this may just be the last summer for Jimmy.
Maybe. I hold my hand up. I wrote him off back in about 2016 after a tour of India. where he seriously struggled. And I thought maybe age was catching up with him then. But as you highlighted with Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson too, have reinvented themselves. And they've enjoyed fantastic careers. It's open to discussion whether cricketers of the future, bowlers in particular, will enjoy such longevity of careers, because it is my humble opinion that I think there won't be the same side of central contracts around for bowlers. As Kadri bowls, this is played by Walter off the back foot into the offside no run. I just don't know if, I think we will have brackets of bowlers or stables of bowlers that you'll play this fella for this test, that fella for the next test, because these back-to-back tests, importantly, are gruelling. Walter goes for a big heave straight down the ground, but it turns and misses. And Finch takes the ball nicely and takes it back to the stumps for an attempted stumping, but he hadn't left his crease. So not out. Well bowled. Walter certainly looking to be positive where he can. Kadri in again, bowls. This time Walter goes again. It turns. This was a slog sweep into the leg side against the spin. It's turned. Walter has missed it, and it's been taken nicely by Harry Finch. Not out, no stumping, no runs, just simply a dot ball. But Walter's had two goes, one straight and one across the line. In he comes. Walter plays and misses, as this time the ball turns into the right armer's footholes, turns away. Walter plays and misses. Nice, well bowled, sir, well bowled, but he's got nothing to show for it at the moment. I'm sure the keeper and Jack leaning at first slip are interested. In he comes again, Kadri bowls, and this time it's a quicker ball, flatter ball. Walter leaves it. I don't think he's been deceived. I just didn't think he read it as it's gone on. Just turned a fraction and gone off, and just simply missed the top of off stump. Hey, Ben, this is great bowling.
It's quite the over this. Every ball in an event and all that.
In he comes, Kadri bowls, a little bit quicker, and this time it's another play and a miss as Walter looks to slog sweep, gets low and down, but unfortunately he's played and missed, and genuinely there is plenty of applause for Kadri after an excellent over of off spin.
Yeah, that was an amazing over. Walter's on 43 not out, and yet he hasn't been able to lay bat on ball in that over, despite trying to hit at least 3 of them out the ground.
And yeah, the slog sweep. He's not playing with the spin, he's playing against the spin.
So we've still got the old ball then, presumably?
Do you know, I don't know.
I don't think they have taken the new one yet, or have they not?
I thought when I saw a particular ball bowled short, it made a funny noise as if it hit the top of the splice. Sings in.
In and bowling. Shout for LBW. Arshdeep was more interested than anyone else.
You've had all the LBWs in. You've had 3 this morning. Yeah.
I haven't seen anywhere that the new ball's been taken, so I do still think it might be the old one. No,
no one seems to know.
I'm going to say we're looking at our colleagues next door, and yeah, it looked high. That one did come back a little bit from Arshdeep.
Well,
yeah, was interested at first slip actually, but the keeper, Harry Finch, not really.
If Paul Newton was a lovely man, yeah, or a team man, he's looking at me with his eyebrows.
Arshdeep bowls. That one bobbles through outside the off stump. This has got to be the old ball because it wouldn't have bounced like that.
Could nip to the scorer's hut and just say, "Has the new ball been taken?"
I don't think it can.
We don't know.
No, I don't.
You don't think so?
I don't either.
We looked at the 81st over.
And just the bounce there from Arshdeep's definitely not the new ball. So what's this one? Is this the LBW shout? Trying to show how high it was. Arshdeep carrying on then. And we still think this is with the old ball. The left arm quick from one end. Oh, he goes for a drive here. Critchley plays and misses. Through to Finch.
Arshdeep Singh, with his Indian experience, one would assume that he knows how to control the old ball in terms of reverse swing, and I'm sure he knows how to bring it back in. It's not, reverse swing is very different to conventional swing. It may not swing as much and it may be a bit later, but it just changes the line, be it if he's swinging it away to the right-hander or just tailing off into the right-hander late.
Here it comes again.
Bowled.
And pushed away into the offside. Yeah, the last minute there, he's holding the ball in his right hand. The last minute, he's grabbed it in his left. So maybe he does think it is doing something for him out there at the moment, trying to sort of hide it almost from the batters. But it's giving us plenty to be entertained by, with spin at one end and then the left arm quick from the other.
I mean, this wicket hasn't got much pace. It really is. I mean, it really is slow. It's very slow, but it's been an intriguing contest over the 2 days.
Arched it with a short ball, which is let go by Critchley.
Tennis ball bounce. Tennis ball bounce there. Paul has been studying the test match at Old Trafford, and he has just advertised that Moeen Ali is out for 54.
Oh, that's a shame.
80 not out.
80 not out for those interested of a Kent persuasion. Zach Crawley, 80 not out.
Good partnership though, even though he's out. In fact, Root's already hit. Yeah, Root's already hit 2 boundaries since he's gone in.
Well, that must be a reverse hook.
So 100 and
a slog sweep.
121 the partnership was worth between Crawley and Ali. As round the wicket now comes Arshdeep Singh. Let go by Critchley. End of the over, which is good news because we get the battle we want to resume. It's Kadri against Walter to come.
It is. It didn't lay a bat on it last over off the Kent off spinner. Probably just needs to think. I'm probably keen for him to play a little bit straighter, or if he's going to play a big shot, go with a spin over the offside. We're seeing if Arafat, the 13th man out on the park, is coming all the way back to the river stand where we commentate from, up on the first floor. He is actually coming in, so that's where I'd be looking if I was Paul Walter. Kadri round the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter. This is blocked into the offside, and he finds Ben Compton on the drive, no run. Arafat is about halfway to the boundary, so 20 metres from the rope on the river stand. Walter plays on the back foot a little bit quicker, plays it on the length and forces it into the offside, no run. 2, 3, 8 for 4. We've had 83 overs. Bonus points are available, I think it is until 110 overs. Kadri's in. Walter respects. It's nice and straight, that delivery, and he just plonks his front foot forward and just caresses it, times it quietly back to the bowler. Kadri, in he comes again past the umpire Lloyd, a little bit quicker, flatter, and this is respected by Walter again on the offside. Looking back, there's no one at deep square leg. There's deep. Is there no one at deep mid wicket against the spin? Yeah, Arafat's come up into the inner ring now, so he's about 30 yards from the boundary. Walter, it's a full toss. He slaps it hard at Grant Stewart, who fields on the 30 metre disc circle, where Walter comes through for a single. Gosh, if it had been telegraph, you're going to get a shin high full toss, he would have murdered that across into the old hospital area or the flats to his leg side. But he only gets a 1, and he just gets in for the 1 because he found the fielder. Critchley facing Kadri, now bowling over the wicket. A slip jack leaning in place. And he bowls. This is played in to the offside for no run. End of the over, 2-3-9 for 4. Walking around the ground to go and get my lunch. I had the late lunch in the office today. Walked into Mrs. Everson.
Oh.
I haven't seen her for a good few years, since she and her husband and Joey and the older brother used to come to the cricket festival I run, and their eldest son came for 3 years. Joey came for 3 years as part of the Lincolnshire Academy, and it was nice to reacquaint
Excellent.
with each other. So I don't know if she was here yesterday, but she's certainly here today in Chelmsford, and she has great memories of 6 summer holidays in Suffolk.
Turned away into the onside here by Walter as Arshdeep Singh starts up another over.
One of the teams,
I think there's a new ball been taken now.
one of the teams that comes to the festival is on the Kent-Sussex border, an academy cricket club called Invicta.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we often see them with a Sussex or a Kent shirt, or an Oval Invincibles or a London Spirit shirt at the festival. They're coming along at the age group of under 11s.
Arshdeep bowls, goes past the outside edge, or past the off stump. Walter didn't really play a stroke there. Yeah, so it's a sort of West Kent based cricket coaching company really, and then they get a lot of lads that go to them for sort of either one-to-one coaching or group coaching, and then they put on master classes as well. And yeah, I know a couple of guys that run that, David Smith and Mike Waller.
Yes, that's well, David Smith runs the company and is the head coach, and Mike Waller is the head coach for the cricket festival at under 11s. I only spoke with him last night, funny enough.
There you go.
Small world. It's interesting because Invicta have done quite well because Kent and Sussex, I don't think, run an under 9, 10, 11, 12 age group anymore.
Clipped away, leg side, down towards long leg. Fielder down there is Grant Stewart, but it bounces a couple of times before it reaches him. Yeah, it's a good sort of area as well for kind of young players that are getting into the game, sort of Tunbridge Wells, Tunbridge, Sevenoaks kind of area that they cater for.
Yes, well, we've got the best part of over 200 kids coming to both events. The under 12s the first week, the under 11s the other week, and in the under 12s another group from your sort of London metropolitan area is a side called London Invincibles.
Okay.
And they are predominantly Dulwich and Beckingham, that kind of area.
Yeah, sort of.
As you head into London.
South London / historical Kent. It's Arshdeep bowls, turned away into the onside by Critchley. I think this ball's got a bit more of a glint about it. I think they might have taken the new one.
I'll be amazed if they haven't. Because you just think it's going to react slightly a bit differently on the surface.
He sort of waited a couple of overs while Kadri was having the better of Walter, and Walter was trying to slog him out the ground.
I took your colleague yesterday out to the middle, and he was quite surprised that the cracks are out there. And of course, when you get the new ball hitting the crack, it just chips away a little bit off the crack, and just makes it a little bit unstable.
Oh, inside edge. Finch has done really well to get a hand on that.
He has.
Because otherwise that was going to be 4 back past him. Could have almost hit the helmet as well, actually. But Critchley gets a run. I think now he's signalling to the dressing room that his bat might need some repairs doing to it. It was a full ball by Singh. 241 for 4. And Walter back on strike on 45. Left-hander, so the field swaps over.
I've always enjoyed Singh. I think he's a terrific young bowler, and he competes with some very high ability cricketers.
Oh, knocks him over. That's a beauty from Arshdeep Singh. Top of off. Bale's flying. And that has swung back in as well.
That's the new ball, isn't it?
Wow. What a beauty to remove Paul Walter. He goes for 45. And the new ball does the trick indeed. 2-4-1 for 5 Essex, and Arshdeep Singh has his 3rd wicket of the day. And hopefully we can get a look at that replay, because that was a stunner of a delivery. The perfect ball as a seamer to take the top of off stump. Stump's barely rattled, it was just Bale. Here he comes again. That swung back late. Oh, and hit middle stump, in fact. top and middle stump.
Absolutely wonderful piece of bowling, skillful that. We firmly believe that's the new ball. Angled in at the left-hander, very serious bowling. What I was saying, just as he started to run in, he competes, you've got Mohammad Shami, you've got Jasprit Bumrah, you've got Sharma, what's his name? Ishmael Sharma, played a bit of Sussex. You've got some really talented seamers there. You've got the brothers seamer, one's a spinner. Oh, I can't forget their names. Yes, come on,
I know who you mean.
Help me out. Thank you. So he doesn't always play, but he's very much thought of, and they often say that the Indians don't play the left-arm seamer swing bowlers particularly well. A lot of them have come unstuck against Stark, etc. In world cricket, but to have their own, and you just saw the skill then of that left-arm swing bowler. He's probably trying to swing it away, and then just one that comes back, and that's a beautiful bit of bowling. I can't tell you how highly skilled those left-arm swing bowlers are. Grant Stewart into the attack, and we see Adam Rossington at the non-striker's end. He has number 17 on his shirt.
Hardik Pandya, Krunal Pandya.
That's the two brothers, yeah, good cricketers they are. So Grant Stewart's in with this new ball, and it's driven out into the offside. There is no run. Critchley's on 30. He's made it in the best part of, I think it's 64 balls. So listen, he started off quite positive, but he's had to withdraw that and just play a little bit more respectfully, because the Kent bowlers have bowled quite nicely on a surface that is just getting increasingly more difficult to bat on. Stewart in, outside off stump, left alone by Critchley. These guys, Critchley and in particular Rossington, and whilst he hasn't played too much cricket this summer, he's had a couple of injuries. These two guys are not youngsters. They know their game, and they're experienced enough to know what Essex have to do and how to do it from here. They just need as many as possible in this first innings, as the wicket will deteriorate further. This time squares him up with a little bit of swing where he goes and plays out to mid-off, no run. Walks his shot. Normally you walk your shot because you've probably not taken a big enough stride and have got a big enough base that what you would need to move. That's why you not fall over, but you just walk your shot. You're not balanced enough because you haven't taken a big enough stride. Critchley facing two slips in the gully are in place for Stewart. This time it's a big bottom hand which has got an inside edge that should have gone offside, but it goes out to mid-on. There is no run. There's one of those herring goals. Hey, can you tell your colleague Matt Cole that I've learned something?
You have, yeah.
Hey,
You've been listening to his...
No, very happy with that. Very happy with that.
Gull chat.
Herring goal. As Stewart bowls outside off stump, goes through, carries nicely, as the new ball would, as you would expect. 2 for 1 for 5. Critchley 30. Rossington still to make, still to get on strike as he came in at the end of the last over. Sun brightly shining down.
It's a lovely sunny day. We're starting to get a little bit coming into the commentary box as well. Feeling a bit warm.
Well, we might have to put something over the QB box. It does get hot. As this is nicely hit by Critchley. He's looking for 2. Rossington will come back for 2. Just gently running through. Ashtik Singh was at mid-on, but he tried to stop the ball, but he misfielded it slightly, and he had to then turn left and go and retrieve it halfway to the boundary. 2 runs to Essex, 2 for 3 for 5, end of the over, and it brings Well, Critchley will be the non-striker. Rossington, strong-looking figure. Adam Rossington. He will be facing Singh, the left-arm swing bowler.
Yeah, so the piece of kit that we use to broadcast.
Its proper name is called a
Yeah,
Kubi.
sort of a Kubi. Yeah, so it's basically sort of this mixer type box, black box that you plug all the headphones in, and you plug it into the phone line, and it goes back to the studio, and they send it online for you to listen to, and they do, as you say, get quite hot when the sun sort of shines on top of them because it's black. It does absorb the heat. So here comes Arshdeep Singh, short ball which is let go by Rossington, and at Canterbury we've got this bit of cardboard which is, I don't know, sort of 30 by 30 or something in size, and sometimes gets used by the analyst to put the camera on when that's up in the box to level it out. But it has our one in the commentary box. Canterbury has this old picture of Matt Walker feeding catches, so it's quite, we just always talk. Yeah, we have our Matt Walker in the commentary box with us that shades the kit. Full delivery by Arshdeep, dug out by Rossington.
Now, I have an Aussie hat which I often wear in the sunshine, so I often bring it in, and we often sit. Yeah, we often sit that on top of it. Yeah, it does. It probably gets as much worth on our QB that it does on my head, which is a useful bit of kit. But at the moment, we've got a diary that is just protecting it a little bit. But
it's a lovely red colour.
Does get hit by the sunlight. We're lucky in this box in the sun.
Turned away into the onside here by Rossington. He'll get off the mark, comes back for two. Some brutal hitting from him on finals day, albeit not for long enough.
Not for long, yes.
From an Essex point of view.
Yeah, he did. He played some good shots, but then got caught by who did they bring in for the finals?
Yeah, Aldridge. Casey Aldridge.
Casey Aldridge.
I thought it was a good tactic because Somerset try and bowl that kind of hard length, don't they? Their seamers. So the Essex batters were just sort of walking down and hitting it on the up.
Well,
a couple of overs it really worked, and they got off to a bit of a flyer, but then the wickets fell at the back end of the power play.
Well, Overton bowled his lot more or less
bowled
out.
4 straight up.
Henry bowled 3, but what they did is they bowled red ball lengths, not traditional white ball lengths, just short. They bowled top of off red ball lengths. They bowled well as a unit.
Arshdeep bowls. Rossington keeps it out, defends into the onside.
Walking his shot there. Plays the shot and sort of just overbalances a little bit as he puts his left foot again. So he goes, and he comes forward, he gets slightly forward, plays the forward defensive or the little push drive, and then just carries on his movement down the wicket. We call that walking the shot, and it's if you do that, if you walk your shot regularly, you become a bit of an LBW candidate because it hits you on the pad, on the move.
Arshdeep to him. Rossington drives powerfully up towards mid-off. Tumbling stop by Matt Quinn.
Foot movement, that particular shot was better. Much better. Could even go a bit further. Twisting the bat in his hands.
Yeah, he's a prolific bat
Alex
twirler.
Stewart used to do that, didn't he? But he used to do it really quite quickly.
Yeah, I even noticed that on Saturday.
Yeah,
he would hit a boundary and then twirl the bat around.
I think they do it
fiddling with his pads.
It's a comfort thing, but it's also a mechanism to how they preset and how they concentrate for that very next ball.
Yeah, it's sort of switching off, isn't it? And then focusing for this delivery from Arshdeep, which has actually gone through quite slowly to Harry Finch behind the stumps. A lot slower delivery that one, as he was trying to swing the ball away from the batter, but no shot from Rossington. So end of the over, 2-4-5 for 5.
Some other players used to talk to themselves. I thought Robin Smith, remember him? Beautiful cutter, strong player, Hampshire, England. He used to talk to himself. And I thought he was talking to me. Yeah, I did. I thought he was talking. I didn't know what to say.
Just leave him to it.
Yeah.
Some
Didn't want
batters
to wake
like
him
to-
up. I didn't.
Yeah,
There was Monty Lynch, you know. Monty Lynch, Surrey. Do you remember that name?
No.
Oh, I played for England in white
Okay.
ball cricket, ODIs. Keith Fletcher used to say to us when we used to play Surrey, Grant Stewart's on his way in, 2 slips and a gully, bowls. This is outside off stump through, let go by Critchley, 2, 4, 5 for 5. He used to get us together as a wicket and said, and of course I played for Surrey, I had an affiliation with Surrey, and he would look at me and say, nobody in the group team, nobody talk to Monty, leave him alone, don't talk to him, don't even have eye contact with him, because Monty Lynch used to quietly walk out slowly, and he would want a battle, he would want someone to say something to him or talk to him, have eye contact to him. As Grant Stewart bowls, this is played with an open face bat into the offside where it goes down to the boundary, fielder at deep backward point, 1 run indeed to Critchley, brings the left-handed Paul Walter on to strike, 246 for 5. And so Monty would want contact or a fight or a battle to wake him up,
Yeah.
and then he would play even better. Big, he used to have, used to stay quite back in the crease, used to have a very high back lift, but Keith Fletcher would really want nobody to wake him up, keep him sleepy, keep him quiet, don't look, don't engage, we'll just get him out. Grant Stewart in bowls. This is well bowled. This is a decent ball with that new ball as it's running down. Moral victory, running down to third man. Will Critchley takes 2, 2, 4, 8 for 5. Monty Lynch played for Guyana, went on the Rebel West Indian tour to South Africa, but played for England number 4-5 in some ODIs, played for Surrey for years, finished his career at Gloucestershire for a couple of seasons. Very, very effective cricketer. Stewart bowls, that's a decent delivery as it beats him outside off stump and goes through to the keeper Finch, and there is no run. Well bowled. Who were your favourite cricketers as a young man growing up?
I think the first couple of overseas players I remember playing for Kent were Carl Hooper and Aravinda de Silva.
Yeah. Oh.
It's not bad, is it?
Well, listen, for me, they were 2 fine players. I mentioned it yesterday. Carl Hooper scored a fantastic century at Tunbridge Moat Park, where Kent hammered Essex on a
98 not out.
on a Sunday.
Zach Crawley's 98 not out.
Well, I'll tell you what, I am sure if he gets to 100 there'll be an announcement by Tony Choate, the Essex scorer, and it'll be interesting to see how many Kent people are in the ground. I would expect a good number of Essex people to applaud that as well. That was a last decent ball there from Grant Stewart as Rossington plays and misses. This time Rossington squares up, he plays into the offside to complete the end of the over. 2, 4, 8 for 5. Rossington has 4, Critchley has 33, and we're hearing from the test match that Crawley's on 98 not out. Very good. You're listening to Ben Watt, Don Topley, Paul Newton from BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex here, giving you ball by ball coverage of this intriguing day 2 encounter between Kent, who are playing in Chelmsford at the Mecca of cricket. They are, I've said it. 2 slips and a gully are in place for Ashdeep Singh, who has bowled nicely today. Didn't open the bowling yesterday, but he's been given the opportunity with the second new ball. Captain Leaning seemed to prefer Quinn and Stewart, but this second new ball, it's Stewart who's bowled well most of the day, especially this morning. Ashdeep Singh, who's running into bowl outside off stump. This new ball, second new ball, bounces through to the keeper. It's well left alone by Matt Critchley. 2, 4, 8 for 5, and Paul Newton joins me in the commentary box as Matt Cole has gone off to deliver an update into BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, or even Ben Watts.
What did I say?
Matt Cole.
Oh, blimey, Ben Watts, of course. Sorry, Ben.
Sure, Matt will be very flattered to think he really can be in two places at once.
Or be youthful looking. Singh is in, who bowls, decent ball, just plays him a little bit square. I have to say it's beaten the outside edges. I think he just started to bring the bat inside the line. Well bowled, good bit of bowling from this Indian international fast bowler. I was saying earlier to Ben, Ashdeep Singh has to compete with Mohammed Shami, Sharma, Bumrah. There's an array of Indian fine opening bowlers.
Huge fan of Jasprit Bumrah. I saw him bowl here in the nets and I thought, crikey, that guy's good. He can get the ball up off any sort of length.
This is bowled, decent ball, nothing wrong with that. But Matt Critchley has driven that on the up. That's a very good looking shot, well fielded by Hamidullah Kadri, who stops the 4, saves the single. But that really was a nice shot indeed, and that's the first bonus point for Essex as they have moved on to 251. So 250 runs, the bonus point.
I'm interrupt, but I don't apologise on this occasion. Crawley has reached his 100.
Wow.
A great thrill for us all, but particularly obviously to Kent listeners. Young man has made a brilliant 100 off just 93 deliveries, 12 fours and 1 6. Let us rejoice.
Well played, absolutely well played. Essex, meanwhile, have got 251 and they've got a bonus point. 2 slips in the gully in place. Singh on his way in from the Hayes close end. A bouncer is pulled by Rossington, who collects 4. That was dismissed. Nothing wrong with the delivery. Listen, Ashdeep Singh has chanced his arm. He's bowled a bumper, but on this surface, this must be one of the slowest surface that Ashdeep Singh has probably ever played on. He's got no pace in this whatsoever. Stood up and Rossington whacked it, cross-batted it beautifully, timed it well, and it's run away for 4.
And England are 180 for 2, 101 to Crawley, 18 to Root, scoring at over 5 and over.
Well, I'm interested to hear about the bowling figures, Paul.
Right, coming up.
As Ashdeep Singh bowls, he comes forward late, it's fine, survives, good technique there to ensure he didn't get in a mess or bowled, and Rossington survives, so 255 for 5.
Stark 2 for 44 in 10. Hazelwood none for 41 in 7, going at 6 and over. Cummins none for 55 in his 9th over, going at 6 and over. Green none for 22 in 5, and Head none for 19 off 2, going at 9.5 and over.
Well, if they're going to bowl a spinner, they're going to have to bowl Head, and I would expect, with the way England bat, they might sort of chance their arm a little bit with him. Singh is in, outside off stump, left alone by Rossington. Well played, Mr. Rossington, well bowled, good effort and endeavours from Singh, and Essex at the end of the 89th over, I think it is, 255 for 5.
Yeah, superb effort by the England lads. Moeen Ali and Crawley put on 121 for the second wicket. Moeen Ali are sort of there only by the fact no one else wanted to bat there sort of thing. Made a very good 54 in company with the Kent opener. Elsewhere in Division 1 of the Championship, Middlesex 41 for 1, replying to Surrey's 433 all out. Surrey perhaps struggling in their wicket taking a bit recently because they didn't knock over Nottinghamshire in the previous game, and Notts were shot out for 100 by Hampshire today. Hampshire leading by 66 on first innings, were 110 for 4 in the second, as we see Grant Stewart in. Bowls, and nicely played to mid-on by Matt Critchley. Ashdeep does the fielding. No play since lunch at Edgbaston. Lengths 327 all out, having recovered from 150 for 7. Balderson a magnificent 116 not out. Warwickshire lost a couple early, but were recovering to 43 for 2 when the rains came. Northampton 180 for 9 against Somerset's 351. As Stewart comes in, bowls to Critchley, lovely straight bat, maker's name and all that, goes down to Ashdeep, at mid-on. So, one of the wonderful things about the county championship, Don, there are so many scores, there's so much intriguing action to follow.
It is. It's been, well, no more so than this particular game. It was intriguing. It was very much Essex's day yesterday. Kent are fighting hard this morning, and they still are, and they have this newish ball in their hand.
Crawley gets at least one, maybe 2 runs here as he plays with, again, a lovely straight back through the covers, but in fact Kadri is quickly enough onto that to keep it down to just a single as we have a hot sun beating down. There's a slightly more threatening cloud around, but I think we're going to be okay in the near future at least. This was the point of the day where the forecast said would be the greatest likelihood of a drop of rain, but we've had a lovely day actually so far with generous helpings of sunshine. And tomorrow's meant to be okay. Saturday, quite dreadful. So you'd say, let's hope this game's over in 3 days, whoever wins it.
Well, listen, we're not even halfway through.
No.
There's so much cricket to be played. Essex are obviously in the ascendancy with their lead, but they need a big one. They're being greedy.
Stewart's in and bowls, and Rossington plays this. Doesn't go entirely where he was aiming, looking towards mid-on, but it ends up in the covers. But all along the ground, no danger of a wicket there. 256 for 5. Essex now lead by 49, and they actually have made quite good progress since lunch, losing just Walter for 45, but adding, 178, so they've added 78 since the luncheon adjournment for the loss of 1 wicket. Beats the 72 for 4 of the morning session. Stewart so unlucky not to pick up her wickets earlier on, bowled beautifully, still bowling well. Rossington plays the ball out to point. Ball probably, even though we've just had the second new ball taken, maybe not doing quite as much as the first one did this morning, or it may just have been the typical Chelmsford, helpful to bowlers' early morning conditions.
First warning for Stewart. He's
for running on.
For running on the wicket, yeah. He's had a couple of times where he's been close and the umpire's had a quiet word, but we've just seen the first warning, of which Rob Bailey is now writing it in his notebook at square leg, because the official umpire, the bowling umpire, has issued the warning.
England 186 for 2. As Stewart is in bowls and slightly turns Rossington round. Here goes down to Arshdeep at mid-on. End of the over. 256 for 5, leading by 49. Crawley switching hastily to the test match. Crawley not out 105 from only 97 deliveries, 13 fours, 1 6. And Joe Root 24 off 18 deliveries with 5 fours.
All right.
Certainly good performance so far by England, you would have to say, and they're now 131 runs behind Australia with 8 wickets left and 2 men going well.
Can I ask you, with the test match, how many overs have they bowled?
33.3, going at over 5 and over.
So it's a long while. It's a long time since they're going to be able to get a second new ball.
Well, you're right. Now, I tell you what, this partnership in very quick order after the century partnership between Crawley and Ali, this one's now put on 69. It doesn't seem long ago, and indeed wasn't, that Moeen was out. So Root and Crawley in particular, has put his foot on the accelerator. Brilliant 100.
Matt Quinn into the attack. He's bowling to Critchley, who leaves it alone. The outside off stump through to the keeper. Ashdeep Singh has come off. He's bowled nicely with this second new ball, but he only bowled 5 overs, I think.
Yeah.
Probably 1 with an old ball and 4 with a new ball.
I must just refresh our scoreboard, our internal scoreboard, without which we tend to be lost. It does go off every 4 hours or so.
It's a bit like us.
Yes, although more like 4 minutes in our case.
Quinn on the way down from the Hayes close end, bowling to Critchley. Critchley comes forward, plays with rather a straight-legged forward defensive. There is no run.
I think he's played well, Matt Critchley. I tend to speak well of him I thought he was a bit disappointing last season, and he himself acknowledged he was disappointed in himself, so he can't criticise me for saying that. But I've been very impressed with him this season, and just as much with the ball as the bat, you know, and he's becoming a very useful middle-order batsman and leg spin bowler for Essex.
Definitely. Three very good half centuries at the beginning of the season. This time he drives up to mid-on. There is no run. And 2 slips and a gully in place, waiting.
I think the next step for Matt Critchley is just to take a few of these very good, sort of somewhere in the range between 40 and 80 innings, you know, a few more hundreds, but as it is, he's proving very useful because Essex were losing blood too hastily in the period before lunch, and he's got in there and done just what was needed and blocked an end up.
Absolutely, played for the context of the game. As this time there's an LBW shout. I can't really see how that's going to be out, and it isn't. The umpire Bailey says he's not interested. Interestingly, Paul, with the impending move of Dan Lawrence to Surrey, it means we're going to be short of a regular number 4. Will they look at one of the youngsters? Will Critchley go up a little bit in the order? Would Walter take that spot? Many options available. Well, or do they go out and get an overseas batsman? What's your thoughts?
I quite agree. Well, certainly Critchley and Walter are 2 fine cricketers for me. So, you know, I hope they will perhaps move up a slot each.
Quinn at the crease, bowls driven into the leg side. Slightly close face, that's fine. But there is no run.
Yeah, he came down late on that, and Quinn was aggrieved in that he was just about to go up thinking he bowled a straight ball that the batsman was missing. But good players play the ball late, and Critchley just quite calmly played it to mid-wicket. But yes, like yourself, I had thought of the overseas option. Now, of course, Simon Harmer no longer, I mean, he counts as an overseas player now. Are we allowed 2 now? Yeah, so, well, it is an obvious move they might make, or they could look for someone they may have spotted in the county championship already with a view to signing him.
As Quinn is in, this is cut, but he executes it as it goes out to backward point to complete the end of the over. Another dot ball. Essex have moved to 256 for 5. Let me tell you a couple of people who I'm interested to see where they end up. Here's one name, Patel of Surrey. He can bat. Believe me, he can bat, and he can't get in the side because of Sibley's joined them. If you have a look at his record, it's not bad in first class.
I agree.
And I was going to say Rishi Patel. It's not Rishi Patel. It is Patel of Surrey. Ryan Patel.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Ben coming to our rescue.
I think you'll find him somewhere, maybe before the end of the season. He's playing in the 2s. He's got a very good first-class record. Bowls a few seamers, but I'm not overly interested. But he can bat, and he's done very well for Surrey on the good wickets at the Oval.
Here's Grant Stewart beginning a new over from the River End, the 92nd of the innings. Essex 256 for 5. And he's in and bowls, and that's a leave outside off stump, and a little number, about 10 deliveries since we last had a run.
Somebody else at Surrey who I think would be best moving. We've seen Moriarty, he's going up to Yorkshire, and I'm not sure Verdi will get a regular game. Will Jacks is as good as a spinner, and Verdi doesn't bat, he's a number 11 or 12 if they had 12. But I would suggest he might be looking for a county.
Stewart.
But Essex and Kent won't be interested because they got off spinners.
2 slips in a gully, but this ball is they're irrelevant to this particular delivery as Rossington steers it to mid-on, no run.
Another good batsman there is Geddes, local lad, but the problem with Surrey is how do you keep all these young decent cricketers? I know we play a lot of cricket in this country, so you need big squads, but how do you keep all these decent cricketers happy?
Well, I think because they are, obviously a top county, and I think they're looked after quite well there, so a lot of them do seem content to stay even without a regular place in the team. Lovely shot here. That is 4 runs all the way, and that's Adam Rossington just leaning on that ball, and there's a considerable weight behind his shots, and he doesn't have to hit it with everything. And seeing him play that shot was a lovely cricket stroke.
It was.
4 runs out to more or less point. Does make you think sometimes he's just a bit too hit the ball in the air in the T20, and in fact he's proved he's well capable of getting boundaries, you know, without hitting the ball in the air.
Yeah, superb shot. Played it quite late, was able to play it square of the wicket, squarer than perhaps other batsmen, but he played it nicely. Good hands, good timing, good weight distribution, and just an excellent shot for 4.
260 for 5. The Essex lead thereby goes above 50, 53 at the moment. At one point Essex would have been looking for a much bigger lead than they appear to be likely to get, but from their point of view they'll be pleased they've got one and still have 5 wickets in hand, and there's at least one more run here as Rossington goes on the drive, again opens the face a little bit more than many might have done, so it goes so much squarer that in fact it's behind square to deep backward point, and they get a single, and that takes the score along to 261 for 5, and Rossington has moved along to 13.
We're going to find an interesting passage of play, Paul, in a minute, or in the next 20 overs, so next hour and a quarter. Do Essex go after these bonus points? They're going to potentially get to 300, but do they try and get another 90 as Stewart?
Yes, bowls, and Critchley plays it back to the bowler, holds the pose, a rather strange one actually, as he stands there with the bat just off the ground and peering over his left shoulder, but 261 for 5 remains the score in the 92nd.
Essex, with 5 wickets left, are on course for the next batting bonus point at 300. But do you feel, because I think we might have contrasting thoughts here, do you think they should go in the next 19 overs for 90 runs to get the next batting bonus point at 350?
Basically, I don't think they will. Regardless of what I think, I don't think they will. I think they'll be hoping for 4. As the next ball is played back past the bowler, they go for a quick single, which they achieve, and that's to Critchley's credit. He moves along to 38. 262 for 5. That also is the end of the over, so Critchley will keep the strike. I think if it just so happened that there were a couple of loose overs, and fair play to Kent, they haven't really bowled many loose overs all day, but if there were, then I think they might. But I look at the scoreboard now, they're not even going at 3 and over, so they're really going to have to start going at 5 and over to achieve maximum batting points, and they have only 5 wickets left, even though they've got 2 men who are now reasonably set. So I think they would be looking here obviously for 300 minimum, but hoping they might edge up to 350.
There'll be many people listening, not necessarily watching, thinking, well, surely they're going to have a little go for 5 and over for 20 overs. Actually, it's not that simple out there. There's not that kind of wicket. And to be honest, for me, it's more important that they just bat on, even if it's a bit slowly, to get a substantial first innings lead.
I agree.
That last bonus point isn't worth the gamble. Quinn is in, and Critchley plays into the offside, and there is no run.
I don't think it's a big deal. I'm taking your point 100% here. I don't think it's a big deal if they don't even get to 350, which will give them 3 batting bonus points. So if I'm satisfied with, let's say, 325 or something like that, and they get 2 batting bonus points,
happy.
It sounds disappointing, but it's all about trying to win the game, as you've said. You can't beat winning games, and if Surrey don't win and Essex have won, they'll more or less have overtaken them.
Quinn from the Hayes close end. This is forced off the back foot, nicely hit all the way up to mid off where there is no run. Just bounced a little bit with a new ball, or did it bounce on one of those sort of cracks?
Where I might have taken a different view would have been one of the games, it was either the Somerset one or the Warwickshire one, where Essex were very close to getting an extra bonus point. I don't think it was 450, I think it was 400, and they still had the chance entering the final over and didn't manage to take it. Now that I thought was galling, but this wouldn't be.
As Quinn is in. This nicely bowled by Quinn, nicely played into the offside. Stood quite tall Possibly a little straight-legged, but it's fine. He's there. He's played it nicely, well bowled as well. 262 for 5.
202 for 2 at Old Trafford in the 37th over only, going at more than 5 and over. Century partnership Crawley, who's not out 115 off 113 deliveries, and Moeen Ali, who made 54, and Root is now with Crawley, and they're putting on a lot of runs as well. Another 19, and that will be a second Century partnership in succession.
Quinn on his way down. This is forced off the back foot. It's gone through backward point. Well, Compton's missed it, but I have to say Kadri is supporting him from behind the boundary area, square of the wicket, where Essex come back for the second. Good bit of cricket there. Probably just a little hint of width on that from Quinn. Compton couldn't stop it, but it was a good bit of fielding by Kadri at backward point.
Well, Compton might have stopped that. It wasn't a severe misfield or anything, but he dived and couldn't quite cut it off. But Kent, to their great credit, have stuck to the game really well today, both with their fielding and their bowling.
In comes Quinn. 2 slips are still waiting. This is played into the leg side, and he finds Mayei at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Beautiful bright sunshine. If I look to the west, I don't think we're going to see any imminent rain. It's a gorgeous day. The flags are limp, and it's actually very hot out there. Actually,
They're quite humid.
Yeah.
There is a bit of breeze, but it's also quite humid. But certainly we're a couple of the weather forecasts we saw, both for yesterday, which suggested there'd be showers, and today it wouldn't be a very nice day at all, so we're very fortunate.
As Quinn into his run bowls, this is goodish delivery on off stump, which is played back down to mid-on, no run, and the end of the over. 264 for 5. Essex in the ascendancy. What can they finish up with? They could, if they get bowled out or indeed declare tonight, they could have 2 goes with the new ball. They're going to be bowling at Compton maybe for the last 8 overs. An uncomfortable 8 overs tonight. Long way to go, but that certainly would be the order of the day for Essex, for the home dressing room to give Kent an uncomfortable period late tonight.
Just about to launch into the latest emails we've had to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. I'm Paul Newton, with me Don Topley, both of us as BBC Essex, and in a few minutes we'll welcome back Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent. Always great to have the Kent boys join us. Matt Cole yesterday, Ben Watts today and tomorrow, and if there is any play Saturday, Matt Cole will be back. As here is Grant Stewart beginning a new over from the river end and playing it along the ground up to Arshdeep. There'll be no run there. The score is 264 for 5, Essex 57 ahead. So John and Margaret have come through, and they say good afternoon gents, from John in Suffolk. Paul was talking about how he lost a bet involving David Capel of Northants some years ago, and John says, I remember going to watch Suffolk play Northants at Bury St Edmunds,
yes,
when the then minor counties played a first-class county, if I could get my words out, in one of those early cup competitions. Here's Stewart, bowls, and is there a strangle here? Rossington will have none of it, turns his back on the umpire, which for me could be a sign of guilt. But anyway, Graham Lloyd's on his side on this occasion.
Everyone's guilty to you.
Yes, you're right, really. Yes, I must just, you see, when you've been a school teacher, as you have, you know perfectly well you don't believe anything the kids say to you. Anyway, Northamptonshire had a strong side in those days, including David Capel, Alan Lamb, Curtly Ambrose, and also the umpire today, Rob Bailey. I believe they had 10 internationals in their side, but only just made it against the home side. It was a shame when the minor counties, now known as national counties, no longer took part in competitive matches against the likes of Essex, enjoying the commentary and live stream. Quite agree with you on that point, John. I used to love the minor counties involvement.
Well, it's happening a game at the end of this month on Sunday the 30th.
All right, tell us more after this ball. Grant Stewart bowls and well defended by Rossington into the offside.
The gentleman comes from Suffolk.
Yes.
And Suffolk are hosting Surrey at Woolpit on the Sunday the 30th of July. Kent, meanwhile, are probably away to Hertfordshire. Where's that being played? Do you know? At Hertford Cricket Club.
Well, look,
And Essex, I think, go off to Cambridgeshire.
right. Well, Woolpit, amongst other virtues, has a lovely church.
It does.
And with it being a Sunday, all our listeners, if they're going to go, should pop in and say a few prayers and then go and watch the cricket match in the afternoon. As this next ball is defended down to mid-off. Again, there will be no run.
Which I'm sure you did when you were first a commentator.
Oh, of
The
course.
John Player League. You would go to church.
Absolutely.
Come along to cricket.
Now, all joking apart, I'm not a religious man, but my father loved churches, and he wasn't religious either, but he's got all the Arthur Mee books, which detail every parish church in the country, county by county. And when I was a kid, my dad would drive round and the rest of the family would say, oh no, there's a spire on the horizon, we've had it here, and we'd have to get out of the cosy car. But nevertheless, I too, a great admirer of the religious architecture. It's a good stop at mid-off, but they're still going to get one run. And the ball just deflected by Joey Everson into the path of Archdeep, but the fact he had to deflect it to stop it means he saved 3 runs because it would have gone for 4, but they do get the single to Rossington, who moves to 14, 265 for 5.
Grant Stewart looks a bit weary, understandably so, but he's got to keep going. He has bowled brilliantly, and they just obviously got a run with Ashdeep Singh at mid-on. But from my point of view, Grant Stewart is a key moment of the day here. He's got to keep fighting. He's got nothing for his endeavours today so far. He's bowled 20 overs, one ball shy, 6 maidens, terrific, 0 for 56. He's got good bowling figures, and he has been unlucky.
He bowls now, and that ball is back cut. It was a poor delivery, that one. Don was quite right in what he was saying, but that one was short outside off stump, and Rossington said, oh, thank you very much. And he moves along to 18 as it disappears to the backward point boundary. 269 for 5, a lead of 62. Just on the most recent topic, I particularly like cathedrals. And when I was last at Canterbury on my tour of T20 matches, which went Canterbury-Taunton, it was Hove-Taunton and then Canterbury-Cardiff. After I stayed overnight in the Canterbury environs, I went to the cathedral the following morning. Magnificent building, and the stained glass windows in Canterbury Cathedral, I've photographed most of them, are a wonder to behold. The craftsmanship of that, telling all sorts of stories from the Bible. That's as close as to being religious as I get, but it really is quite magnificent.
Can I just say you're trying to win all those friends back in Canterbury, aren't you? Hey?
I hope I'm succeeding.
Quinn! 2 slips are in place. He's bowling. This is a decent ball where Rossington's come forward. He's played it off the splice into the offside, no run. Yes, I went to school in Canterbury, so sung at Canterbury Cathedral. Enjoyed my early years doing the scoreboard, the white scoreboard, and where Lime Tree Cafe is today in the summer holidays. Used to pop up there. Used to go to school at St Peter's Methodist at the bottom of the High Street. As this is another ball, just turns Rossington around a little square, plays with nice soft hands off the splice into the offside, no run.
Michael Alexander emails to Essex cricket@gmail.com, and he says, terrestrial TV must have been the John Player League. Got off my backside, decided to watch Monty, first time at the Oval, 1976, against the West Indies, courtesy of Dad. Went on my Todd 4 or 5 years later. Can't remember my first visit to Lord's, mid to late 80s, I imagine. Thank you, Michael. And of course, he was talking about Monty Lynch there.
What a good player.
Great fellow.
Yes. Suddenly, occasionally comes on commentary with us when we're at the Oval, and this is bowled nicely, straight, on a length, challenging for Rossington, that just pushes it into the offside off the front foot, no run.
We hear from Barry Banks, who says, a bit controversial this, but I would go, talking about who might replace Dan Lawrence, he says, I would go for Ben Compton. Great commentary.
Okay.
I'm sure the Kent supporters will be up in arms about that.
Yes, Nick Brown might be as well. Alistair Cook won't be. As Quinn bowls outside off stump, just a little bit of movement, playing a miss, well bowled.
Yes, I don't think Alistair does up in arms, does he? He remains calm at all times. David Peaty, thanks for your email. Toppers and seagulls, he says. I'm unable to go to Chelmsford at the moment because of an infection. Can I say how much I'm enjoying your commentary and the light banter? I think Toppers has discovered a new breed of gulls. Tried looking for herring gulls online without any joy. Are we talking about herring gulls? Thanks, gents, for your professionalism and enthusiasm. Thank you very much, David. Yes, herring gulls.
Quinn bowls. This is almost cut. It goes all the way out towards the boundary where Ashdeep Singh is fielding in front of the pavilion square on the offside.
To be fair to you, I think you did say herring gulls rather than heron, but it may have gone down the line a bit more as if you were saying heron.
Well, yes. Well, we'll ask the connoisseur of gulls tomorrow. No, Friday. Saturday. I'll leave that in your capable hands.
Yes.
Please.
Well, I'll be telling him that one of the great A4 class, the Mallard class, was called Seagull, and I'm not changing for anyone.
As Quinn is in, bowls. This is played into the offside. Critchley takes a single. Ashdeep Singh is involved in the fielding again in the very same place square on the offside beneath the players' pavilion. End of the over. That's the end of me. As Essex have moved to 271 for 5, and we welcome back Benwood.
6 overs to go till the tea interval. And Essex 271 for 5, leading by 64. And they've had a good session so far in this afternoon session after scoring only 72 further runs for 4 wickets in the morning. But they've lost just the 1 wicket since and have added 93 in that time. So we can now say that they will at least get a worthwhile lead. Just how many we're not sure. Joey Everson is coming back on to replace Grant Stewart at the River end. Grant Stewart, last ball he bowled went for 4 and didn't quite manage to bowl as well as he did in the morning session, but it is harder in the current conditions. As we welcome Ben back to the microphone.
There we go. A few overs until the tea break then. Just saying on my last update for BBC Radio Kent that be a bonus for Kent to get 1 more wicket in this session, get a breakthrough before tea, get themselves another point on the board in terms of the bonus situation.
Obviously move into the Essex tail thereby. Simon Harmer due in next. Is a very capable batsman, let it be said.
So Joey Everson turned away into the onside behind square by Critchley. Moves on to 46 now, 15 for Rossington. No great tempo necessarily about the Essex innings with the run rate below 3, but they've occupied the crease well.
Interesting email from Philip J, who says, good afternoon, Ilford. Yeah, Philip from Ilford, Essex here again, talking to you from Hong Kong. Come back to his point after the next delivery.
All-rounder Joey Everson past the umpire, bowling right arm over. Let go outside the off stump by Rossington.
And Philip continues, following comments on minor league teams, I was curious to find out how Durham got into the top flight many years ago. Couldn't we find a few more teams or make a 3rd division with promotions? Or is it too controversial? Well, it's not necessarily a bad idea. I don't think it'll happen. But going back to your original question, Durham only joined the county championship in 1992 and have done very, very well with what they've achieved in the time since then. And they were the best minor county at that time, as Everson is in bowls and is played to mid-wicket. And of course, like all these sides that might come through from below, it was as much perhaps a sound business footing at the time that they joined the championship as their cricketing prowess that determines it. You know, they proved that they got the facilities. In addition to what became the county ground at Chester-le-Street, they played both at Durham in the university ground, they played at Hartlepool and several other venues as well when they first came in. Bring Ben in on that in a moment, but Everson bowls and the next ball is stopped at backward point and there's no run.
Yeah, looking pretty good in the county championship this season.
They are. They're going to be in Division 1 next season, almost without a doubt. Be good to have them back. When you remember, Ben, why they're there in the first place, that almost vindictive treatment by the then chairman of the ECB, hit them with everything going, including points deducted from the following season in the lower division. As Everson's in bowls and it's driven straight before us. A lovely shot from Adam Rossington here. And that takes him to 19 and Essex to 276 for 5.
Yeah, it might just be the shot of the day, that one, from Rossington. Straight drive back past the bowler. Yeah, as you say, Paul, Durham, 5 wins out of 9 in the County Championship Division 2. Nobody else has won more than 2 games all season, with a lot of draws across the board. So Durham have got 155 points. And second, Leicestershire, 108 points, with Sussex 106. So, yeah, nobody getting close to Durham this season in Div 2.
And I think they'll more than hold their own if they come up to Division 1. This ball is pulled away for another 4. And that is too short there from Everson. And meat and drink to Rossington, who that was more his T20 mode there as he lifted it away over square leg. Played very well here, let me hasten to add. 23 to him, 280 for 5, and Essex now have more than 100 in the session for the loss of just the 1 wicket.
Yeah, I think looking at Division 2, that's the sort of silver lining, really. If Kent end up being one of the 2 teams that get relegated from Division 1 this year, and obviously it's looking like it's between Northants, Middlesex and Kent to go down, you would assume that those 2 sides that drop really should be capable of competing fairly strongly next season, because you know there's not necessarily anyone to be worried about in Division 2. Maybe Yorkshire will improve and get stronger next season, but obviously just the 1 win in the county championship so far this year. So
news continues to be good from Old Trafford. England 236 for 2.
As Quinn bowls, and it's driven away by Critchley. We got what, 4 overs now until maybe 5 until tea.
And England are only just shy of 6 and over, with Crawley a brilliant 130 not out off 127 balls, 14 fours, 2 sixes, and with him Joe Root 43. The previous partnership with Moeen Ali and Crawley put on 121, and this one is 115 unbroken between Crawley and Root, and the news could scarcely be much better from an England point of view. They're now only, what, 81 runs behind Australia.
Quinn bowls, a couple of catching covers in position now in Mayeye and the sub fielder. 1 slip. Mayeye does the fielding. Yeah, just having a brief look on that scorecard. Travis Head is going at almost 8 runs and over, the spinner. And Joe Root has got 43 off 34 balls, 6 fours and a 6. So he's going at a better strike rate than Crawley, who's got a runnable 130 so far, or just over a runnable.
Well, there's certainly no sort of inclination to drop Bazball, that's for sure. They're really going at it hammer and tongs because of this terrible weather forecast for the weekend.
Quinn bowls, turned away into the onside, and there's no run. We've got a lad who plays for our village team, who came over earlier on in the season for the first, I think he was due to be available for the first 2 fixtures of the season. He's working out in Madrid at the moment, and he didn't play either of those. We didn't play either of those first 2 games of the season because of the bad weather, and he's due to be over for the next 2 weekends. So he could be coming over from Madrid again for another rainy Saturday.
Yes.
And not play once more as Quinn bowls. This one defended back towards him from Critchley. Yeah, the forecast for the next week or so looks particularly soggy, doesn't it? So
it certainly does, and to that effect in some ways, even today there's been no play at Edgbaston in the West Midlands since lunch, with Warwickshire 43 for 2 replying to Lancashire's 327 all out, which may have dented Warwickshire's championship hopes, that recovery by Lancashire from 150 for 7, plus now the intervention of the weather. And of course the weather in the end could have quite a say in the championship, with Essex and Surrey being in the right part of the country.
Bowles does Quinn, pushed away into the covers once more. Yeah, all of a sudden I'm checking the weather forecast for Nottingham next week. So that's where Kent are.
Yeah, you weren't here yesterday, Ben, but I was saying that Warwickshire, if the weather didn't intervene, had a great chance of winning the championship because they had the easiest run in by some way, certainly much easier than Surrey. Talking of Kent, though, the good news for them is that the two sides they must finish above, Middlesex and Northants, in their final few games have to play all the top three. Whereas Kent, once they've got Essex out of the way here, play none of them.
Quinn bowling. Driven up towards mid-on here by Critchley. Yeah, they've got to play Nottinghamshire twice. And then a trip to Somerset. They go to Taunton before Lancashire at home in the final game of the season. So it's those three teams that they're going to have to take points off if they are going to stay up.
And Notts, who kind of are the next lowest side, not taking them lightly, but they do often get bowled out relatively cheaply, and certainly you feel that if Kent put up any sort of a performance in those two games, they'll have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I do wonder if the home game in particular, post Ashes, Crawley back, should be sort of back to full strength Kent.
Well, I think if you win one of those two even, you'll have done enough. Here is Everson up from the River End, and bowls, and that ball is down leg side. We've got 36 overs left on the day, so there are now 4 overs to go to. Tea.
Yeah, it could be a draw at Trembridge next week, looking at the forecast. Perhaps.
Well, yes, yeah, no, you're right. And ditto Essex at Southampton. They may be a little bit better placed because the weather in Southampton might just, on the south coast, be a little bit better, but certainly horrendous weather generally is forecast. And if you have to have a game rained off, Essex would like it to be the one at the Aegeus, because it's a difficult place to gain a victory they've found in the past. As Everson's in and bowls, and this ball is nicely played off the pads, I must say. Rossington is not only playing well here, but very stylishly. 281 for 5, and he moves up to 24. Critchley on 46, and this is proving a useful partnership for Essex, already put on 40. Lead up to 74. Elsewhere, Hampshire 150 for 4 in their second innings, leading by 66 in the first. They're 216 ahead of Nottinghamshire. Somerset made 351, bowled out Northants 180, and Northants aren't doing very well second time round, 25 for 2. And that goes down leg side. So that is another piece of good news for Kent. Northants already looking in a parlous position, and they're not improving. Middlesex are 53 for 3, replying to Surrey's 433 all out. So I don't think there's any chance of Middlesex overturning Surrey there, looking at that score. So it's all basically good news for Kent. OK, they're not in a great position in this game, though they fought back well today. As Everson bowls, and ball's played into the onside. Well, there could be a run out, but in fact they've decided against running at all in time to avoid the run out. It was played to mid-wicket. There was a slight fumble from Ellis Daly. He couldn't quite field it cleanly. He was diving to his left at mid-wicket, and for a moment Critchley had come halfway down and Rossington hadn't moved at the non-striker's end, but Critchley realised soon enough that Rossington was not for budging, and here is Everson in again and bowls to Critchley. Critchley drives and looks for that same gap and finds it to some extent, though. It's only going to be a single as Arshdeep backs up at mid-on and scored to 282 for 5, and Critchley to within 3 of a 50.
So England scored 178 runs in the afternoon session at Old Trafford, so it's tea there.
Yeah, amazing. 239 for 2 in just 41 overs. Almost like an old John Player League match. Crawley 132 not out from 128 deliveries. Everson Rossington, nice shot, and that's probably going to go for 4. He's timed that so well. I've never seen Rossington bat as well as this. Played some lovely shots, and whereas in T20 it's big bash stuff all the time, here you'd say this guy's good, you know, an authentic red ball innings, moves to 28 and the score to 286 for 5.
Yeah, that was almost as good as the front foot
Yeah.
straight drive. Back foot punch past the bowler.
And of course he's solidly built, so if he does lean on something, it's quite likely to give way to him.
Yeah, really nicely timed from Adam Rossington.
So Quinn is now preparing to bowl from the Hayes close end. 3 overs left before tea.
It's looked easier to bat on as the day's gone on.
Yes.
Thought Kent had bowled well early doors, and it looked like it was doing a little bit out there for them.
That's why I think, Ben, we'll come back to the point after this ball.
Turned a bit with the older ball, Washti getting a wicket with the new one. But Stewart and Quinn haven't been able to follow that up. Likewise Everson, as Quinn continuing from the Hayes close end, pushed away up towards mid-off.
And that's why, bearing in mind this horrendous forecast for Saturday, Essex would obviously like to win in 3 days if they could. And it's why I think, with a good forecast for tomorrow, and the fact the best session to bowl in is the first, they would want ideally to be able to have a go at Kent in the first session tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Try and build as much of a lead as they can.
Yeah.
This afternoon, look to up the rate if they can as well. Clipped away, leg side by Critchley. This straight delivery from Quinn.
Yes, it's been, again, an intriguing and enjoyable day's play, just as yesterday was. Kent coming back very strongly in the morning session, reducing Essex from 106 for no wicket to 178 for 4. But equally, in the afternoon, Essex have been on top and have added 108 runs, good rate of scoring, and only lost the 1 wicket of Walter for 45.
Quinn once more turned away nicely into the onside by Critchley. That could be the half century. It beats mid-wicket. It's going to roll away for 4. And that is him through to 50 from 107 balls, Matt Critchley. Very nice knock indeed from the middle order player for Essex. And helping his team build a lead at Chelmsford, thanks to now his 5th boundary. 1-6 of course as well. He came down the wicket and hit Kadri over the top. But he's got a fantastic temperament, Matt Critchley.
He has, you're quite right. Very cool head on his shoulders.
Makes good decisions out there at the crease. And on a slow wicket, taking advantage, sitting in and batting time. Nice on drive up towards mid-on.
Intriguingly, we've got 2 short extra covers here. There's obviously a theory that his lovely cover driving, and he does drive quite beautifully, but as is often the case on the drive, just in case he doesn't quite get over one, that's what those 2 fieldsmen are there for, specifically for him. I don't think you'll find them still there for Adam Rossington. So probably good thinking on the part of Jack Leaning.
Kadri's warming up. I wonder if he might bowl the final over before tea. As Quinn bowls, Critchley defends out towards those 2 fielders. Interesting that one of the subs is in at short cover.
Yes, I was noticing that.
Rather than out on the boundary somewhere.
Yeah, Alice Daly. And he's very left-handed, I've noticed. He does everything with his left hand. Well, maybe not everything, but you know what I mean. And score 290 for 5. With Essex now the lead of 83. 2 overs after this one before tea.
Quinn bowls. Forward comes Critchley in defence. Another sound block into the offside. And so here come some extra gear, padding. It might be Nathan Gilchrist with a bib on, who's bringing out helmets for the wicketkeeper and a short leg, because Kadri will indeed come on. for the final over before tea. Stats for Critchley's innings being read out over the tannoy.
So Hamadullah Kadri on at the river end. Had an email from Bradders who says enjoying the commentary but also following the Ashes. As a result, I'm confused about who is in the Essex team. 12 players are listed on the BBC website. Please would you explain? Dan Lawrence is playing for Essex now, having been with the England team until yesterday. So he was released, and Essex, who began with Robin Dass, who was intended to play just on day one, but then overnight it was revealed Nick Brown had suffered concussion yesterday and therefore has retired hurt on 31. So Robin Dass, after all, is playing for the remainder of the game, as is Dan Lawrence.
In fact, there's 2 overs to go before tea, so it's going to be Kadri this one, and maybe even leaning the final one.
So Kadri bowls, and fielded at short mid-wicket, no run by Daly, and he bowled one remarkable over in an earlier spell, Kadri, in which he bamboozled Paul Walter with all 6 deliveries.
Yeah, that was brilliant, that over. Left a couple, tried to hit a few out of the ground and missed them.
Well, this is a nice straight drive from Rossington, back to the bowler, no run.
Certainly tossed a few up today, Kadri, on this pitch.
Yeah, he's bowled well.
Which is interesting to see. Normally bowls quite flat, but having the confidence to try and just give it a bit more flight.
Another drive, but straight to short extra, no run. Steve McLaughlin emails us, good to hear and see first-class cricket live stream, maybe a side benefit of the pandemic. In yesterday's stream, I noted a number, whatever the appropriate group name is, of helmets piled behind Adam Rossington. Come back to your point in a moment. Here is Kadri. In and bowls and played back to the bowler, no run. In the unlikely event that the ball was to impact multiple helmets, would that attract a multiple of the 5-run penalty? I think you can only have it once, but good point made in jest, as here is Kadri in. Bowls and attempted sweep, appeal for LBW, was on the front foot, which doesn't guarantee that you'll be given not out, but Graham Lloyd finds in the batsman's favour. And Steve goes on, I recall watching the Essex Board 11 playing Warwickshire at Billericay in the NatWest Trophy in 2000. Seeing the likes of Alan Donald on his return from injury playing on my hometown club ground was a sight to see. Indeed, lovely to hear Alan Donald mention. Hope the weather stays set fair for the rest of the match. Kadri's in, bowls, and that has cleaned out Adam Rossington. He played all round that and is bowled. So well done to Kadri, who was so unlucky not to get the wicket of Paul Walter earlier. A very good knock nonetheless from Rossington. Ends 28, he went to drive that a little bit cross-battedly, and he played all round it, nicely flighted by Kadri, good bowling, 290 for 5, Essex lead by 83, Critchley has 51 not out, and the players haven't gone off for tea because we've still got 1 over to come. Yeah,
so the LBW decision earlier on in the over actually hit the back leg, but it was outside the line of off-stumpers. Rossington was going for that sweep shot, and then, yeah, that ball from Kadri just turning a little bit. Good flight once again. Goes through the gate and hits middle and leg. And actually, good bowling change as well from Jack Leaning, because seam wasn't really threatening. Maybe could have even, in hindsight, gone to it a couple of overs earlier. And
yeah, I mean, I think he only bowled him probably because it was the last over from that end before tea, but it just shows that which is a fairly well-worn tactic in itself, is well worth trying.
Yeah, absolutely. Kadri has bowled well so far today. 2 for 63 from 24 overs, Kadri. So
I mean, Matt Critchley has often been bowled a little bit as an afterthought with his leg spinners, but he keeps taking wickets, and I think Tom Westley is rapidly realising that he's more than, you know, just a bloke to give the odd over here and there to. It's Simon Harmer who's come out to join Matt Critchley. He's going to be at the non-striker's end, because that was the last ball of the Kadri over, and may I say, I think he's thoroughly deserved that wicket he's just taken. So Essex have now lost 2 wickets in the session, but have scored 112 runs and are leading by 83.
So Jack Leaning was doing a little bit of warming up, and I think if he was possibly considering himself for this final over before tea, but in fact he is going to stick with Quinn. They're quite happy to invite the single for Critchley, which he says Yeah, I'll have that. Thank you very much. And then they've decided that they want to bowl Quinn at Harmer, which is potentially a good decision because Harmer, as a spinner himself, as an off spinner, is normally pretty capable against slow bowling.
Yes, I think Harmer would not have minded if Critchley had faced all of this final over, but a single off the first ball means that he will, and of course, you know, this is a bit of an opportunity for Kent just to have a few deliveries at Harmer, who very capable, but in amongst some good scores, he does get quite a few ducks.
So Kent, 2 bonus points now on the board. Quinn, oh, beats the outside edge. That's a good delivery first up to Simon Harmer.
That was nearly another duck.
It wasn't far off.
No, he's not the most certain of starters, and a point I was making, not very recently, but not that long ago either, might have been last season, was that if Harmer ever gets to double figures,
yeah,
he's in serious business. But until he does, he struggles, and there was an innings up at Edgbaston. He went on to make about 80. And the first 11 runs were absolutely excruciating watching him. Thereafter, he played like a maestro.
I hate playing against guys like that on a Saturday in a club game.
Yes.
They come out and you think they're a walking wicket and then they end up winning the game for the opposition. This one is outside the off stump. Poor delivery from Quinn. Didn't force Harmer to play it. It was far too wide.
On that score, there was, I can't remember his name, but there was a guy of Australian extraction who played for Leicestershire. And
John Maguire?
no, it wasn't John Maguire, Don suggests. No, but he was a guy who couldn't have looked worse for about an hour at the crease.
Yeah.
And I did my update and said, but rest assured, he will soon be out. Went on to get 100 and saved the match for Leicestershire. And got another 100 against Essex after that.
Quinn once more forces Harmer to play this time, but soundly defending. This new ball, actually, I'm surprised. It feels like it's older than 16 overs, but not so. So, in that sense, Arshdeep's just gone over to Kadri and just shook his hand. I'm not quite sure why that particular moment was when he wanted to congratulate him, but yeah, maybe that's why Leading hasn't waited until introducing Kadri into the attack to now.
Both Ben and myself will make way pretty quickly after the next 2 deliveries to tea, so Don can do his 4 o'clock update.
Quinn bowls outside the off stump, left alone. It's going to be quite neatly timed, this end of session, for updates on the hour.
And I will let you jump out first so Don can get in that corner, Ben, and you can go and make sure you're in time for your 4 o'clock.
Final ball then of the session incoming, with Essex 291 for 6, Arshdeep getting Water for 45, and then Kadri removing Rossington for 28. As Quinn bowls, Harmer turns it away into the onside, dot ball, and he'll be back again after tea, as will Matt Critchley on 52 not out.
Thanks very much to Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent, and Don Topley just about to replace him so that he can do his 4 o'clock update into the BBC Essex news. I'm Paul Newton. Thank you very much for listening this afternoon. Be sure to join us at 4:20 as Essex will resume on 291 for 6, Critchley 52 not out, and Harmer yet to get off the mark. The lead is 84. Over to you, Don.
Thank you, Paul. We shall see everyone in about 20 minutes, but I have an update to do on the 4 o'clock news.
Ben after tea.
What was the score at lunch?
178 for 4. That is 113 for the loss
That's
of 2
right,
wickets.
I said 112, it's 113.
again, we welcome today's match ball sponsor, the Essex Cultural Diversity Project. Indy Sandu and the team at Essex Cultural Diversity Project have been working in partnership with Essex County Cricket Club over the last 12 years through various initiatives, including providing cultural activities, engagement with diverse communities, and promoting community at our county ground. We would like, therefore, to re-welcome everyone to Chelmsford today, and those also from the Chelmsford Sikh community.
I didn't see the Rossington dismissal. It was bold.
All around the nicely flighted cadre delivery, and it went through the gate.
And a couple of wickets for Kent in the session at the start and end of it. One for Arshdeep Singh, clean bowling. Walter with the new ball for 45, and then Kadri in the penultimate over before tea, which the players have broken for. Now managing to get rid of Rossington with a delivery that just turned inside the bat and pad and clipped the middle of the leg stump. So 2 wickets for having Kadri, the off spinner. Rossington 28 back. Critchley though still there on 52 vitally for Essex, who have a lead of 84 runs over Kent. 291 for 6th home team. And meanwhile,
Welcome back, everyone. Paul Newton here, about to be joined by Ben Watson, Don Topley for BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. And the umpires are once more out in the middle. And the players are just lining up outside the pavilion. With Essex, 291 for 6. Been an interesting day, very much Kent's morning. You'd have to say Essex's afternoon. In the morning, Kent reduced Essex from 106 for no wicket to 178 for 4. And they've really got what must have seemed the key batsmen out in Alistair Cook and Tom Westley and Dan Lawrence. But there's been a good rally from Essex. 113 runs scored, only 2 wickets fell in the second session, and one of those was just before tea. Paul Walter made 45, was the first to go, and a very good 28 from Adam Rossington before he played all round. A nicely flighted delivery from Hamidullah Kadri. But good innings from Matt Critchley, has stitched the Essex innings together, 52 not out. And Simon Harmer had just joined him when T intervened. So 291 for 6 in 101 overs, new ball having been taken. Essex have 9 overs left to add to their current tally of 1 batting bonus point. And I can't see them really going hell for leather to make it a 3rd batting bonus point by reaching 350. I think they'll be reasonably contented to try and bat on, keep wickets in hand as best they can, and they should surely get a 2nd batting bonus point when they reach 300, only 9 runs away, and will then possibly be looking, certainly my conjecture, to reach somewhere in the region of 400 eventually, which would give Essex a lead of not that far short of 200, and they'd ideally, bearing in mind an horrendous weather forecast for Saturday, they'd ideally like to have a quick dart at Kent tonight, maybe for 5 or 6 overs, see if they can pick up the odd wicket, and from their point of view, hope to bowl Kent out on the 3rd day tomorrow. Well, that's all theory. We shall see what happens here. And so we have the expected 32 overs left in this final session. It's a lot of cricket potentially, and we're going to see Hamidullah Kadri, who's bowled pretty well today. May have been unlucky not to dismiss Walter stumped before lunch. And Critchley just adjusting his gloves, prepares to face the first over after tea. And Kadri to bowl to Critchley with a slip, a back pad and a short mid-wicket. Here he comes now, lovely little loping run up, and Critchley immediately hands the baton to Simon Harmer by taking a single down to Joey Everson at long on. 292 for 6. England, last I saw, were continuing to thrive against Australia. Been a terrific day so far with consecutive century partnerships, both featuring Matt Crawley, who not long ago was 138 not out, I think it was, and put on a 100 partnership, first with Moeen Ali, who'd made 54, and a few minutes ago with Joe Root, who'd made 43 not out. 249 for 2, I think it was, with England closing to within about 68 of Australia, as this ball is played down the track, and there is no run there. It's Simon Harmer on strike to fellow off-break bowler Hamidullah, I should say, Kadri, and Don Topley just about to join me to my left, and he'll shortly be joined by Ben Watts with just the 1 run added since tea. 292 for 6, and after this over there will just be 8 more, and nothing about the way Essex have gone about it in the few deliveries we've seen since tea suggests they're going to make a vainglorious attempt to get to 350 and register a 3rd batting bonus point with overs running out. And tactically I'm sure it's right that they play the game normally and see where they get to. With maybe half an hour to go, they might think of putting Kent back in if they're satisfied with the lead they would have by then. That's assuming Kent don't bowl them out in the meantime, as Harmer plays the next delivery to short mid-wicket. There's no run. I'll take one more delivery to see this over out, and Don will take over and be joined by Ben Watts. And this ball's tossed up, a pleasant off drive from Simon Harmer, but straight to mid-off. So 292 for 6 now after 1 over of the evening play. Over to you, Don.
Thank you, Paul. Paul Newton, Ben Watt Don Topley bringing you the company and the commentary of this Day 2 encounter of the County Championship between Essex and Kent from the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford. A bit of grey cloud over in the distance towards the south of Chelmsford. To our right is the west, where the sun sets, together where the prevailing wind normally comes from. It's still a warm day here at Chelmsford, not much breeze around, and we welcome back Ben.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Ashdeep Singh, who's been impressive today. He's going to be bowling. He's bowled 19 overs, 3 for 46, left arm over the wicket, stretching his hammies. Another slip has been called into place. Tawanda Mwai, who comes into, well, he joins Finch in the middle of Finch and Leaning, Captain Leaning. He's at first slip, so in he comes. Ashdeep Singh on his way in from the Hayes Close end. He bowls to Critchley. Critchley plays and misses as he push drives, hopefully into the offside, but he misses it through to the keeper. 2-9-2 for 6. Anything to report over tea?
I must admit, I've had a fantastic day food-wise.
I've just spotted you earlier with an ice cream.
Yeah, so I had a bacon roll for breakfast.
At the ground?
Yeah, at the ground. Curry for lunch, and now I've just polished off a massive ice cream. I'm having a great day.
Just as well they're not doing a weights balance over the bridge, isn't it? Ashdeep Singh bowls, and it's played by Critchley back to the bowler on his follow-through, threatens to throw, but there is no run.
I would be going back heavier than I came, yes.
Yeah, weights and measures and all that. Yes, what did you have in the curry?
I think I had
meat, vegetarian?
Yeah, I had the chicken
Chinese?
tikka one.
Chicken tikka. I went with the Chinese curry. She suggested it was the least of the hottest. The vegetarian's quite good too. Ashdeep Singh in, just short of length. Played into the leg side. There's a man back at deep square leg, but it's played to the conventional mid-wicket. So fine leg, deep square leg, and indeed mid on are the leg side fielders. An easy single there for Critchley. 2-9-3 for 6.
The chicken tikka wasn't hot. It was fine. It was. I can only do mild curry or medium curry, and it was really nice.
It's interesting actually. You know, we have this English chicken tikka curry. Have you been to India?
No.
Indian food isn't always that hot. And in comes Ashdeep Singh through to the keeper. No run. I've been to India quite a few times. Test matches, the World Cups, 2016, but twice in 2016 actually. And I was due to go again to Bangalore. Reece was playing in the IPL, and unfortunately I didn't go. He got injured, but I was so looking forward to it. I do enjoy Indian food. It's so different to how you think Indian food is.
Oh, interesting.
You can't judge it purely on the English curry houses and chicken tikka masala.
Okay.
Rogan Josh, or they do eat meat, but a lot of vegetarian curries. Ashdeep Singh is in. This is outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper. Dot ball. The breads, they don't use yeast like we do. Yeast is used to allow bread to be used over a period of time, so it can be saved in the bread basket or the bread tin, or it can last a long time. They only cook bread to basically eat now.
Yeah, okay.
So the breads they have in India are stunning. They really are lovely, tasteful breads. Chapatis, naans, various breads as he's in. Bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. No run. End of the over. 2-9-3 for 6. Critchley 54 to face. Harmer still yet to score. The hot curries, spicy curries. Probably my experience is those with lentils in them. It seems to me that they're, generally speaking, they're a little bit hotter.
Okay.
those with lentils. So lentil, you know, it could be a dish, but it's got a lot of lentils in it. It might be a little bit more fiery. The meats are normally a little bit on the bone, unlike in England where you have breast chicken or. So you just have to be careful about the meat dishes.
Kadri bowling. Forward comes Critchley, playing into the onside. 54 for him.
And it's such a vast curry that whether it's the south or north, Chennai, Kerala, they're all very, very different up towards the mountains.
Bowls here, Kadri. Oh, down the ground goes Critchley. He's boshed it over the head and mid-on, all the way for 6.
That really was a superb shot. He waited for it to be in the right area. He found it was in his slot, and he was able to play a free flow of the shot. And what was so impressive is he didn't try and hit it too hard. He just made a good connection, ensured it went over Joey Everson that was halfway to the boundary, so he wasn't in, he wasn't all the way back, and he did it beautifully without minimum effort. Super shot from Critchley. Plays the second ball now into the leg side. He takes a quick single, and the applause is for Essex's 300 and another bonus point in this 104th over. So great shot there, great cricket there, and he just hits the 6 and then picks up the single. Kadri in again, right arm over the wicket. Harmer, watchful, respectful, plays it back to the off spinner on his follow through, no run. 300 for 6. Critchley on 61, and Harmer still yet to score. Plenty of goals around the outfield, square leg. This time Harmer forces the ball into the leg side with the spin. In fact, there's a group of goals, herring goals, and another set of goals from another family that is at the top end of the Hayes Close end. This time Harmer goes for a lap. He plays the shot quite early in terms of he looks away to square leg. He misses it, cannons in off his front pad into the offside, and that concludes the end of the 104th over here at the County Ground, Chelmsford. 300 for 6. Now there's the best part of 6 overs left in for the points, but whilst Kent can gain some points, Essex probably won't get to 350, so they just need to bat honourably, sensibly, and pick up as many runs as they can and build a substantial lead in this contest. That's the important thing, because there's plenty of time left. I suspect if they had the option, they would organically be bowled out 30 minutes before the end of play, or declare 30 minutes before the end of play, as this is driven by Critchley out to mid-on, no run. And then they could have a little go with the seamers and Harmer tonight, but also a second chance with the new ball in the morning. So it's 2 bites at the cherry, as we used to say in cricket. A bite of the cherry tonight with the new ball when Kent have been in the field all day and a bit longer, and then have a go at them again tomorrow morning when the bowlers are fresh. There might be a little bit more in it in the wicket with a new ball tomorrow morning. Ashdeep Singh bowls a bouncer. That's a good effort, that is. Rossington hit his bouncer earlier in the afternoon. Critchley's gone after it, but it was very short, but he did get it up to head high, so I'm going to congratulate the bowler by his endeavours and effort there. That was a seriously decent ball, decent bouncer, which has sailed through to the keeper. Well bowled, Ashdeep Singh. 300 for 6. Gosh, there must be about 20 to 30 goals. I wonder, when we used to play at the Oval, one of the two of the Essex players were a little bit naughty. They used to bring out some little broken biscuits and crumbs. As Ashdeep Singh bowls, this is through to the keeper. There is no run. And if we were fielding, we used to drop them occasionally close to the square or on the square, hoping that the herring gulls would come down and get into the batsman's eye and disturb them. but it used to occasionally, as they used to break away or abort batting, they used to say, well, you see, the herring gulls are getting closer. So it used to penalise our over rate. But I think Surrey, we learnt the trick off Surrey. They used to do it. Gosh, there's an incredible amount of herring gulls on the outfield just at this moment. We need the ball to come down here and they'll all fly away. They're looking for something. Look, yeah, there's a few. There's a Matt Quinn has sort of run amongst them, and they've all run away. In comes Arshdeep Singh around the wicket to Matt Critchley, who drives, looks for a single, but well fielded there. There is no run at mid-off. Just saying, we've got two groups of gulls.
two groups of rival gull have arrived.
I wonder if
mass.
There's a Kent set that have got lost and the Essex set over there.
Meanwhile, the Test match, back-to-back fours, taking Zach Crawley past 150.
Oh.
And Root's got a half century as well. So England are closing in on Australia's first innings score at the moment.
It mustn't rain up there. It's Manchester, it mustn't rain. Please.
It's coming.
Arshdeep Singh round the wicket. This is a cross-back shot which is mis-executed into the floor, goes into the outfield and the offside where the 12th man, Ellis Daly, he's on the academy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on the academy pathway.
Where's he from? Do you remember? Can you remember?
I don't know what club.
But
let me try and find out.
Great experience for an amateur to spend the afternoon in the outfield.
I think he's a Bexley boy.
Bexley, because Bexley, hang on, I read a tweet somewhere recently. Bexley, is it Lordswood? And one other team are at the top of the Kent Premier League.
Minster or Tunbridge Wells? One of those two?
I couldn't remember. Certainly was Bexley and
let me look.
And Lordswood. They were towards the top. Swardston, who are in the East Anglian Premier, they lead the East Anglian Premier ahead of Mildenhall. And we had the T20 East Anglian Premier League T20 finals last weekend at Mildenhall, and Swardston won that. They beat Mildenhall in the final. So Swardston, who were a very superior Norfolk team in the Premier League, who have got great experience and success playing in that national knockout competitions, well, they're still back up there. But in the Kent League,
yeah, you're right, bang on. It is Bexley leading the way from Lordswood with Tunbridge Wells in third.
There you go. See, I am full of useless information. I am a badger. That's what my son calls me. He says, you know, obscure or things that nobody else wants to know about the game.
Do you know who scored the most centuries in the Kent Premier Division this season?
At the moment? It's got to be Stevens.
It is Darren Stevens.
That's a seriously calculated good guess.
Yes, it was.
Yes. I think Copdock and Old Ipswichians, who play not far off the A12, just short of Ipswich, Copdock, are doing. You're not missing any cricket, ladies and gentlemen, because the umpire Graham Lloyd is currently looking to change a ball. Jack Leaning represented the ball to him and said, we're not happy with this, and I think he's agreed because he's changed the ball. So you're not missing anything. But Copdock and Old Ipswichians, who Raymond East is an administrator of that club. Nice ground, fairly flat wickets, slow, quite low, just off the A12. They've done quite well this season. I think they're in third place. And of course we have the East Anglian Premier, which involves North Essex, and then Suffolk, a bit of Cambridgeshire and Norfolk. And then you have the Essex Premier League, which is similar to your Kent Premier League. But the sides of like Frinton, Saffron Walden, they play in the East Anglian Premier League. Ashdeep Singh in now with this newish ball which is driven down the ground. Half volley, and it's dismissed straight back past the Indian Test bowler, and it hits the boundary board in front of the sight screen. Beautiful shot, but I'm afraid it was a half volley.
Yeah, well, that's going to dent the new old ball, isn't it? After they got it changed due to the shape. Darren Stevens also got 4 for 15 last weekend.
Does he? Who does he play for?
Plays for St Lawrence and Highland Court,
Yeah.
who are 4th in the table, and then it's Minster in.
And years ago, St Lawrence and Highland Court used to play at St Lawrence. They don't today, but they used to play at the county ground quite regularly back in the day. I presume that was under the groundsmanship of Brian Fitch. So back in the day, in the 70s, 60s, 70s. I don't think they played there in the 80s, but certainly I think St Lawrence and Highland Court played at the county ground Canterbury in the 70s. Probably obviously when Kent were away, or used wicket on a Saturday. Grant Stewart back into the attack. 304 for 6. Critchley 65. Harmer still yet to score. And we're not really worrying about. They might have a dart if they needed 15 off 2, maybe, but with wickets in hand. But they're not going to go carelessly after 350 for that extra bonus point. Stewart been unlucky most of the day. He's got to keep going.
Here he comes, bowling a full delivery, which is driven away by Simon Harmer out towards wide mid-off. Yeah, a few players that you'd have heard of still playing in the Kent Premier Division, the likes of Adam Riley captaining Bexley.
Yes, Adam Riley, off spinner. Thought very highly of, and seemed to sort of quietly disappear.
Yeah, never quite worked out for him, did it? Sort of at the top level. A few of the Kent players are actually playing it for various teams of the weekend in the Kent Prem, with the way that the matches have played out. Gave him an opportunity. He played off the back foot out towards cover to get involved. Ben Compton had a game for the Vine. And then currently Lordswood, their overseas player, is a lad called Thando Ntini, who is son of Micaiah.
Really?
He's playing there.
Does he bowl like him?
I believe he does bowl quick, yeah, and whacks it as well.
Does he?
Alex Blake still playing for Hayes.
Alex Blake, yeah. He used to caress the ball quite well.
Minster had Laurie Evans playing for them earlier on in the season.
Did he?
This one beats the outside edge from Grant Stewart through to the keeper. Yeah, before the T20 blast, he was...
Of course, he doesn't play any red ball cricket for Surrey, so yes, he probably would go off and play some club cricket.
Jordan Cox played for Sandwich at the weekend, which was also Joe Denley's old team.
Where do they play? Is it in Sandwich? Nice ground, pretty ground?
Yeah, it's
Sandwich?
nice actually.
Never been there.
Yeah, I think I've played there maybe a couple of times. Stewart bowls. Off the back foot, Harmer punches it up towards mid-off. No run on that particular occasion. Yeah, back in the day you used to have the likes of Bromley, who had Chris Harris, the former New Zealand all-rounder. Yeah. And Hartley as well at one point in time had a few guys like Matt Coles and Sam Billings were playing games for them. But they've now moved out of the Kent League. This one's defended away into the point area. Grant Stewart unlucky not to be in, well, not to have joined in with the wickets today, in truth.
Well, he will look back and feel that he's slightly unlucky with the drop catch of Sir Alistair Cook. He would have had him in his back pocket earlier this morning. Maye dropped him a regulation catch, went quickly at first slip.
Back of length, Harmer playing this one away, out towards extra cover. Arafat Bouyan's on as the sub-fielder. Bit of a misfield from him, but Everson was behind him.
Yesterday I mentioned about Arafat. Tell me, Was it his debut that he got a fifer? Was it against Somerset?
So he got 4. Did he get 5?
4?
It was against Surrey.
Surrey, was it?
I think he got 4.
I remember his introduction. It got quite a profile because he came from the South Asian Academy.
Correct, yes.
You would be able to tell me the proper name.
Yeah, it's the South Asia Cricket Academy based
Saka.
in Birmingham. Yes.
Saka. Well
Yes, so
done
he
to him.
got...
He came with a profile on his debut. Ashdeep Singh on his way in, left arm over the wicket to Critchley. Critchley plays into the offside, takes a quick single, and Harmer obliges the 1 run to Essex, 305 for 6.
See, I'm looking at the wrong home game. Yeah, he got 4 for 65, but it was the wickets that he got that
All
stood
England
out
players,
because they
weren't
were all, they were Pope, Jacks, Folkes, and Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
I would have thought we'll see a bit more of him in the One Day Cup, hopefully.
Yes. Well, I read this somewhere yesterday, but I was very aware of it, and I'm going to say it so Paul can hear that Simon Harmer's been given a bit of time off from the early stages or the early games of the One Day Cup. Harmer has a bit of a slog, to be fair, not the most cultured, as he was looking to hit, I think, straight back over Ashdeep Singh's head, but he plays and misses. Yes, the said man, Simon Harmer, he is going to be missing for a week or 10 days and miss 3 or 4 games in the 50 over cup for Essex.
If Essex need any experienced all-rounders to replace him, I'm sure Darren Stevens would be keen.
Yes, but very well put. There's an
sure
all-rounder in the ranks called Ben Allison, who I think will be hoping to get a game.
Yeah, it's good bowler, Ben Allison.
And you've got Aaron Nijjar as a left-arm spinner as well. As Harmer clips this into the leg side. It's well fielded by Arafat at mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding there on the very dry ends and pitches that represent the netting wickets square on the leg side.
Is Rossington in the 100?
Yes, London Spirit, Critchley, London Spirit.
So
Harmer isn't.
So Buttleman will get a go?
Or Pepper, yes, Buttleman
true.
and Pepper. Pepper, actually, he might be, and there's an injury here, there is an injury. Ashdeep Singh has been on his haunches. I think his calf is troubling him. Leaning is questioning the umpire as well, and they're calling for a substitute, I am sure, or the physio. Gosh, it never rains. It pours. I think there's an issue. He wants a drink, but he's going to try and continue bowling. I do think there's a calf issue for Singh. He's on his way in. He's bowling outside off stump, and there is no run.
Now he's around to the end of the month from a Kent point of view, Ashdeep. So this is due to be, well, next week's due to be his last game.
Where are you next week?
Nottingham.
Okay, that might, well, judging by the wickets this season, I think there's a little bit in it at Nottingham.
Seemingly, yes, this week.
Yeah.
Both teams got bowled out for under 170 in the first innings, didn't they? So, especially with the weather around next week, you would have thought that it might be a lively pitch to try and get a result.
Singh in. Well played by Harmer. He looks for a single. He's desperately keen to get off the mark. He's now faced 27 balls and he hasn't got off the mark yet, but he's looking quickly then, and I have to say it was Critchley who said no.
No. Yeah, Harmer does seem to be getting a little bit jittery now, having not got off the mark. Right, so Ashdeep's got 1 ball left in this over and then may well be getting some treatment.
Be interesting. He's spent 2 returns to his bowling mark where he's gone down and stretched his calf. He's in, he bowls, outside off stump, good delivery, concludes the end of the 107th over of Essex's innings, and Essex have made it to 305, which means they lead just under the 100, 98 runs. Now, where have all these gulls come from?
I don't know.
Are there any gulls at the seaside today, or have they all come inland? I always thought gulls came inland.
If the weather was
because
bad.
the adverse weather,
Yeah.
yes. Or is that an old wives' tale?
No, I don't know. Well, Archedeep's... I'm sorry, I'm just watching Archedeep sing at the moment. The 12th man's come out with a drink for him.
Painkilling tablet?
Maybe, yeah. He's not going off, which is good news.
Yeah, it is.
A few helmets and bits of protective gear are posted back on the boundary's edge because Grant Stewart's going to carry on. Something's in the way behind the bowler's arm.
You know the film The Birds?
Yeah, the Hitchcock one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit of those vibes, isn't there?
Blimey.
Stewart bowls then and driven by Critchley out towards Wyman off for a single. See, singles, that's how you do it, Simon Harmer.
Yes.
Just hit the ball to one side of a fielder and run.
That helps. That does help. Yes.
Joey Everson warming up. I wonder if
Saw his mum today.
he's going
Had
to come
a
on.
Lovely chat with his mum.
I think Joey's mum follows me on Twitter actually.
But yes.
Seems to have a
It's not
lovely...
Joey's mum.
Oh, no.
It's a rather unassuming name. Yes. Yes.
But yeah, he's got a big supportive family.
Yeah, very much so.
And he's a fine young cricketer.
He is not. Didn't want to lose him. They were desperately disappointed when he was keen to move. They really were.
Stewart bowls. Played
shot.
nicely off the back foot, and there's that single to get off the mark for Simon Harmer.
Good shot. That was worth waiting for. Good shot. Down the ground, back past the bowler.
It was indeed worth waiting for. Nicely played. Yeah, many county cricketers obviously wait however long to win a trophy for their team, and Joey Everson had won a trophy with Kent before he even became a permanent Kent player, because he was on loan for the One Day Cup last season.
That's right, I remember, yeah.
And then of course won it at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Didn't think of that one. Yes.
Stewart bowls. Just shaping to drive here, Critchley, but then leaving it alone outside the off stump. So yeah, return to the East Midlands for Joey next week.
Crawley's got 171 not out.
So he's gone past the 170 that he scored for Kent against Essex at Canterbury earlier on this season for his best score of the summer. Zach Crawley. Stewart bowls. Pushed away by Critchley through point, out towards the sweeper for a single. 308 for 6. Rate still 2.9, so doesn't look like Essex are going to hurry for any further batting bonus points. I think they'll be content with all the points they get for a victory here.
Yeah, that's right. And their best chance of a victory is to bat on and get as many runs in their first innings, and then have the luxury of men round the bat when the likes of Harmer bowls.
Stewart defended away by Harmer. Yeah, it doesn't look like Kent are going to get any more bonus points either. They'd need 3 quick wickets in the next couple of overs, so looks like it could be 5-2 on the bonus points front.
It's interesting. I talked with Paul many times about this. We keep seeing, say, draws go from 5 to 6 or 8, back to 5. I would like to see more points for a win. I'd like to see, instead of 16, which it has been for years.
Clipped away, nicely timed out towards deep square by Harmer for a single.
I would like to see just a few more points for a win. I'd like to see 20 for a win. I've said that for a good number of years. So you get a little bit more encouragement to win, but also a bit more encouragement, maybe to play a game, or rather than be safe. You know, if say this was parity on first innings and it was quite a slow game, that both teams, Essex and Kent, would go, well, let's try and set up a game rather than have a dull draw. And I think I would like to see, I'm an advocate of more points for the win, so I'd like to go from 16 to 20.
What did you think of the Women's Ashes points system?
Ashdeep Singh, he's in. This is into the leg side. Harmer will collect 4 as it scares the Seagulls square of the wicket. They fly off and somebody has to go and retrieve the ball. Good shot from Harmer, 313 for 6.
Feels to me like England have been, well, haven't really had the rub of the green when they've won 2 series, both 2-1, and yet they've drawn the series and Australia keep the Ashes. Feels like there should have been some sort of tiebreaker that whoever wins the most matches wins the urn in the event of a draw.
Okay, firstly, are you happy with a 1-game test match, one-off test match to determine the Ashes? Would you be? No. Yes.
I don't know. Well, no. It's one game. One game.
Okay.
Anything can happen in one game.
So maybe there should be 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not
or
1
2.
test.
Two.
Maybe 2
3
tests.
tests.
Yeah, absolutely. Singh in, clipped into the leg side. Millet does the fielding at on the drive on the leg side, saving 1 as well. Yeah, interesting. I probably, yeah, I don't know. I found it an interesting one. It's been a great Ashes contest, as the men's is as well.
I don't think there's been a bad game in either of the 2 Ashes series. They've just been nail biters, all of them really. It's kept you on the edge of your seat, that's for sure.
It has. I think they're worth more than 1 test for the ladies. That's certainly I'd like to see.
Yeah, I guess it's just progress, isn't it? Obviously, this was the first time they'd played 5 days as a test.
As round the wicket, full bunger, almost above the wasteful toss. The umpires don't look at each other. It surprised Harmer, but he's caressed it into the covers. Well fielded.
Can't have been far off a no ball, that one.
No, that's right.
Took everyone by surprise somewhat, but Arshdeep's still going, so he's okay, having been down on his haunches in the previous over. More goals appearing. Most of them are down at fine leg at the moment.
As Singh is in, bouncer short, pulled by Harmer, under control, good cross back shot as it's gone out to deep square leg where there is just the 1 run. Being noisy, and who's that wandering? That's Quinn. He's wandering from back on the boundary at deep backward square for Critchley. He comes up into the 1, and each time they cross and the batsmen change, the seagulls or herring gulls start to fly away because he runs through them.
Yeah, there's quite a few out of loitering at a deepish cover as well. They're sticking a man back here at 3rd man. So I wonder if this might be short from Arshdeep.
Compton's the man beneath the Tom Pearce stand. Singh's in, is pulled by Critchley. It's going to go for just the 1. They rotate and in comes Quinn.
I'm glad that Grant Stewart saw where that went, because Arafat at long leg didn't seem to see it at all. Kent had 3 men out on that leg side boundary, a sort of fine leg, long leg and a deep square, who's in front of square, because you're only allowed 2 behind square obviously. So yeah, then there's the 3rd man, so looks like Arshdeep's going to just chuck a few in short for the remainder of the over.
That's right. I mean, Harmer might have a little dip, as we've seen. It's quite a biggish boundary, but seeing these gulls all over the ground has reminded me of school at the Royal Hospital School, and I'll mention it in a minute. Singh is in, bowls a short ball, doesn't really get up, but it's well fielded at square leg where they stop the ball, stop the run, and Essex have to leave that over on 315 for 6. We've got goals here, and they're fine, but at half term, when the kids used to go home, at half term and the end of term, when there was stillness, nobody about at school, we used to have these geese. I think they were Russian geese or something. They used to fly in, and they used to park themselves on plenty of acreage of school playing fields, and invariably they would frequent the cricket squares, and they would leave their mess on the cricket square.
Oh no.
It was an issue. It really was an issue.
I wonder what they're after here. I don't know if there's some sort of seed in the grass to try and...
Well, at Royal Hospital School Holbrook, which is on the River Stour, you've got the River Orwell next door. It's all swallows and amazons, if you remember the books. So there's a lot of estuaries, and Harmer and Critchley come in for the quick single, sensible cricket by Matt Critchley, who plays on the front foot into the covers, finds a gap and calls his partner through. 316 for 6. But it did used to be a problem because they used to make a mess on the cricket squares.
Yeah, I think like from memory in sort of my school playground, they'd normally come at the end of the day or like after lunch when everyone goes back into class, and they're looking for bits of leftover crisp or whatever that have been on the floor. But these ones out here, I don't know why they seem to have picked the outfield right now.
Often seen this. Maybe there's something going on in the park next door which they can't go and land there.
Stewart bowling. Full delivery which has been let go by Harmer. There's no sort of bare grass out there particularly that would make you think that there's a bit of grass seed or something.
No.
But yeah, I don't know. They seem
Abroad,
to be pecking away at the floor.
in Africa, used to get if it was going to rain or thunder and lightning, especially in Zimbabwe, the flying ants used to come up, and the birds used to go after them as they would come up from the ground. And but we haven't got flying ants here today.
Thankfully not. As Stewart bowls, this one's defended away, because there was a game in my league actually, or the league that my team play in, that got cancelled a couple of weeks ago. It got abandoned midway through the game, or towards the closing stages of the game, due to flying ants.
Did they?
They abandoned the game because of a particular swarm that was sending everyone running for cover.
Swarm of bees or wasps, understandable, but yeah, where was that played? Remember, or away game?
It was between Withyham and West Farley, so I think it was at West Farley, which is near Maidstone. Stewart bowls, left alone by Harmer, who's got 7 runs.
Do you play?
Yeah, I play for Shibburn, which is a little village team.
Shibburn.
Yeah, so it's spelt Shipbourne,
Right.
but it's just outside Tunbridge.
Paul was an esteemed opening batsman. Not quite Bazball, but he would.
Solid.
He used to take his bat and think, bat ball, it's my game, I'm going to bat for as long as I can, and he would.
Stewart bowling, defended away by Harmer.
Dick Davies, who you know, he was also an opening bat, who used to bat for long periods of time. Am I sort of bracketing them at the moment with their ability? Opening batsman. The leave.
Blockers.
Best shot Paul played was the leave, the shouldering arms. Very elegant. As Stewart continues.
Harmer, the man on strike, last ball of the over, drives it back towards the bowler, collects in his follow through, just 1 off the over. So we've got 23 overs left today, 109 the Essex lead, 316 for 6. I'm going to go and update BBC Radio Kent.
Thank you, Matt. A lot of the BBC county cricket commentators have played some cricket. Dave Bracegirdle up at BBC Radio Nottingham, he played, I think he played actually firstly in the RAF. He had a career in the RAF. Kevin Hand a little bit. Mark Church played a bit at Cambridge, a bit at Tunbridge. Played some decent cricket, bowled and batted. Kevin Hand, as I mentioned. Marty Emerson up at BBC Newcastle. He played a little bit, bowled until he had a bad back in his youth. It's good to hear that they used to play.
Thank you very much.
It's going to be Joey Everson from the Hayes Close end. He's going to take over from Arshdeep Singh, and I'm just looking around the park. Arshdeep Singh is at deep backward square, just in front of square actually, not backward, in front of square by the pavilion gate.
Everson in then. And bowls, and that ball is beautifully back cut by Matt Critchley, and that has gone to the backward point boundary. 320 for 6, 74 to Matt Critchley, and don't like to mention it, but there is 100 there for him if he can still be batting in an hour's time or so. Played thoroughly well here. One commentator who commentates for Worcestershire, who I had the pleasure of commentating with in cricket call days. He was Worcester's cricket call commentator. Frank Watson. He was a seriously decent cricketer.
Was he?
He actually. They called him on to field for Worcestershire, and he took a brilliant catch on one occasion. As this ball is played to backward point, Worcestershire was short, and he came on as 12th man and held an amazing catch. But you know, he was a pretty decent cricketer.
Don't say that too loudly, because if Arshdeep Singh has got a little calf injury, they might even have a look at the youngster in the box here.
Yes.
Which is Ben Watt.
Yeah, and then we'd be lumbered with doing hours and hours on end.
But wouldn't you like to commentate on Ben
Oh,
Watt?
yes, no, that's right. I'm sure you'd be good.
Yeah.
Everson's in from the Hayes Close end bowls, and this time Critchley hits it into the ground and into the hands of short extra. There's no run there, and score remaining at 320 for 6. And still the news is good from Old Trafford. England's 310 for 2 in just 54 overs at very nearly 6 and over, with 68 not out to Joe Root. But the man of the day, and many another day, Zach Crawley, 174 not out off 170 deliveries. Fantastic knock. Everson's in bowls, and this ball's played to mid-on. There's no run there. He's hit 24s and 2 6s. That's 92 in boundaries, and shares a partnership of 121 with Moeen Ali for the second wicket, and this current partnership has so far put on 189 between him and Joe Root. What a fantastic day for England in general, and Zach Crawley in particular.
Yeah, well played.
Kent will be very proud of him.
They'll be celebrating in the streets of Tunbridge Wells, I'm sure.
Yeah, echoes of Bill McLaren there as this ball is played to mid-off, and there is no run. For anyone who doesn't know of Bill McLaren, he was a legendary rugby commentator, Scottish, and he knew all the sort of local details of all the Scottish players. And if someone called Hamish McGonigal had gone over in the corner, and I won't do the accent, but he said, you know, they'll be celebrating in the hostelries of Hoyk. It's the next ball. That ball is played by Critchley to short extra, and he's not had many anxious moments, Critchley I should say, for the very good reason. He plays carefully, he tends to make good decisions, he's not over flamboyant, and he's been the glue in this Essex innings.
Can I just tell you, I've been to Hoyk Rugby Club.
Yeah, it's terrific. They love their
Coldstream, over the borders.
Rugby in Scottish border territory.
Years and years ago, when I first worked for the BBC, I did BBC Newcastle, BBC North. I did a bimedia job in foot rugby, television and radio, reporting on Durham. And in those days, 4-day cricket, Durham, when they first came into the county championship, they probably only used to last 3 days. So I used to get the 4th day off. So I used to go for a drive up in Newcastle and further north into the borders. And I went to Hoyt Rugby Club. This time Harmer plays into the leg side. Quinn does the fielding at mid-on, and there is no run. Good looking shot, but no run.
Yes, Crawley, by the way, has, oh goodness me, he's gone on to 184 not out. He's added 10 runs from, I think, the last, yes, he's hit a 4 and a 6 in pretty much consecutive deliveries.
Who's bowling?
it's Mitchell Marsh.
Oh.
It's gone for 42 in 5.3.
Ooh.
And Crawley, just amazing. 184 not out, 321 per 2. That is the 200 partnership for the third wicket with Joe Root. And this next ball is played circumspectly down to mid-on and Matt Quinn. And here, 320 for 6. And England just one run ahead of Essex at 321 per 2.
Oh, two good sides. Two very good sides.
But
I like it.
What a performance from Crawley and
Might
from
have to
England.
watch the highlights tonight when I do get home.
Yeah, you probably have to watch them on the iPlayer, yeah, because they're on at 7.
Yes.
And we're going to go, certainly 6:30, I think, at least tonight.
Oh, it's driven down the ground by Harmer. Stewart's bowled well. It's an okay ball, but give credit to Harmer as he's played it back past Stewart. He's stuck a hand out. He's dived trying for it, but alas, he still can't get a wicket. Stewart has bowled 20 in the 24th over, 7 maidens, and he's been economical, but he just can't, and he really does deserve a wicket.
Yes, that was not all that far away from being a return catch from Harmer, but hit it very well. He's a powerful man. And he's got into double figures now after the slowest of starts. I think it was something like 38 minutes to get off the mark.
I think it was close to 30 balls.
Yes, he was.
Harmer plays on the front foot and plays with an open face bat into the offside where it's fielded at backward point, no run. Sun's gone behind a cloud, but still no signs of any horrid weather. We don't want it at Chelmsford. The crowd has still stayed here. Maybe the Tom Pearce has thinned out a little bit. The river stand is looking good. The public stands to our left are good. No, it's been a good crowd here yesterday and today, so thank you for attending. Stewart in to Harmer. Harmer looks for it cannons off his thigh pad. He very nicely picks the ball up, something I wouldn't do. I would let the fielders come in and pick that up, and Harmer doesn't get a run, no leg by. It's a dot ball, 324 for 6.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey 433 all out. Middlesex with a sort of mini rally, 109 for 4. Northant 73 for 4, following on where Somerset made 351 and Northant shot out for 180. Hampshire 216 for 4.
Stewart bowls. This is nicked and it's wide of first slip. It's gone through sort of second slip and further. Harmer played it with soft hands. It went along the floor. He gets 4. Essex get 4. Score goes to 328 for 6.
Yes, Hampshire, who led by 66 on first innings, having shot Notts out for just 100 exactly. So they're now 282 in front of Notts, who look to be heading for defeat. And at Edgbaston, where about 2.5 hours play was lost this afternoon, or late morning and into the afternoon, Warwickshire 82 for 3, replying to Lancashire's 327 all out. And you'd have to think, if the forecast for Saturday is realised, i.e. no play all day, that match looks as if it's going to be a draw, which, if Essex could win this one, would certainly do them no harm at all as they look to finish ahead of Warwickshire and hopefully win the title from their point of view. As here's Critchley, who's played a lovely shot through the covers, timing at its most exquisite, and it won't quite reach the boundary, but they've taken 2, and Critchley wants a 3rd. He's having to kick in the turbo, but does so. 3 runs to Critchley with a very stylish push, no great strength in the shot, but all timing, and he will move to 77 and Essex to 331 for 6.
Good shot. Everson's getting through a decent workload. He's in his 18th over. He's gone for 59. He's still a young man, good cricketer, but he's probably not used to 17 overs an innings.
No, he is a good cricketer, as you say. And just a slight adjustment in the field as Quinn moves from the offside over to mid-on for Simon Harmer, about to face Joey Everson from the Hayes close end. With 15 to Harmer, it's getting going now. He's got off the mark, 77 to Critchley. Harmer, nice shot, but straight to Muyeye at point. And Essex's lead now up to 124. Now we have minimum 20 overs after this. No real need to use the word minimum. We're not going to bowl more than that. But what it does do, it gives Essex a potential possibility to bat for another 12 or 13 overs and just have a 20 minutes at Kent tonight if they wished, and if they hadn't already been bowled out in the meantime. Everson bowls and Harmer plays the ball down to Arshdeep at mid-off, and there's no run. And the score 331 for 6 in 112 overs. So the point at which bonus points can be gleaned has passed, with Essex taking 2 for batting and Kent 2 for bowling. And England 324 for 2. And this ball is played back past the bowler. 4 glorious runs here, I think, although the fieldsman makes a very good effort, Matt Quinn, to stop it going to the straight boundary. But that was beautifully played by Harmer, who looked unbelievably out of sorts really when he was waiting to get off the mark. But now his timing is potentially, when he starts timing it like this, potentially a very good batsman indeed, with a championship 100 to his name at the Oval not that long ago. And the thing I always say about Harmer, until he gets to double figures, he's like a fish out of water. But when he's reached them, he's like a fish in water. As here comes Everson, bowls to him, single down to third man, and he moves up to 20. Harmer, who ever since he got off the mark has made scoring runs look easy, but made it look impossible until that point, with 30 balls to get off the mark and more than or very nearly 40 minutes at the crease until he did. Came in the penultimate over before tea.
He really is not just a great cricketer, but he's a great character, Simon Harmer.
Yes.
He's somebody you would want in your troop or in your trench.
Absolutely. And here is Critchley playing a very pleasant cover drive, but straight to Muyeye, who's about 35 yards from the batsman. The over ends, that was a dot ball, 336 for 6, the lead on to 129, with 20 to Harmer and 77 to Critchley.
Right, little bit of news here, and if you play local cricket or in the Essex Premier League, you might have played against this gentleman. But over the years, Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club, Castle Park, as we know, Paul, has got a proud record of producing sort of international cricketers, with the likes of Neil Foster, Derek Pringle, and more recently you've got the likes of Rhys Topley, Ben Folkes, and indeed Tom Blundell, who was an overseas cricketer for Colchester and East Essex. They have a new one. The latest one is the current cricketer who's been playing there is a chap by the name of Adi Ashok. He's a New Zealander, and today he's been called up for the New Zealand T20 international squad.
Well, it may be a bit of a shock that he's in there, and many congratulations.
Well, that's great news. Graham Napier,
here.
another cricketer of Colchester and East
Wonderful
Essex.
chap and wonderful cricketer, Graham.
Neil Burns. So they've got a bit of history of producing county cricketers. It's going to be Kadri bowling this time to Harmer, who forces the ball down all the way down to long on, where they take a single. It was well fielded by actually Grant Stewart, because I think it is Arafat who dived over the ball. He did stop the pace, but it was Stewart who had to go and retrieve the ball. So 1 run to Harmer and Essex, and they moved to 337 for 6.
Wonder when England last had a century partnership followed by a double century partnership.
Gosh.
And for Kent, it's Zach Crawley who's been the key element in both those. What a day he is having. 329 for 2, and he is 188 not out.
Kadri bowls. There's a late cut, delicate shot behind square on the offside. Critchley will take 2. Lovely little, well, that's a bit of an artiste, that was. It was a lovely little shot.
I think you're absolutely spot on there. That was a much easier shot on the eye for me than many a boundary. Just a bit of real subtlety. Wait for the ball, and just when you think he's leaving it, beautiful late cut for 2.
Opened the face and played it very late. This time he steps across slightly, plays in front of his pad with the spin into the leg side, no run.
The not-out batsmen have exactly 100 between them. Critchley 79 from 140 balls and Harmer 21 from 51.
Partnership is worth 49, isn't it? Outside off stump, and there is no run.
Yep, you're right.
As he's played another delicate late cut, but he's played and missed.
Yeah, this would be the third good partnership if they get to 50.
As Kadri bowls, played into the leg side to that man. Ben Compton fielding very straight on the drive, halfway down the wicket, almost in line of Simon Harmer, the non-striker. Kadri again bowls, and this played into the leg side where Compton does the fielding. There is no run. Sorry, not Compton, it's the 12th man. It's Ellis Daly.
Ellis Daly, absolutely right,
no
yeah.
run. End of the over, 339 for 6. Harmer has 21, with him Critchley about to be on strike on 79.
Yeah, it's, I was mentioning 3 good partnerships in a row for Essex. The first of them featured Critchley, and they've all featured him. So number 1 with Paul Walter for the 5th wicket, and that realised 71. And then there was 49 between Critchley and Rossington, and another 49 so far for this partnership with power to add. Joey Everson to continue from the Hayes Close end. We've got an intriguing position of an old-fashioned silly mid-on. Everson's in bowls, and this ball is, I won't say nearly played on into the stumps by Harmer, but it just goes about a yard in front of him. Yes, Ben Compton is fielding just off the cut pitch, about 12 yards from the bat.
Of course, in junior cricket, you're not allowed to be anywhere closer than 11 in front of the bat,
No.
for fear of safety.
That's right.
Umpires have to watch that in junior cricket.
The old days, so they've said safety, what's that? Here is Everson in and bowls to Harmer. Single, backward point, Muyeye running round, but nothing he could do to prevent the single. 340 for 6, and you'll hear a ripple now, because that is the 50 partnership, and there are 79 to Critchley, and now 22 to Simon Harmer.
We had many emails in, no?
I'll
All
check in
very
a minute.
quiet.
So yeah, we've had a nice few today, thank you, to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and to break in because Everson's in, bowls to Critchley taken on the pad, and Harmer has come a long way down and goes a long way back to remake his ground, because Critchley was on the back foot. He didn't actually immediately know where the ball had gone, and it had spilt out a few yards, but Harry Finch raced after it and was able to prevent them taking a leg by. Might even, if Harmer hadn't put the brakes on, had ended up in a run out there. 340 for 6, the lead 133, and in comes Everson and bowls, and Critchley elegantly through the offside. He is an elegant batsman to watch. Goes out to Matt Quinn about 20 yards up from the backward point boundary. Single, 341 for 6, the lead 134. Critchley hits 80.
Essex were pleased to welcome today's match sponsor, the match ball. That was the Essex Cultural Diversity Project, and this is in partnership with the Chelmsford Sikh Association, who formed the Guard of Honour for the guest.
And I'm afraid, that's a lovely shot from Harmer for 4 through extra cover. Lovely shot there, hit with tremendous power. 345 for 6, and Harmer has 26. But I'm afraid the bad news from Old Trafford is that Zach Crawley's magnificent epic is over, and I was so hoping he'd get to 200. He's out for 189, bowled by Cameron Green, made from 182 balls. Imagine that, all those runs at more than a run a ball, with 21 fours and 3 sixes, and that is over 100 in boundaries, 102 in boundaries. Everson is in. Bowls to Harmer, who clips this ball down to long leg. They've taken 1, they'll think about a second and take it. Fieldsman stops it well enough for Grant Stewart, but he had to slide along to get there, and that meant he couldn't get up and throw it until they'd taken the second. Harmer to 26, 347 for 6, and runs flowing again here now with 28 to Harmer in particular now scoring readily, and Critchley on 80. Joe Root is 76 not out. That partnership at Old Trafford for the third wicket in the end put on 206. 206. In fact, I got a little bit wrong before. I was a bit premature in saying.
No, you're not wrong.
I think I said they put on 200 when it reached 321, yes. But it was the first wicket that fell for 9, then the second wicket put on 121. This next delivery Don will describe played to mid-wicket, and so they did put on 206, so they did at least spare my blushes by reaching 200, but it is now over. 336 for 3. England lead by 19.
Well, they want to build on that as Kadri bowls. This is driven down the ground powerfully. It's going to run away. Well fielded by Arafat in front of us, and it is only the 1 run, so good shot, well bowled, but well fielded by Arafat, and Essex moved to 3-4-8. I've got an official reason here, which I know Ben might be interested in this. This has come from Essex, all right, this is official. For your information, the Herringolds are having a feast on all the flying ants. There you go.
Now, but did you see you pronounced that as if it was Herringolds? Does it say Herringolds?
Well, it actually says seagulls, but I know seagulls are technically wrong. Yeah. So I imported Herringolds. This is a forward defensive played into the leg side with a man on the drive. Ben Compton fields, no run. Are you happy with that? I said Herringolds.
No, it's herring. No, not happy to say herring.
Right, Herringolds.
Herringolds.
As in this is a reverse lap. Whether he saw it, it was a quicker ball, very full ball, but Harmer got quickly and early into the position to play the reverse sweep, and he got it on the full toss, and it's gone for 4 at third man. 4 runs, which the applause is not for a batting bonus point, but it's for Essex for the 350 runs in 115.4 overs, and it's taken 473 minutes.
And if you'd seen the first part of Harmer's innings, you'd have said, well, this guy's a night watchman, isn't he? But the second half, he's just, as I say, he's playing with total freedom and scoring at will. Lovely reverse sweep off a full toss.
He's waiting. Another one. This is going to go squarer, but it's gone to Ashdeep Singh on for 1 run, where he is fielding at deep backward point, but it has to go the best part of 10 metres to retrieve the ball.
Another lovely reverse sweep from Harmer, but Kent had cheated by putting a fieldsman down there on this occasion. Archdeep, who commuted the would-be boundary into a single.
As this time it's a bit shorter, forced into the offside, but it does find the fielder at cover, and there is no run. We would all bowlers think they can play the reverse sweep, Paul. Very important that.
Yes, it's a shot that's caught on. Just to tell you that Harry Brook is the latest England man out to the middle to join Joe Root, an all Yorkshire partnership. And 337 for 3, Brook yet to get off the mark. Root 77 not out, but the man of the day for sure, Zach Crawley, 189.
Well, he scored runs before, but I think England would like him to be a little more consistent.
Yeah, 189 every time for a start, but all joking apart, you know, what is so critical from an England point of view, he got to his 100, and we were all very thrilled for him for that, but he's gone all the way very nearly to another 100, and that really does put you on the map on the scorecard, because in next to no time, there are only 57.2 overs bowled. Aussie made 317, England already into the lead in just 57.2 overs, and those who've been a bit critical of Bazball in the series hitherto would have to say, well, it's worked pretty darn well today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I have been critical at times. I mean, 150 lead, am I being greedy? 150 would be a bit of pressure for Australia.
Yeah. I think England will be looking for 200 actually, if not more. But I think the remark I've liked the best is from the great Glenn McGrath. And he said, because I thought he might be saying, no, you can't play cricket like that. He said, I love baseball, but I just think England haven't executed it as well as they should have done. And I think that's spot on.
Quinn in. This is driven nicely by Harmer. Little bit of width, and he's going to collect 4 because Everson at deep cover can't stop it from going over the boundary. He's caressed that beautifully, has Harmer. Good shot for 4, 357 for 6.
Well, it took an age to get off the mark and has played tremendously well ever since he did that. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier. He struggles to get to double figures and often doesn't reach them. But if he ever gets past them, he's formidable.
The lead is 150, as this time he mistimes it. He looks to play a little bit of a forceful back foot shot through the covers, and he's got an inside edge. It's rebounded off his pads, gone nowhere, didn't know where it had gone, but alas, it is no run.
Yes, he hadn't a clue where that had gone. It could have been anywhere in the full 360-degree gamut as far as he knew. But luck was on his side, and the way he's played recently, he deserves it.
Did you say gannet?
Gamut.
Not a bird.
No.
The one that's at the seaside.
This is a G-A-M-U-T. Look it up when you get home.
I will.
Harmer?
Harmer's played into...
No, he's only been out there just over the hour. You can't be expected to know his name yet.
I need a drink. As Harmer plays into the offside off the bowling of Matt Quinn. We're not like Test match special here. We do a 6-hour day, don't we? And
7.
7-hour day.
Yeah, when you think of it, we're starting at 11, and this.
I thought you only do a 6-hour day.
No, no, you do me a grave injustice. I'm deeply offended.
As Quinn is in. This is Paul. This is going to go into a bit of acreage, and it's well fielded on the leg side. Very well fielded. Stop the 4. Essex get 2 because they run well between the wickets, and they've moved on to 359. Yeah, there's 3 of us doing all day. I think at Test match special we have a group of about 12.
Yeah, they're mollycoddled. They'd never be able to survive the extreme demands of being in the box here. They would not like it here, Don, trust me.
They'll be on their social media.
Yeah. By the time they got to midday, they'd be sort of desperately sending out for replacements.
Quinn in, forced off the back foot. This has gone in a gap in the offside where there is a fielder. Joey Everson is out at deep cover. He fields. They almost look at an overthrow, and I have to say both Grant Stewart and Arafat were very aware in preventing the overthrow. Good bit of cricket from them on the other side of the field, on leg side.
Well, Simon Harmer is scoring off nearly every ball at the moment.
He's 40 off 63.
And when you think he hadn't got off the mark until he got to 30, deliveries faced, he's certainly made up for lost time since.
Critchley batted in his crease. Quinn is in. It's a bouncer, very high bouncer. That's a no ball because it's too high. He didn't have to duck, it's gone way over.
What I liked about Critchley there, he started to go for it, but has the presence of mind to say, nope, pull out of it, too high. And if you have a criticism of some of the Essex players in their T20 mode, once they get caught up in the attempt to make runs, they can't pull out a shot sometimes, which they should do, and which proves their downfall.
1 for the over. It was a particularly short ball on this very slow surface. Quinn's in again. Bowls to Critchley. Critchley plays into the offside. Plays it out to backward point where there is no run. End of the over. 362 for 6. Critchley has 81. And with him Simon Harmer, the captain of Essex, he has 40.
Still 16 overs remaining. It would be what's called entering the final hour if this were the last day. And Essex with the possibility, and that's only a possibility, I'm not saying they will, but they might think of declaring in about 10 overs time. Yes. I've got a catalogue of, I've got 7 emails to get through.
Go on then.
One from Keith in Little Clacton, concussion substitute. He says, "Hi guys, enjoying the commentary. I have a question. If an England batsman became concussed in the current match, would Lawrence have to return to Manchester as the replacement, or can someone else step in as a substitute?" Yeah, good little email that. Thank you. And here Kadri bowls, and Harmer for once doesn't get a run, plays it back to the bowler. Probably a good move to give the spinner an over.
I would think that Lawrence could be called back up.
Yeah. And here is Kadri, bowls, more defence from Harmer, back down the pitch. David Peter says, "Hi gents, you have got me at it now. Since a boy in the 50s and early 60s, I had two main interests. One was cricket at Lake Milford, and if I could afford it, Romford. The other was steam trains." That's got me going. Wait a minute. As Kadri bowls and Harmer plays it back to the bowler. He says one of the A4 class to which Mallard belonged, which we in the Anorak Brigade call Streaks, was originally named Herring Gull. This is true, actually. This was 60006, later renamed Sir Ralph Wedgwood, was also involved in a direct hit during the war. That particular engine, and that had to be rebuilt. Other seabirds were also named in the class, including Gannet, 60032, and as Paul said, 60033, the legendary Seagull. As Kadri is in, bowls to Harmer. Harmer plays it for no run, out to mid-wicket. And David continues, "I still have my Ian Allen Railway books as well as numerous scorecards from yesteryear. Useless information, I know, but we're in our 70s. We in our 70s are full of it. Once again, thanks for your entertainment." Thank you, David. As Kadri bowls and Harmer made an over bowled here from the man who was scoring off every ball. And no sooner did I say that than he plays out a maiden over, and rightly so. It was a tidy over from Kadri without presenting a threat to Harmer. 362 for 6, 40 to Harmer, 81 to Critchley. And Dom, you will make way for
Two questions, quick
Ben
questions
Watts
on that email.
Yeah.
One, there was a chap called, was it Sir Ralph Wedgwood?
Well, yes, that's the one we just mentioned.
Yeah. Who was Sir Ralph Wedgwood?
Probably a railwayman, because the early numbers in the 34 engine class that included Mallard, a lot of them named after birds, but several of them were named after leading figures in the railway designing and management.
And the last question is, there were a number of locomotives or engines named after birds,
Yep.
of which you said there was one that was called Seagull.
Yes.
But according to Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent, that's not a bird.
No, well, not everything Matt says should be taken at face value, you know. Hope he's not listening. Anyway, 362 for 6. And the lead is 155. And Michael Alexander has sent a volley of emails for he mentioned, we were talking about Monty Lynch earlier, says thanks for the mention, Paul. So much of what you discuss titillates. I'm not often accused of titillating, but there we go, I'll take that. Used to love tennis, but that's been very much on the back burner for years. We were talking about tennis earlier. As here is start of a new Quinn over, 4 runs, as though unless there's a fielder down underneath me out of my sight, but there isn't. It is 4 runs. It was a beautifully executed late cut from the Critch, who moves up to 85, and the score to 366 for 6. Welcome back, Ben.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been slightly distracted over the last half an hour, mainly because it's been all Essex, but also because Zach Crawley's knock at Old Trafford. The highest score by a Kent man in an Ashes test, 189 he's made today. Of course, the highest score is by Tammy Beaumont, who made that double 100 in the Women's Ashes earlier on this summer.
What an achievement by Zach Crawley. Quinn bowls a lovely back cut here. It won't go to the boundary. It's a square cut rather than the back cut. I misdescribed it. But they get a single, and that takes the score along to 367 for 6. The lead to 160 with 85 to Critch, in fact 86 to Critchley, 367 for 6. Critchley on to 86. Harmer into strike on 40. Michael continues, used to love tennis, but that's been very much on the back burner for years. Made a point of watching the final highlights Sunday evening and was mesmerised. Well, I was lucky enough to see it all live. It was a fantastic match. As the next ball, oh, what a shot there, but it's brilliantly fielded in the covers by Joey Everson, diving to his left. That was going like a tracer bullet, and that, for me, wins the fielding moment of the day, because that's a 4 certain runs.
I mean, if we had a fielding moment of the day, it would definitely be a contender, wouldn't it? That was
absolutely
some good work by Joey Everson. Unfortunately for Kent, I think they'd quite like a slightly more substantial thing or two to take from the day, and they could do with a couple of wickets to close out proceedings.
We now have no slips. Well, I suppose you could say there is one, but it's a third slip. So, this one's been skied. It'll take a heck of a lot of catching and won't be. 3 fielders, it virtually trisected all 3 of them. And they take 1 run there to Harmer, who tried to slash that one away over the offside infield. But got a top edge, but placed it very delicately in such a way that he's still there. 368 for 6.
Yeah, I don't think there was a huge amount of control necessarily.
No, none
from
at all.
Harmer about where he placed it. But 2 sub-fielders down there, Nathan Gilchrist and Arafat Bhuyan, both moving in from their positions out on the boundary and landed in between the 2 of them.
Well, I'm glad you're here, because there have been so many Kent substitute fielders. I'm surprised they can still find them, really. As here is Quinnin and bowls, and that's a long way outside off stump, and is indeed a wide. Rob Bailey was loath to give the decision, but in the end just felt he had to spread his arms. 369 for 6. Just to go on with Michael's email, he says it's hard to put the brilliance of Alcaraz into words. That opening up of the body to play those forehands, sublime. Something of the street about him too, which is nicely gratifying. Overcoaching can be tiresome. Well, I quite agree with you about overcoaching. He said, imbued with Catholicism by a mum, it wanes on occasions, but I grit my teeth with it all. As you can tell, Michael, something of a character is this one's edged over. Slip, that was nearly the end of Matt Critchley's fine innings, but instead it takes him within 10 of 100 as he moves on to 90. He flashed at that outside off stump, and it was a bit too far away from him for the shot. Took a top edge and flew over Jack Leaning at, as I say, he is a slip, but he's at 3rd slip and there's no 1st or 2nd.
Yes, basically a gully, isn't it? And he's had a couple flash past him leaning in this over. He's such a nimble fielder. His dad used to be a goalkeeper, of course, and he's got something of those reflexes about him, but unable to grab either of the possible, well, they were not sure they were even half chances offered up by Critchley with the back cut in this over.
Next delivery, and this ball is played perfectly safely out to deep cover for a single, and Essex finished that over. Rather expensive one on 374 for 6, with Critchley 91 and Harmer 41, and the partnership now has put on 83. So several other emails from Michael. I think we'll probably have to make do, Michael. Don't wish to be rude, but 1 or 2 others to get to. We'll try and come round to your further points a bit later, but thank you very much for your very impressive attentiveness to the commentary this afternoon, picking up on various of the different subjects that we've covered. Essex lead by 167. And it does look now, Ben, as though they might have in the back of their mind a declaration with a lead maybe 180, 190, even 200 if Harmer really keeps going the way he is, and trying to have 3 or 4 overs at Kent tonight, maybe.
Kadri from the river end of the ground, the city end of the ground, pushed away into the onside. I mean, it would be in the sort of Ben Stokes bold declaration category if they were to do so before stumps.
True.
This one's tossed up, driven back past the bowler by Critchley, and straight as well, all the way for 4. As it beats the deepish mid-off fielder, and he moves to within a blow of 100 now. 95 not out. And it's been quite the innings, and if Essex are going to win the Mike Dinesh Trophy this year. Matt Critchley, they'll have him to thank after his 50 at Canterbury in the T20, and now this knock here. And it was actually Mike Dinesh's Ashes score that Zach Crawley's gone beyond today. 188 for Dinesh and then 189 Crawley dismissed. Slightly unfortunate way to get out actually. It was a delivery from Cam Green around the wicket that he tried to pull and didn't quite get up and dragged it onto his stumps off an inside edge. So slightly unfortunate way to go, as this one's defended by Critchley into the covers.
Nice quick email from Richard Martin, who says, further to Don's thought about awarding 20 points for a win, I'd like to see bonus points awarded to teams that win by an innings and X number of runs, etc. Yes.
Down the ground. One bounce and away for 4 by Critchley again. Goes hard and straight back past Kadri and moves to 99.
Yes, been a very well-paced innings from Critchley, going along slowly while he not only played himself in but tried to stem the flow of Essex wickets, which had seen them decline from 106 for no wicket at the start of the day to 178 for 4 at lunch. And since then, Essex have just lost the 2 wickets in adding 204.
Carry on here, Paul.
As Kadri's in, bowls. Critchley won't get his 100 off this ball, and indeed it was the last of the over, and it ends with Essex 382 for 6, leading by 175, and actually with 13 overs still remaining, they could lead by 200 and get Kent in for a nasty sort of 20 minutes this evening.
Yeah, they've pushed on the scoring rate, this partnership, and in this session really nicely actually. A little update from Old Trafford. Joe Root's just got out actually for 84. Bowled by Hazelwood, 84 off 94 balls, 8 fours and a 6, but he's gone now. So England have batted brilliantly and very quickly to get themselves into the lead. 200 run partnership between Root and Crawley. The description on the BBC Sport app is Root bowled by Hazelwood for 84 off ball that kept very low.
Oh well, bad news on that front, but could be good news if more balls keep very low when Australia have to bat again.
Indeed.
Didn't know Root was out actually, so 4 down. Both members of that partnership now dismissed. Quinn begins a new over from the Hayes close end. Bowls to Harmer, who leaves the ball well outside off stump. Jeff Austin has emailed, hearing you talking about the hospital school, the Don, of course, who taught at the Royal Hospital School, Holbrook, near Colchester. He says, am I right in thinking that's where the great Graham Napier went after his retirement? You are indeed, and it was Graham who virtually took over after Don retired from teaching, and Graham Napier took over. One of my best mementos is one of his shirts given when Essex played Surrey and Guernsey at the end of a season. Graham, by the way, is still at Royal Hospital School. This next ball is smashed away for 4. A violent shot from Simon Harmer. Moves up to 45, 386 for 6, the lead to 179. The email continues and concludes. Lots of beer drunk by both sides. Nasser and Such and Ilott played for us. Stewart and Butcher for them. Fantastic weekend. And the score now, 386 for 6 in the over, at the end of which 12 will remain of the day's play. You'd take 2 off if there is a gap between innings, and Essex might just fancy seeing if they can get a wicket out by the close of play, as Quinn is in and bowls, and that's very wide, so much so that it's signalled as such by Rob Bailey, and 387 for 6.
Showing a little browse of some of the scores elsewhere. Hampshire 261 for 5 at Trent Bridge, leading by 327 runs. Ian Holland opening up on the verge of 100. Middlesex 143 for 4. Surrey leading by 290 runs there. Northants 180 all out and then 119 for 5.
Quinn bowls. Harmer plays this ball out to deep cover, and just a single, taking the score to 387 for 6.
Somerset seamers all over them, Northants. Warwickshire 117 for 3 after Lancashire with 327 all out at Edgbaston.
Where 2.5 hours roughly were lost from the day's play today for rain which struck before lunch, and it was pretty much when everybody else had just gone off for tea that they were finally able to come out, and presumably it'll be one long session up to the close of play after the resumption at Edgbaston, who don't seem to be scoring particularly quickly in response to that Lancashire innings. They may have calculated with that dreadful forecast Saturday that they need to make sure they get the 5 points for the draw. Quinn switches to round the wicket. Critchley on 99, and there's his 100. Brilliant shot, pulls the ball away through mid-wicket. It was a little bit short from Quinn and on Midland leg, and Critchley needed no further encouragement, and that boundary gets a standing ovation as Essex move along to 392 for 6, leading by 185, and Matt Critchley, who came in just before lunch, has reached 103 not out as we are sort of getting on to 6 o'clock in the evening, and also the partnership is now worth 102 runs between Critchley and Harmer, which Critchley has scored 52 and Harmer 46.
161 balls, 12 fours, 2 sixes, Matt Critchley's 100.
So, terrific knock from Matt Critchley. 161 balls and 60 in boundaries, 12 fours, 2 sixes. Quinn to bowl to him. And he's smashed this ball away into the offside. It's going to go for 4. No, it's just going to be cut off. Good bit of fielding from one of the many substitutes. And they come back for, oh, in fact, I think they only got 1 there.
No, come back for 2 in the end.
Yeah, in fact, it was my mistake. It was Critchley who hit that. I might have said Harmer. 103 to Critchley, 46 to Harmer, and 2 runs taken, 394 for 6. Lead of 187.
Yeah, this partnership really up in the rate now. Kent forced to go to desperate tactics, just trying to bang it in short and hope that one goes up in the air to hand.
And here Critchley's pulled the next ball to man running in from the square leg boundary. It actually goes to a gap in mid-wicket, but there's only going to be 1 run there, and score at the end of that over, 395 for 6, a lead of 188, and Critchley now has reached his 100, moved on to 106, and Harmer has 46.
Matt Critchley's century came from 161 balls and included 12 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, details of the Critchley knock then. And this partnership taking the game away from Kent after Kent had had a bit of joy in the morning session. A couple of wickets in the afternoon. That crucial one just before the tea break. And they might have thought, well, if we can come out and get a few quick ones after that, the damage might not be too severe, but the last couple of partnerships have been key for Essex. Kadri bowls, and it's slog swept hard out towards mid-wicket for 4. Critchley going on the attack with his 13th boundary.
Yes, there's a sense here that Essex have noted the weather forecast for Saturday and wouldn't mind getting, I may be wrong, but I have the feeling that we may well get that declaration, and it looks as though they're going to make sure they've got a lead of over 200 at the time they choose to make it.
Just looking back to earlier on today when they were 170 for 4. And the next week falling at 241. And this one's defended away when Walter was out. So a partnership there of 71. Partnership of 69. Or 59 rather for the 5th wicket, or the 6th wicket. And then this one now worth over 100. So the last few partnerships been vitally important for Essex, who now move to 400. 400 for 6. Feels a long time ago that Dan Lawrence got out sweeping when the score was on 170.
Yes, as you said, Ben, bowled by Hazelwood for 84 from one that kept low. Crawley bowled by Green for 189, going on the pull and ball debounding into the stumps.
Harmer defending here, of course. Cook out earlier on today for 87, Das and Westley both for 4. Lawrence for 25. At that point, Ken might have thought they had a sniff after their efforts with the ball in the morning session, but 45 Walter, 28 Rossington. 46 not out for the man on strike, Harmer. 106 not out. Oh, and that's now become 111 for Matt Critchley in this over. Moving that Essex score past 400. As Kadri is around the wicket. Floats this one up. It's reverse swept away. There's a man out there on the boundary, so it'll only be a single.
Yes, England 359 for 4 currently, with Harry Brook and Ben Stokes 7 not out each.
So end of the over. How many have we got left today? 11 remaining. Which, as you say, if there was a declaration, we'd lose 2. So, if Essex are thinking about declaring, probably got one more over maybe before they'd want to have sort of 6, 7, 8 overs.
Yes, I mean, I think minimum that they want is 4, because that's enough time for a wicket to go down with the ball in Sam Cook and Jamie Porter's hands. But yeah, ideally I think maybe half a dozen. So that would give them 3 more, and there'd be 8 overs left. You take the 2 off. But Jack Leading is bringing himself on at the Hayes Close end, and will be bowling initially to Simon Harmer. And this partnership really has accelerated Essex's attempts to set up a winning position on day 3, where the weather forecast is good, and to avoid having to play on day 4 would be their hope, when the weather forecast is basically diabolical. Doesn't always turn out that way when these dreadful things are forecast.
No, that is true.
But you do have to sort of pay some attention to them. Got quite a breeze getting up here now.
And Jack Leaning's coming on. Around the wicket to Harmer. Plays square of the wicket out towards point for a single. Sure he'd quite like a 50 before the declaration comes. Of course, he's the one making the decision. On him and Tom, well, is it Tom Westley?
Tom Westley.
Tom Westley,
yeah,
the captain in the.
You're right about Harmer being captain, but that's of the T20 side.
Yeah.
However, he's very much a member of the senior think tank.
402 for 6. Critchley down the ground, high and over the head of long on for 6. He didn't even seem to particularly try and hit that hard. It
No,
was
quite
just
right.
a gentle swing of the bat, but he's just timing the ball so well out there.
Does time it well, doesn't he? Very talented cricketer.
Leaning to him again. Fires it in a bit flatter, goes again down the ground. Fielder underneath it. Holds on. Joey Everson with the catch. And Critchley goes. Leaning, the Kent skipper takes the wicket. And Matt Critchley's fantastic 100 comes to an end, and slowly we're seeing more and more of the members and spectators here at Chelmsford get to their feet to applaud Matt Critchley off the field.
Yep, fine knock, terrific knock from Critchley. I was saying earlier today that his next thing, having made so much progress this season, would be to convert more of his half centuries and innings between 40 and 80 into hundreds, and well, it looks as if he's been listening, because he's taken it all the way today and is only out because Essex clearly are trying to set up, I think anyway, clearly a declaration. I may be proved wrong. It may be that they're still batting come the end of the day, and you couldn't be too critical if they were, but from the way there's been this tremendous collective assault between Harmer and Critchley, and I don't suppose Doug Bracewell, who's coming in at number 9, will be any different. It looks as though Essex would just like to, well, in fact they have now got a lead of over 200. 201 is the current lead at 408 for 7. But I think maybe in another couple of overs, particularly if another wicket's gone down, they might pull the plug, probably waiting now to see if Harmer can reach his 50.
Critchley was caught by Joey Everson off the bowling of Jack Greening for 117. And the Eguy batter.
So the lead now. We've seen a replay on the big screen of the wicket before the scoreboard will come back. The lead 201 runs now. After the 6 earlier on in the over. So Bracewell in. Leaning to continue. Not so many men out on the rope as well. Bracewell going back and pushing this one away. Ideally wants to get Harmer back on strike here. Bowls. Oh, he goes down the ground. Forget getting Harmer on strike. He's bopped it into the sight screen for 6. Straight drive back over the bowler's head.
Yeah, beautiful pick up there from Bracewell. He is a very powerful man, actually. He got a explosive 61 not out in the match of Blackpool, the previous game to this, which Essex won. At the very end of the match was just 10 balls to spare. Superb game of county cricket, by all accounts a very attractive outground.
Yeah, the New Zealander was forced mid on and mid off, back to the rope now after that shot. Leaning bowls. Oh, goes for a cut, plays and misses. Finch with a take behind the stumps. No declaration just yet, if there is going to be one. 10 overs to go in the day's play. Currently up on the scoreboard.
Yes, I think Essex would want to be sure that there was plenty of shine left on the ball for the start of play tomorrow, and it may be I've read it wrongly, and this sudden explosion is just to set up as big a lead as possible, as quickly as possible, rather than to declare tonight. But I still think it's highly likely sometime in the next 2 or 3 overs that a declaration will be made to give themselves at least 4 or 5 overs at Kent tonight. Meantime, Harmer is now on strike on 48. 414 for 7, leading by 207. Kadri in. Bowls, and Harmer's gone for the big hit over mid-wicket and succeeded. That is 6. Harmer gets his 50, 53 not out. 420 for 7. Harmer raises his bat. Took him 30 deliveries to get off the mark. He's now faced 78 and has reached his 50. Well, there wouldn't be any point Essex declaring immediately. He may as well face the next 5 balls. Be interesting to see if they do at the end of this over, at which point I think there'll be 8 overs left and Essex would have 6 of them.
Amazing transformation for a man that couldn't get off the mark.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
30 balls, as you say.
And
he went from 0 to 40 in almost no time, it seems.
That's right. Yes, there are 9 overs left after this one, so Essex could declare at the end of it and have 7 overs, as Harmer has back cut the next delivery. Won't go for 4. He's keen on coming back for a second, but doesn't.
Oh, could do now.
Oh, they will now, because that's a very wayward throw. Goes all the way from one corner of the ground virtually to the other. They get 2 runs and score to 420 for 7, of which Harmer now has 422 for 7. Harmer now has 56. And Kadri. And again to Harmer. And Harmer has thoughts of something bigger and then almost comically drops a dead bat on the ball. To be fielded by Ben Compton at mid-wicket. Kadri again. Bowls, and Harmer goes for the big one this time, and that's going to go for 6. And takes the score to 428 for 7. Harmer on to 62. The lead up to 222. And just waiting for Kadri. to be reunited with the ball. 428 for 7, leading by, no, 221, sorry, not 222. Kadri and bowls to Harmer. He's hit this one powerfully down to long on. Arafat, the substitute fielder, one of several on the field for Kent, who are beleaguered by injuries. They just get the single there. Harmer on 63. 429 for 7. One ball left of this over. Doug Bracewell announced himself by hitting his second ball for 6. And Kadri, to complete the over, bowls to Bracewell. Takes one step down the wicket and smashes it into the offside deep. Won't go for 4. He didn't quite get that as intended, but he gets back for a second run. 431 for 7. A lead of 224. And, well, no indication yet that Essex are declaring. If they are going to, I think they'll have more or less decided how many overs they want at Kent tonight. There are 9 overs left on the board. They're not going to declare now, so the most number of overs Kent will have to face, if it's any, will be 6.
Joe Denley's off the field at the moment.
Simon Harmer's 50 came from 79.
In fact, I think he has been for most of this session, because we've had 2 sub-fielders out for pretty much all this session, haven't we? So Arafat's been out there, and we've seen on the Ellis Daily as well. So at the minute, you're looking at the Kent second innings batting order and going, well, Denley's been off the field for a while. Jordan Cox has been off the field all day. Leaning around the wicket then. Field very spread for Harmer. Goes for a big reverse into the hands of Finch. The ball goes.
8 fours, 1 6 in Harmer's 79 ball 50.
Field being spread almost to all corners of the ground as it's fired in by Leaning, blocked by Harmer as it was a almost quicker Yorker delivery. Four, 3, 1 for 7 as Leaning bowls. Harmer smacks it up towards wide-ish long off. Kadri just about manages to field, and only a single taken.
Of course, an alternative possible philosophy from Essex is simply that they want to get every run going tonight, and they then declare if there's any wickets left overnight and take have the full day to try and bowl Kent out tomorrow.
Yeah, if that's the case, they'd have a substantial lead, wouldn't they? Going to play tomorrow. Down the ground from Bracewell. Up and down before it reaches Kadri at long off. So they just come through for a single, a little bit of a toe end of the bat, judging from Bracewell's reaction, looking at his piece of willow.
Yeah, didn't get hold of that.
Leaning bowls. Harmer goes hard down the ground. That's going for 6. Top of the sight screen down the far end. Kind of been far away from the camera that you're seeing some of the live pictures in the stream from. That was thumped straight down the ground. I do wonder if they lost a wicket, Essex, whether they'd declare.
Yes, I had that thought, yeah.
Thinking about Porter and Cook to come. They just want to bowl, don't they? They don't want to go out there and bat particularly. 4-3-9 for 7. Fired in. Down the ground. Kadri over his head. 6 more from Harmer. Back-to-back 6s. As the floodlights come on. And the Essex assault shows no sign of ending.
No, of course, it's interesting that the floodlights have just come on, because that might be a factor that might say, well, we don't want to declare, and then find that
100% declare. I think you're right. This is declare now, and you get 6 overs to maybe nick a batter out.
Yeah, no, that's what I'd do. But
actually, Sam Cook is padded up on the boundary, up on the the balcony rather, above the pavilion. He's got his helmet on already, as if to say, I'm ready to go if I need to, if there's a wicket. Harmer's gone to 76 now. Considering he took 30 balls to get off the mark, this has been quite the knock from him.
There might be a thought with the floodlights coming on that if Essex were to declare, then light might become an issue, and
Fine, isn't it? I don't think it's
I'd
a
have thought
problem.
it was good enough. Yeah.
I don't think it's an issue.
76 to Harmer. Are they going to wait and see if he can get a century tonight? Because the way he's going, if he weren't out,
Well, quite.
he might. He's just hit 12 off his last 2 balls as Kadri's in, begins a new over, and Bracewell, there's no slouch when it comes to big hitting. This time doesn't really get hold of it. He's only recently come in. He gets a single to deep mid-wicket to put the main man on strike, who is Harmer. 9 to Bracewell, 76 to Harmer, just marking out his crease. And there is 1 ball left of this over, and that is going to go for 5 wides, I think. No, in fact, they're byes that have been given, not wides, so it is just 4 runs. If it had been wides, then you'd add the wide on plus 4, the ball going to the boundary. So 4 more onto the total, 445 for 7. And those are extras as Harmer leans on his bat and faces the next Kadri delivery, and he's pulled this one mightily over mid-wicket, and that is another 6. Moves on to 82, 451 for 7.
Well, this ground's just not big enough for Simon Harmer when he gets going. Everything being swung away for 6 at the moment. How many is that now that we've seen in this knock? I think it might be 5 6s now from Harmer.
It's getting on that way. There was just 1 in his first 50, but he started hitting 6s with a vengeance since then. 82 not out. Next ball he's hit out into the covers, just be 1 run here. Moves on to 83, 457 for 7, and that has now taken the lead to 250. Of course, I know that if there were no threat from the weather on the 4th day, Essex wouldn't, I think, be so keen on declaring, and maybe they're not going to. And that's a stumping as Bracewell departs, stumped off Kadri, who picks up, I think that's his 4th wicket for 10. And are they going to send out Cook and Porter, or do we have a declaration? We're in the middle of an over, so they may well calculate he may as well play the over out.
Yeah, I think it's the 3rd wicket now for Kadri.
3rd, sorry, yes.
Yeah, because he didn't get the stumping earlier on. That's the one he perhaps should have had earlier on. Making up for it, Finch. That one was a pretty easy take the bails off, job done type thing. Well, Sam Cook could be coming out for 1 ball. He could be coming out for more.
Yeah, the extraordinary thing about Harmer's 83 not out off 92 balls is he didn't score off any of the first 30. Took an age to get off the mark and has been quite unstoppable ever since, as Sam Cook has made his way into the arena. And just give you a little rundown elsewhere. Surrey 433. Middlesex have actually recovered with a 5th wicket partnership, 160 for 4. Somerset enforced the follow-on, and Northampton their second innings 151 for 6. Down the pitch comes Cook and plays his first ball down to long off. They get a single, 458 for 7. That puts Harmer, in fact it would have put Harmer on strike, but it was the last ball of the over.
Here it comes.
Yep, declared 458 for 8, with Harmer 83 not out, Cook 1 not out, and the lead therefore is 251, and we have 7 overs remaining of the original capitation. He'd take off a couple, and Kent will need to face 5 overs this evening, starting off 251 behind. Just to tell you, Northampton still trails Somerset by 20 runs with only 4 wickets remaining, and Somerset have only batted once so far. Hampshire 341 runs ahead of Nottinghamshire, 275 for 5 after leading by 66 first innings. Warwickshire 131 for 3 in a rain-affected day at Edgbaston, still 196 behind Lancashire. Latest England score 370 for 4. The day dominated by two huge partnerships. Crawley, a brilliant 189 off 122 balls, 21 fours, 3 sixes. Unlucky in the way he was out, put on 121 with Moeen Ali, who made 54, and 206 with Joe Root, who was also out rather unluckily to one that kept low. Root made 84. And Brook is 8 not out from 26 deliveries. That's not much like Harry Brook. That is normally very, very fast. Stokes, on the other hand, is 17 not out of 21 deliveries. So England there currently lead by 54. And we'll be back with you in around about 8 minutes. Just to repeat, Kent will begin their second innings 251 behind, and will, light permitting, and the floodlights are on, but it looks okay in general terms so far. They will need to face 5 overs.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford, where we have a very short but a very important session. 5 overs remain in the day, and Kent will have to bat an awkward session here. We're not sure who's going to open the bowling. It could be Porter, could be Cook, it could be a seamer from one end, and indeed Simon Harmer from the other. We shall see. But Essex finally declared on a fantastic day for them. It was Kent's morning this morning, but it's been Essex throughout the rest of the day. They declared 458 for 8, a special 100 for Matt Critchley, 117. Paul Walter made 45. Rossington made a decent 28. Simon Harmer, the captain, well, it took him 30 odd balls to get off the mark, but eventually made 83 off 91. Doug Bracewell made 10. Sam Cook was 1 not out, 23 extras, and Essex batted 126 overs and made 458 for 8. The bowling figures, well, Matt Quinn got through 22 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 76. Grant Stewart, 24 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 73. He was unlucky to not get a wicket to go home this evening, wicketless. Arshdeep Patel, 23 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 58, bowled nicely throughout the day. Quadri bowled 33 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 120. He got 3 in the right column. Was a little expensive towards the latter part of the day as the Essex bowlers teed off against him. Joey Everson, 19 overs, no maidens, 0 for 72. Joe Denley, 1 single over, 0 for 5. Jack Leaning, the captain of Kent, bowled his 4 overs, 1 for 36. He got a bit of tap against the seamers later. So Essex are in the field already. There's 5 overs left and they lead Kent by a monumental 251 runs. Basically, Kent have got to bat out the next 2 days. In reality, there is some rain, some adverse weather around on Saturday. Tomorrow is the key day. They're going to have to bat well. Essex have got men around the bat. It's Sam Cook to open. A very intriguing but short session for this evening. Tawanda Mayei, and it's going to be Ben Compton are out there. Left-hand, right-hand combination. We've got 3 slips. We've got Cook at first slip, Harmer at second, and Critchley quite close at third. We have Dan Lawrence down the leg slip, and I think it's Das under the lid. Cook is in. Mayei comes forward, plays with soft hands on the front foot. The lights are on here at Chelmsford, and there is an air that there is a lot of pressure on these 2 Kent batsmen. Got to get through the evening. They have 5 overs, 4.45 balls left remaining in this day. And you're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent. It's Paul Newton, Ben Watt, and indeed Don Topley. As Sam Cook is in, and this is well played into the offside. 2 men in front of square on the offside. You've got Dougie Bracewell and Paul Walter. Tawanda Mayei push drives into the covers. There is no run. The sun started to go behind the cloud to our west. The lights are on. I mean, there's no sign of real darkness or rain. But there is on Saturday. That's the good news for Kent. Because if they could come out of a draw, it'll be a miracle, to be honest, as Sam Cook bowls. There's an LBW shout, half-hearted. Nobody's genuinely interested as Cook has bowled. And this is probably going down the leg side of the former Eastbourne College, born in Zimbabwe. Mayei, who's started his career at Kent looking quite good. Certainly made an impression in white ball cricket as well. At the other end, it's the dependable Ben Compton as Cook on his way in. He's charging in outside off stump. Just keeps a little low, but his shoulders arms does Mayei, and he plays well. He's watchful. There's a little bit of kidology by the Essex players who suggest that might have been a little close, but no, not really. Ben, good evening.
Evening.
Are you here tomorrow? It's Matt.
I am here tomorrow.
You are here tomorrow. Well, and Matt might be here Saturday if it goes that far.
Yes, he might not be here Saturday.
As Cook turns, coming down the slope. 3 slips awaiting. A leg slip as well, which the leg slip comes into play as it's come and cannoned off the thigh pad. It's probably like a mattress, his thigh pad, and cannons in down the leg side to Dan Lawrence, who looked good today before he swept the ball and got LBW to Kadri. He was the first of Kadri's 3 wickets, I think he got. Cook, Das under the lid. Cook on his way in. 3 slips waiting again, and this is down the leg side. Well done to Adam Rossington, who... No, he did stop it, he didn't stop it. He didn't stop it.
No, he didn't stop it. The ball's gone for 4 leg buys, I think.
Leg
Although
buys.
he's lucky that it was leg buys, because Millet was trying not to play a shot there. But must have flicked off the pad.
Yeah. We're
Thigh
blinded,
pad, I think it was more.
blinded by the batsman. We are up at third man in the clouds. Just looking around, looks to me as if Simon Harmer is going to open the bowling. There was a maiden first over. 4 runs was buys or leg buys. 4 leg buys, indeed, been confirmed. Opening the bowling then, Simon Harmer. I don't think he'll have the same problems that Moeen Ali did with the finger. No Manuka honey.
Yeah, I was reading about that. That was quite the story.
Australian Manuka honey. Apparently, I mean, I have seen it advertised, I've had it, but over in England, Manuka honey is so expensive. There you have to have a mortgage.
Well, Harmer's going to bowl here off the back of his 83 with the bat. Outside the off stump. There was some turn there, quite pronounced turn with the new ball. Left alone by Compton outside the off stump.
Huge test this for the left-handed Compton. Great, well, a great challenge.
Bowling. Once again, Harmer blocking this back up the pitch.
Played. He'll love this, Ben Compton. A great challenge to be here tomorrow morning, firstly, to survive the night, and then he can build an innings tomorrow.
Harmer bowls. Cut away into the offside. I know where he'd love to be. The non-striker's end.
Well, you haven't. Who's your night watchman, would you imagine? What's the options? Quinn?
I guess
not
so.
really?
I guess so, but he's not really that kind of batter, is he?
So if we look elsewhere, up down at the bottom?
It's definitely not going to be Arshdeep, that's for sure.
Right.
And it's not going to be Grant Stewart either.
Kadri?
Maybe. Forward comes Compton, inside edge, 1 bounce to Dassett, short leg. Tossing that one up, Harmer. He's certainly going to get through some overs tomorrow, you would assume.
Definitely.
Walter in at Silly Point, the massive figure of Paul Walter. As this one's defended away by Compton again.
I joke, but Jamie Porter may have his trainers on, or his... Yeah.
Not the bowling boots.
No.
Dragged down from Harmer, try and get a bit of extra spin, but easy enough to defend by Compton, that delivery. So well played, Ben Compton, to see out the over. 3 to go.
Yeah, very well played, actually. There's a lot of pressure. Men round the bat. I think there were 4 round the bat. That's a bit of pressure. Harmer is going to make you play. So I think he can take great credit surviving that over, because it's real pressure. I know everyone says, well, it's their job, but...
Oh, they'll be nervous. There's nothing to gain. Absolutely nothing to gain right now for Kent. It's purely about survival. 18 balls until stumps.
I think the flying ants are back as Cook bowls. This is nice and straight. Millet plays nice and straight, plays up to Westley at mid on.
That's what you got to do. Soft hands.
Only
Straight
play
bat.
what you need to.
Yeah.
Don't need to go outside off. Be watchful, disciplined, judgmental about which balls you're going to play. and have courage in your conviction. Cook on the way in. He follows through, bowls, driven into the offside. Good looking shot. Fielded though at mid-off by Paul Water. So Cook bowling nice and straight. That's what you get with the Essex seamers. They may not be the quickest. Doug Braytle will be the sharpest in this attack, but Cook and Porter just bowl straight. Harmer makes you play. Good old fashioned virtues. Huge 4 or 5 overs this for Kent. Cook in, bowls. This is a half an LBW shout. I think there was an inside edge that kept a little low, that went back in towards the pads, off the pads, into the leg side. There is no run.
If he hadn't hit it, it would have been absolutely plumb. So big inside edge saving Mayeye there. 2.3 overs gone, 2.3 to go. 4 without loss, Kent. Replying to that Essex score. Just giving them a 250 run lead in the game.
So Cook is in, bowls model forward for defensive there. They'll be very proud and pleased of that at Eastbourne College, at the MCC in the coaching annual, and at Kent. That was an excellent forward defensive by Mayeye. I'm looking across to Paul Newton. You're here tomorrow, aren't you, Paul? And so are you. So you've got who's the third guest tomorrow? Victoria, Polly, who did the show from the county ground last night around the wicket. Over the wicket is an LBW shout from Sam Cook, umpire David Lloyd, because Graham Lloyd, who has swapped ends with Rob Bailey because it's the third innings, suggests not out, not interested.
Yeah, good decision.
Yep.
Playing a shot outside off stump, and the contact came.
So between Victoria, Ben Watt and Paul Newton, hopefully you'll have an uninterrupted day on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent, bringing the excellent commentary of this game, day 3. Sam Cook in. This is driven just slightly mis-executed, but safe, good footwork, end of the over, 4 without loss, and we've had 3 maidens.
Yes, indeed. All the runs coming off Mayeye's thigh pad so far. So 2 to go before stumps. Essex 458 for 8 declared. 87 from Alistair Cook. 83 not out Simon Harmer, and a brilliant 100 from Matt Critchley. Harmer ready to go again then.
4 men round the bat.
Compton on strike. Goes back, lets it go. Outside off stump. Slip. Leg slip. Silly point, short leg, as you say, all crowding around him.
There'll be a little bit of chat, asking him perhaps where he's eating tonight.
Defended away into the covers.
So much kidology as well, isn't there? The U's, the R's from the keeper and the 4 men round the bat. It just creates the pressure, but he's coping well.
3 wickets apiece earlier. Arshdeep Singh and Hamidullah Kadri, 1 for Leaning and for Quinn. As this one's defended away once more by Compton. Leftover Chinese for my dinner tonight from yesterday.
Really?
Had a takeout. Got some chicken balls left over.
Oh, I do like them.
Same.
Sweet and sour.
Yeah. Here comes Harmer. A little bit of an angle going wider on the crease. Compton lets it go. How far away was that from the off stump? Yeah, a little bit. Mainly just because it turned a touch. If it had gone straight on with the arm, it might have shaved the outside of off stump.
Good bit of bowling there from the international Simon Harmer.
South African in again to Ben Compton, who's on the front foot and defending. Away into the offside pass, silly point. 1 ball to go in the over, and then 1 to come. So Harmer's last involvement of the second day of action here at Chelmsford. He bowls to Compton, and he beats the outside edge. He was just drawn into playing forward at that one as it turned away past the bat and through to Rossington. Beautiful delivery from Harmer. Couple of maidens from him. Kent to 4 without loss. 4 second innings overs gone and 1 to come.
You're going to play and miss as a left-hander to Simon Harmer. Look, you need a bit of luck, but he's played that really well.
As long as you keep missing. That's the main thing, I guess.
I mean, you're going to. You need just a little bit of luck.
Just don't nick it.
Tricky with men around the bat. If you didn't have men around the bat, it would be relatively easier. But he's bowling now to the left-hander. He's turning the ball away from that left-hander. It's bowled well, but I'm going to give credit to Ben Compton. Millet's got 6 balls to survive here. Essex have put, well, there's 6 round the bat. You've got 3 adjacent to the right of the keeper where they're the conventional slip. That's Cook, Harmer and Critchley. You've got a bat pad under the lid, which is Das. You've got a leg slip and a leg gully. As this time, Cook comes in and he bowls a decent ball, top of off, which Millet comes forward and plays technically very sound with the full face and the bat. And there is no run. 5 to go.
It's like an umbrella field behind Millet, isn't there? With 3 slips to the right of the keeper and then a leg slip and a leg gully to his left and the short leg. Mid on and mid off in their orthodox positions. Not really sure what Point is doing. Might as well stick him in at 4th slip, to be honest.
Cook. Coming down the slope, bowls. This has gone down the leg side. Millet is happy to leave it alone. Wasted delivery, to be honest. No run and a dot ball.
Millet is surely not going to play a cut shot before stumps.
No.
So stick Point at 4th.
Yeah. Put him in the eye line.
Yeah, or put him in. Yeah, put him in at short cover.
Yeah.
Silly mid off in the batter's face, like you say.
Cook. 4 balls left. He bowls. This is forced into the offside. Fine. Slight bit of push at that, but it's fine. It's safe. He's technically played it quite correctly. No run. Lights are on. Bit of blue sky above us right this minute. Over to the right, there's a bit more thicker grey cloud. But I think the forecast for tomorrow is terrific. I wish I was here. I'll probably be listening. Yeah, listening in. As Cook is on his way in. Down the leg side. Is that a nick down the leg side? The Essex have gone up, but the umpire, Graham Lloyd, is not interested.
I think it was pad, to be honest. I might have gone up a bit more for an LBW.
But he's been given not out. Get on with it, Essex. I'm afraid it was not out. They look a little bit despondent, but he's not going to change his mind. Millet's not going to walk, and understandably so.
If it was LBW, it was missing as well.
So we can't give that out for any way, shape.
As much as Essex will try, I don't think he's hit it, and it's hit the pad, and it was going down leg anyway.
In comes Cook. 2 balls left. Here we go. This is outside, and it's a decent ball, but equally to the task. Millet's been very good in watching that ball, judging his line, judging his length, allowing him to look and not play the ball. Super bit of cricket. Being watchful, probably taken a leaf out of Sir Alistair Cook's book and even Nick Brown's book yesterday. Watchful, disciplined. Here we go, last ball of the evening. Millet will be able to go and enjoy his supper tonight if he survives this ball. And there's an LBW shout, and he doesn't! He's been adjudged LBW. He's going to have to go. Last ball of the day. Well, I never. Sam Cook's bowled okay, but he's got one very straight on the length, and it's hit Millet in front of the stumps. He's gone up. It's a powerful LBW appeal from Essex, and umpire Graham Lloyd has adjudged that as out. Essex will be chuffed. The score at stumps 4-1.
And it looked out to me, seeing the replay. I think it hits him in front of off stump, probably hit him middle. Pearl of a delivery from Sam Cook to end the day. What a beaut. To just put it on exactly the right spot. Maybe just a hint of nip back as well, yeah. Oh, Sam Cook, you absolute beauty. That is a stunning delivery to close out the day. And Tawanda Mayeye will slink off, having, well, thought he pretty much done the job. And then Cook has bowled a stunning ball to close out the day. And what a bonus for Essex to go into tomorrow needing just 9 more Kent wickets to seal the deal and to win the game inside 3 days.
I feel for the poor fella, because as Cook started to run in, I suggested he survives this ball, he's going to enjoy his evening meal tonight.
Well, he's not going to do anything tomorrow now, so he can have his feet up all day, but I don't think he's going to enjoy his evening now. I mean, in fairness, that's a fantastic delivery. I mean,
just
what could Mayeye have done? Maybe got an inside edge on it. That would have been the only thing that saved him. And yeah, I think you just have to give credit to the bowler. Sometimes as an opening bat you get good deliveries, and that was one of them. He tried to get his front pad outside the line of off stump, but I think it just hit him bang in line of off, and the umpire was right to give the decision to send him on his way. So unfortunately for Mayeye, he departs for a duck, and Kent 4-1, trailing by 247 runs, will be back tomorrow, and Essex will be on the hunt for the victory. And yeah, Paul Newton and I will see you at 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Gentlemen, you have a great day tomorrow. I hope you're not interfered by any adverse weather, but certainly on my behalf, thank you for the company. Thank you, Paul, for the company, and I wish our listeners and hope you enjoy the company tomorrow with the likes of Victoria Polly, Ben Watt, and indeed Paul Newton. And from Don Topley, it's a very good night.